Chapter 2000. Boom. Boom. 3 invincible god emperors wielding emperor weapons were ferocious and domineering. One could only say that Star Extermination God Emperor was unlucky. Caught off guard, his body was blasted apart by 3 invincible god emperors working together. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone was very strong, but that was only in his own forbidden zone. Outside, his strength was greatly affected, not to mention that he was in front of 3 invincible god emperors wielding emperor weapons. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Lord of the Forbidden Zone was blasted apart thousands of times. His recovery speed slowed down. Detian, stop. Star Extermination God Emperor wailed. Hurry and tell them to stop. From now on, I won't go against you anymore. Faced with being blasted apart again and again, Star Extermination God Emperor lost all his face. In front of 3 invincible God Emperors, Star Extermination God Emperor had no chance of escaping. As long as he recovered, he would be blasted apart. But after thousands of times, he had exhausted a large amount of God power, causing the Lord of the Forbidden Zone to feel heartache. He was not like other God Emperors. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's body was blasted apart. To recover, he would need a large amount of God power, which was definitely a terrifying number. Lin Fei sneered, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone now knows how to beg for mercy. Who said that he would teach me a lesson? I have never been polite to those who go against me. Let you go? I won't be so kind. He was secretly pleased. Fortunately, there were 3 invincible God Emperors. Lin Fei was clear about how powerful the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was. Just now, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had tried to escape several times, but he was blasted apart by the invincible God Emperors. Everything was under control. This feeling was too good. The difference between an invincible God Emperor with 30% battle strength and 70% battle strength was too great. Lin Fei even dared to guarantee that if the 3 invincible God Emperors only had 30% battle strength, the other party would definitely escape. There was no need to think about blasting apart thousands of times. Star Extermination God Emperor was blasted apart once again. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone in the distance revealed a trace of fear. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Fellow Taoist Detian, this is just a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, Star Extermination did not deliberately find trouble with you. Void Emperor was forced to come out. Void Emperor became the mediator. Why don't we just let it go? Fellow Taoist, Star Extermination has already suffered anyway. If not for everyone's pleading, Void Emperor really did not want to come out. What was he? The master of a restricted area? He didn't care about the Lord of the restricted area at all. The Void Emperor, as the master of the Forbidden Land, did not really care about such a junior. Juniors would always be juniors. If he wanted to grow to his level, he would need a very long time. But now, that was what the Void Emperor Protector thought. Beating up the Lords of the Forbidden Zones in public, smashing them again and again, this was no different from rubbing salt in the faces of the Lords of the Forbidden Zones. No one expected that Lin Fei would have this type of defensive ability, not even the Lord of the Restricted Region able to break through his defenses, instead suffering a calamity, exploding over 1,000 times. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Star Extermination, who had recovered once more, hurriedly said, it's a misunderstanding. I only wanted to spar with you. I'm not trying to deal with you. Actually, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor had a lot of unspeakable bitterness in his heart. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Even Star Extermination himself had forgotten about it. But this time he had suffered so much at the hands of a junior, exploding his body over 1,000 times in public. In order to not lose face, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor could only choose to lower his head for now. Exploding over 1,000 times was not a big problem, but what if it was 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or 1,000,000 times? Even if he was the Lord of the Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei had beaten up the Lord of the Forbidden Land in public, in fact, to prevent the Lord of the Forbidden Land from acting rashly. Now that a chicken had jumped out, it was a good opportunity to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let's see if you still dare to use your seniority to speak nonsense. Actually, I also feel that this is a misunderstanding. Lin Fei suddenly realized. However, I am not a person who is scared. If you want to compensate me, just barely 20 small saint-ranked divine veins per person will do. Asking Lin Fei to let them off so easily, Lin Fei felt that he was letting them off too easily. He had to ruthlessly make them vomit blood. The Lord of the Forbidden Land. Would he still care about the divine veins? Void Emperor scolded Detian for being so shameless. His appetite was so big, asking for small saint-rank divine veins the moment he opened his mouth. I'll give. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor was the first to agree. Lin Fei suddenly said to the 5 lords of the Forbidden Land just now, "You alone won't do. The other 5 must also agree to hand over. Otherwise I won't agree to stop." The 5 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed. In their hearts they really did not want to hand over, so they did not speak. Now that Lin Fei had named them, even if they had to tell them, they had to hand it over. "Why should we?" one of the lords of the Forbidden Land said unhappily. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor scolded, "Old thing, if you don't hand it over, I will not let you have peace. Who instigated you to attack just now? To think that you have the cheek to say such words." The other 4 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed drastically. This Tian was too shameless. With just one sentence it was as if they had become enemies. This was forcing them to hand over 20 saint-rank divine veins. Left with no choice, they could only hand it over. This was really lifting a rock to smash their own feet. If possible, they really did not want to make a move. Who knew that Tian would be so cunning? Without making a move, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor took a big tumble. Especially when the 6 of them had conflicts. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor blamed them for not reminding him. The 5 lords of the Forbidden Land indeed did not expect this. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Lin Fei obtained 120 saint-rank divine veins at once, and he was overjoyed. The divinity points he spent previously were not wasted, and he also buried a thorn between them. If the lords of the Forbidden Land wanted to make a move again, it would not be so easy. Even if they lost, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Fei was relieved. Void Sovereign had to admit that this Tian was really amazing. With one matter, he planted a seed among the 15 lords of the Forbidden Land. If they really wanted to deal with Tian, they would not do so casually. To the lords of the Forbidden Land, 20 small saint-rank divine veins were still very important. If they gave it away just like that, it would be a lie if they did not feel heartache. The Forbidden Land's consumption was huge. With the things in hand, Lin Fei let Star Extermination Celestial Emperor go. This guy would not stay for long and would directly leave. He already had no face to continue staying here. Lin Fei turned around. "Godson Tianlong, you should be the one who lost the bet between us, right?" There was still a debt that had not been collected yet. Lin Fei would not give up so easily. The previous scene was a huge blow to the God's Son. They saw very clearly that Tian grasped a terrifying Heaven Dao power. Could it be absolute defense? Absolute defense? This was not going to be easy. The God's Son's understanding of Tian stopped at the space and time bloodlines. Now that Tian grasped a Heaven Dao power that was not inferior to absolute defense, it was even more difficult to deal with him. Chapter 2001. Sky Dragon wasn't in a good mood at the moment. That guy actually won again, and he won so easily too. This even made God Sky Dragon's eyes turn red with envy. He was a god, but there was a huge gap between him and Tian now. 120 small-sized Saint-class divine meridians were enough to create a terrifying force. Even he couldn't take out so many Saint-class divine meridians at the moment. Another reason was that Tian had 3 Dao protectors to clear the way. 3 invincible god emperors as Dao protectors. That was extravagant. Sky Dragon wished that he was one of the 3 Dao protectors. He was a dignified god, but he didn't have that fate. This was a very unpleasant thing. This guy had embarrassed him time and time again. Sky Dragon didn't want to admit that he had lost. Sky Dragon sneered. "You said that you were the first to refine a Dao protector. Who knows if it's true? I didn't see it with my own eyes. Everyone, don't you think so?" If it was in the past, everyone might agree with Sky Dragon. But it was different now. Just as Godson Tianlong finished speaking, Lin Fei looked at the crowd indifferently. No one dared to speak. The 3 Dao protectors were staring at them like tigers watching their prey. They did not want to be beaten up just like that. No one supported the Divine Sun Sky Dragon's words. In fact, Tianqi really wanted to support Sky Dragon, even though he didn't like Sky Dragon. After all, Sky Dragon was the #1 Divine Sun. No god was willing to see that. Compared to Sky Dragon's strength, Sky Dragon was more concerned about Lin Fei. This guy was unrestrained and lawless. Who knew if he would let the 3 Dao protectors kill him? "See, no one believes you." Lin Fei smiled. "You still have something to say." Sky Dragon scolded them for being cowardly. "You win." At this stage, even if Sky Dragon was thick-skinned, he couldn't say anything. Tian had 3 Dao protectors while he only had 1. He wasn't a match for Lin Fei. He could only swallow his anger and hand over the Saint-class divine meridians. Tian, you can go now, right? This time it was not Divine Prince Sky Dragon who spoke. It was neither the illusory emperor nor the star-destroying emperor, but a divine son. The Nine Heavens Phoenix Maiden. One of the Tao protectors was on top of the Nine Heavens Phoenix Maiden. The Nine Heavens Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Lin Fei had no interest in the cold Phoenix Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Wait. Lin Fei wasn't someone who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. I think there's something. You have to make it clear. Now Lin Fei was qualified to speak. With 3 invincible divine emperors in their hands, everyone had no choice but to take them seriously. What is it? The Phoenix Maiden of the Ninth Heavens was still as cold as ever. I think that after we enter the treasury I should get 70% of the treasures. Lin Fei said with a smile. By suppressing the Lord of the restricted region, Lin Fei's appetite also grew. If he didn't use it himself, he could leave it for the sex people to use. He would definitely get the biggest share. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. After all, Lin Fei had the upper hand now. The 3 invincible divine emperors were the ones who had the upper hand. No. The divine Prince Sky Dragon refused. What? You should get 70%. That's right, I don't agree either. The other divine prince, Wu Huan, also shook his head. He was the owner of another Tao protector and had an arrogant expression. The lord of the restricted region was stunned. Only Divine Emperor Star Destroying and the others had a hint of joy in their eyes. Tian was playing with fire. Lin Fei said lazily, because I have 3 invincible Tao protectors. No one had seen such a smug person. However, they had to admit that Lin Fei had the upper hand on this point. Your appetite is really big. The Nine Heavens Phoenix stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei patted his stomach. My appetite is indeed big. Who asked me to have 3 invincible Tao protectors and have the upper hand? Don't you think so? The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's killing intent flickered. You're really shameless. Do you think I will agree? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't need your agreement. You just need to know that I have 3 Tao protectors. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's expression turned ugly. After all, this was the main point. The Divine Prince, Wu Huan, wore a white robe and had an unnatural expression on his arrogant face. 70% is definitely not possible. Lin Fei turned around and was about to leave. I don't mind. Anyway, I've gained a lot today. It doesn't matter whether I enter or not. Everyone agrees. The Divine Emperor Star Destroying and the others' expressions turned ugly. The illusory emperor had to admit that Tian played this trick too well, forcing everyone to agree. Tian was the strongest now. With 3 invincible god emperors in his hands, no one dared to underestimate him. The scariest thing was that Tian had mastered some kind of defense that prevented him from being killed. 70% of the benefits? The illusory emperor was also impressed by Tian. His appetite was really big. You can't leave. Divine Emperor Star Destroying clenched his teeth. You want me to stay? Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Divine Emperor Star Destroying trembled in discomfort. He squeezed out an ugly smile. Cultivator Tian, you must be joking. Of course not. I just wanted to say that since everyone has finally come here, we should at least go in and take a look. Divine Emperor Star Destroying had no choice but to lower his voice. He was afraid of Tian. He couldn't defeat Tian, nor could he kill him. What was there left to do? Lin Fei said with a smile, I like what you said. Who doesn't want to take a look at Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault? I've spent so much effort to get 3 Tao protectors, but I'm not willing to go in just like that. I've sacrificed too much and there's no way to make up for it. That's why I feel the need to make things clear. The leader of the restricted area frowned slightly. He was not willing to do so. If it wasn't the last resort, they really did not want to deal with Tian. After all, Tian was not easy to deal with, and they would always be the unlucky ones in the end. They could not accept 70% of the loot. In the end, they would still be working for Tian. Tian's words made them even more displeased. This was a typical case of taking advantage of others. With 3 Tao protectors in his hands, what else did he want? He really did not know how to be satisfied. However, they did not say it out loud. How about this? The 4 of you will each take 20%, and the remaining 20% will belong to us. The illusionary emperor said, trying to be the peacemaker again. It was the most suitable way to distribute the loot. Every single item in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault was good stuff. 20% was also an endless amount of benefits. In the eyes of the illusionary emperor, Tian simply wanted more benefits. 20% was more than enough. It was also giving him face. Lin Fei would not let them get what they wanted. Hee 20%. Lin Fei said, I think I'll go home. Everyone can do whatever you want. He turned around and was about to leave. The illusionary emperor was startled. 20% of the loot and you're still not satisfied? How much do you want? Cultivator D. Tian, wait. The illusionary emperor blocked in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can discuss this. Don't you guys think so? Their replies were weak and feeble. Chapter 2002. No one here was an idiot. How could they not tell the difference? So what even if they could tell the difference? The treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang required 6 protectors to open it. It was impossible to open it without any of them. The Supreme Demon Monarchs and the others were impressive. They were utterly helpless against Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. They could not even open the door. Lin Fei had the most authority now. If they wanted to enter, they would have to listen to Lin Fei's attitude. If he said no, they could only watch helplessly. Kill him? Who could kill D. Tian? No one could. If they had the ability, they would have done it long ago. Who wouldn't be willing to kill the shameless guy? It was impossible now. The only way left was to negotiate with Lin Fei. They would try their best to fight for it. They had to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The 5 leaders of the Forbidden Zones had lured Demon Monarch Fei Yang's corpse away. If they ended up empty-handed, they would be the unlucky ones. As they cursed D. Tian in their hearts for being shameless, they had no choice but to discuss the distribution of the loot. Lin Fei remained calm. It felt great to have the upper hand. Every leader of the Forbidden Zones was extremely powerful, yet they had to listen to his opinion. How awesome. Lin Fei had insisted on 70% of the loot since the beginning of the negotiation. Either way, it was the same sentence. I have 3 protectors. These words did not anger them half to death. What was the most lethal sentence? It was undoubtedly this sentence, especially to the Lord of the Forbidden Area. They could not find any reason to refute the sentence. Every time Lin Fei would say the same sentence to push them back. Left with no choice, the leaders of the Forbidden Zones discussed with the gods, Tianlong and the others. After all, they had to enter the treasure vault. They had to get Lin Fei's consent. After all, he had the upper hand. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to it. Lin Fei finally got 70% of the loot. He must be up to no good by agreeing so quickly. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as he agreed, there was nothing to worry about. Tricks. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. If you all agree, I'll agree to go in. Lin Fei readily agreed. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or not, Lin Fei had the confidence to face it. The lords of the restricted region heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time they felt so powerless. A junior. It could be said that their surveillance was very powerful. If the 6 Dao protectors were all in D. Tian's hands, they would truly be dumbfounded. Even now, it was as good as helping someone. Based on what he had thought, it would be best if a divine son could have a Dao protector. The benefits would be shared and everyone would be happy. Now D. Tian had broken them. There were some restricted region lords who wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Their losses were great. All right, let's begin. The Void Emperor wiped the sweat off his forehead. Luckily, D. Tian had agreed and didn't mention anything else. Humph, this bastard. Does he really think that he can monopolize 70% of the profits? Dream on. Tianlong sneered in his heart. He contacted Godson Wu Huan. Wait, let's work together, how about that? Godson Wu Huan was someone who had just risen up. He was very arrogant towards Tianlong. I am quite surprised that Tianlong would choose to work together. Tianlong's expression was normal. If you don't work together, are you willing to let D. Tian take away 70%? I don't think anyone would be willing, much less you. I don't believe that even if we work together, along with the Lord of the Restricted Region, we won't be able to kill D. Tian. We have to chase him away. Godson Wu Huan wanted to mock Tianlong. It wasn't that he didn't want to work together. Just like what he had said, how could he be willing to let someone else take away 70%? Even 10% would make one's heart bleed, let alone 70%. You're right. I'm not happy with D. Tian. This person is a huge threat to us. It's necessary to get rid of him. Godson Wu Huan replied. We have to discuss how to get rid of D. Tian. The two of them started to discuss in private. To enter the treasury, they needed the 6 Dao protectors to open the path. First was to activate the statues. The statues in front of them were the 6 Dao protectors. In order to open the treasury, they had to activate the statues in order to enter. I'll go first. The Dao protector of Tianlong was the first to activate the statue. The Tao protector of an invincible celestial emperor was able to activate the statues easily. 5 of the 6 statues suddenly disappeared. The first statue seemed to have come to life. It slashed the space apart and opened up a black hole, which turned into a black light door. Rumor has it that the treasury of demon monarch Fei Yang is hidden in the boundless space. It seems like it's true. The illusionary emperor exclaimed. The lord of the restricted region could clearly see the statue slashing the space apart. It had actually split the space apart and activated one of the hidden spaces. This was the brilliance of demon monarch Fei Yang. No one else would be able to open the black light door as it was connected to the statues. Only the statues could open the door, not even a spatial controller. Let's go in. The lord of the restricted region immediately went in. Only the lord of the restricted region, the 3 god sons and Lin Fei entered the treasury. The others were too embarrassed to stay outside. As soon as they entered, the black light door closed. There was no way out and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Look, it's another statue. Another statue appeared in the middle of the space. It was the statue that had left before. Everyone could see the mystery behind it. They were connected to one another. One statue opened up a space. The second statue was Godson Wu Huan. Just like before, another space was opened up. The group entered the treasury one by one. The third statue. The fourth statue. The fifth statue. The sixth statue appeared in front of them too. Everyone became even more excited. Lin Fei remained calm while secretly observing the lord of the restricted region and the 3 god sons. He was quite impressed by demon monarch Fei Yang for being able to open up such a treasury. The rounds were indeed mysterious. Defeating demon monarch Fei Yang was a difficult task. Outside were 3 invincible deity emperors, who were even more difficult to deal with. Lin Fei could tell that whether it was Godson Tianlong, Godson Wu Huan, or even the 9 heavens phoenix, they had to go through a fierce battle to capture the invincible deity emperors. The invincible celestial emperors only had 30% of their strength left. The last statue. Lin Fei asked an invincible celestial emperor to activate the statue. Once it was activated, the statue did not split open the space like before. Instead, it formed a space inside its body and sucked the people outside into it. There's a space inside. Everyone was startled. After all, no one had thought about it that way. They all thought that it would be in another dimension. Chapter 2003. The statue in the space turned into dust as if it was never there. After the statue turned into dust and disappeared, a few figures suddenly appeared in the space, exactly at the position where the statue had been. Open. The middle-aged man leading the group blasted the space apart with his finger and swiftly stabilized the path. Demon monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault is pretty deep. Of course, if it weren't for the supreme demon monarch and the others luring demon monarch Fei Yang away, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of finding this place. The 2 god emperors said. The man leading the group wore a calm expression. Demon monarch Fei Yang is a thing of the past. I will surely acquire the destiny stone left behind by demon monarch Fei Yang. The middle-aged man said calmly. Big brother will surely acquire the destiny stone and the destiny weapon left behind by demon monarch Fei Yang. It's just those few little fellows. In the end it's all for us, haha. The 3 entered the path. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei teleported into the space through the statue. Is this a palace? They initially thought they would be in the space, but they ended up in a huge palace instead. The majestic aura of the palace was accompanied by a sense of superiority. Why is this here? The illusionary emperor was shocked as he stared at the enormous palace. It's really that thing, didn't they say that it disappeared after demon monarch Fei Yang died? Another leader of the Forbidden Zone stared with his eyes open wide in disbelief. Aha, so demon monarch Fei Yang had kept it and treated it like a treasure vault. The leader of the Forbidden Zone was the first to exclaim. Beside him were the 3 god princes. Only Lin Fei was clueless about the details of the palace. F***K, isn't it just a palace? Is there a need to do this? Lin Fei was confused. He felt that the palace was rather ordinary. There are plenty of palaces like this outside. The god prince Tianlong, who had been holding his breath, let out a hollow laugh after hearing Di Tian's words. What do you know, this isn't an ordinary palace, it's the palace of demon monarch Fei Yang's god court. Lin Fei glanced at it. The palace of the god court? He had no idea. How would Lin Fei know that this palace was the palace of the divine court? This thing was actually a palace built by a god emperor after he obtained the mandate of heaven. It was the symbol of a god emperor, no matter which god emperor ascended to the throne. The palace of the divine court was indispensable. The Void Emperor said. Yes, this is the palace of the Divine Court, the temporary residence of Demon Emperor Fei Yang. I didn't expect him to be hidden in such a place after his death. It seems like Demon Emperor Fei Yang had placed all the good stuff in his palace. The restricted region lord was very excited. A temporary imperial residence. The God Emperor's temporary imperial residence. Who wouldn't be excited? Lin Fei was also a little excited. The temporary imperial residence of the God Emperor was the most powerful place in the world, even if it was in the past. No one could change the glory of the past. The group suppressed the excitement in their hearts. He entered through one of the gates of the temporary imperial residence. After closing the door, it was pushed open again and a group of people filed in. This is the garden of the palace. Soon, everyone arrived at a place filled with flowers and birds. Despite the passage of time, the garden of the palace was still in full bloom, maintaining its vitality. The people present were all wealthy people, but after coming to the garden, they suddenly felt like beggars. There was nothing to compare to. This is the extinct willow leaf lotus. Inside a pond. A six-colored lotus was in full bloom. It was dazzling. One of the restricted region lords exclaimed. Before everyone could react, someone else said, "Isn't that a heaven-grade stone? To actually use it to make a fake mountain, this is too rich." And this water, it seems to be called 9 heaven glass water. The lords of the restricted zone were all dumbfounded. These were almost extinct things. If placed in the present, any one of them would set off a bloody storm. I want this 6-colored lotus. 9 Heavens Phoenix was the first to move, collecting Lord Lu's lotus in the pond. I'm very interested in this fake mountain. Godchild Wu Huan grabbed with his hand. He grabbed the rockery, which was something that money couldn't buy. Wait. The 3 invincible God Emperors interrupted 9 Heavens Phoenix and Godchild Wu Huan's actions. Everyone seems to have forgotten something. 70% of the things here belong to me. Now that I see something good, I should be the one to choose first. Did everyone forget? Lin Fei didn't care what they would think. 70% of the benefits, this was the advantage. First choice. Godchild Wu Huan's eyes spewed fire. You're so shameless. Lin Fei shook his head. Wrong, the word shameless should be used elsewhere and it's not suitable for me. I'm just stating a fact. I like this fake mountain very much. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, snatching the fake mountain and putting it in his storage space. I like this too. I want that too. Lin Fei moved again, taking the good things. 9 Heavens Phoenix did not take the 6-colored lotus. A treasured sword matches a hero. This beautiful 6-colored lotus naturally matches a beauty, so I don't want it, I'll give it to the goddess. Godchild Tianlong and Godchild Wu Huan were very unhappy. Damn it, using this to rope in the 9 Heavens Phoenix, and he still dared to say that he wasn't shameless. Alright, take your time to choose the remaining things. Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Lin Fei swept away all the good things in the garden. The lord of the restricted area didn't care much, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. After Lin Fei did that, everyone had no interest in plundering the things in the garden. They reluctantly took a few things and prepared to go forward. You don't want it? Then I'll take it. Lin Fei was happy, letting the 3 invincible God Emperors take action, tearing down the entire garden and collecting it all together. In a short while, the garden was riddled with holes. Even a mouse that came in would cry and run out. It was really too empty. Shameless. Too shameless. Shameless. The lord of the restricted area cursed in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless person, taking advantage of the fact that they didn't want anything and plundering the rest. Almost all the good things were in the other party's hands. With the things in his hands, he could set up a garden. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and swept everything clean. The palace was huge. This group of people was very relaxed. The treasure vault set up by Demon Monarch Fei Yang was not something that outsiders could enter. The group passed through many areas, sweeping away all the good things. Unknowingly, they passed through many places and arrived at a huge herb mountain. Seeing the herbs that still retained their vitality after so many years, everyone was overjoyed. Ancient herbs. Especially some ancient herbs, even the lord of the restricted area was tempted. It was impossible to see them outside. Chapter 2004. A huge herb mountain. Anyone would be tempted, especially when there were some extinct ancient herbs. The effects of the herbs were terrifying to be able to be called ancient. The lords of the Forbidden Lands rushed out in excitement. They had forgotten about their previous words and were attacked by the golem hiding in the herb mountain. The golem's strength was terrifying. Even though it was not as strong as an invincible celestial emperor, it was enough to give the lords of the Forbidden Lands a headache. They could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei smirked. When he came here, he had discovered through the system that there was an unknown danger at the bottom of the herb mountain. Hence, he was cautious and did not rush up. There are so many herbs here, take whatever you like. Lin Fei brought the 3 invincible celestial emperors into the herb mountain. Bang bang bang. The invincible celestial emperors with monarch weapons perfectly countered the golem's attacks. Lin Fei was shocked. This demon monarch Fei Yang was really good at scheming. It was really one ring after another. Who would have thought a monarch weapon could break through the golem's defense? After the 3 invincible celestial emperors held the golem back, Lin Fei collected the herbs at a steady pace. These herbs were aged for a long time and could almost take the form of a human. Unfortunately, this place was sealed by a force. The herbs could only remain in their original form. They could not take the form of a human and wield greater power. Lin Fei easily suppressed them, sweeping up all the medicinal herbs. As for what those people's expressions were, he was not interested in watching. After sweeping through the entire medicinal mountain, Lin Fei sprinted to the next location. His movements were extraordinarily fast, causing the lord of the restricted region to grind his teeth. This Di Tian was too despicable. Would he die if he was a little slower? In the beginning, Lin Fei only swept through the herbs, but he felt that he was too slow, so he asked Hairball to do it. Hairball opened and closed her mouth, swallowing the entire herb mountain. After leaving the palace, the golem stopped moving, allowing Lin Fei to heave a sigh of relief. However, to the lords of the Forbidden Lands, it was not a good thing. They were slow at first, but when Hairball showed up and unleashed her innate ability, they were dumbfounded. No one could be so shameless. Tell Lin Fei to stop? They couldn't find a reason to stop Lin Fei. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei swept through 70% of the herb mountain before finally stopping. These are yours. I'm very disciplined. Lin Fei chuckled as he stopped and pointed at the herb mountain in the distance. Compared to the medicinal mountains he had collected, these medicinal mountains were far inferior. All the good stuff had been swept away. The lord of the restricted area wanted to cry but had no tears. Now that I've provoked you like this, I believe you're going to make a move. Not far away, Lin Fei was waiting for the lord of the restricted region, thinking to himself. Lin Fei wanted to provoke them. It didn't matter if he was the divine son. It was still the restricted region lord who was the best. Even now, he wasn't being honest. Who knows, he might be looking for a chance to deal with him. Di Tian is a bastard. A restricted region lord snorted coldly. The good immemorial medicinal herbs have all been collected. The ones left behind are all the worst. From the start, we shouldn't have agreed to Di Tian's request. Some lords of the restricted regions felt regret. If we didn't agree, we can forget about coming in now. Even though the medicinal herbs on the herb mountain were very good. But in the eyes of the lords of the restricted region, these were just that. Compared to the herb mountain in Di Tian's hands, there was a huge difference. Now they were very jealous of the herb mountain that Di Tian had collected. The immemorial medicinal herbs in the herb mountain, even the lords of the restricted region would be tempted. They were of great help to them. Void Emperor, are you willing to let that kid Di Tian continue being so arrogant? God Emperor Star Destruction transmitted to Void Emperor. He was more jealous than anyone else. Just like the few immemorial medicinal herbs just now, they were of great help to us. Now that they have all been taken by Di Tian, I'm not willing. Although Void Emperor was the peacemaker previously, it didn't mean that he was convinced by Di Tian. Especially the immemorial medicinal herbs that were collected previously, some of them were things that Void Emperor cared a lot about. When God Emperor Star Destruction said that, he was a little unhappy in his heart, and his expression darkened. What do you want to do? Void Emperor said. God Emperor Star Destruction said in a low voice, I can't stand Di Tian. He's just a junior, why should he want 70% of the benefits? Now that we have entered, why don't we chase Di Tian out? Void Emperor glanced at God Emperor Star Destruction, and he was a little tempted. Are you confident? As the old lords of the restricted region, they had always been high and mighty. Now that they had suffered a loss in the hands of a junior, they were definitely not willing. Previously they had no choice but to agree because of the other party's threats. Without the statue they could forget about entering. Now that they had entered, they had another idea. Di Tian had snatched away the good things that had appeared continuously, which made them even more uncomfortable. Originally, a large portion of the benefits were supposed to belong to them. God Emperor Star Destruction laughed. I've already contacted them and they don't like Di Tian to continue staying here. Now you're the only one left. We fought our way in, so why should we give the majority of the benefits to Di Tian? Di Tian has a large success spatial bloodline, Are you sure you can chase DTN out? Void Emperor said worriedly, if we don't chase DTN out with just the few of us, we will definitely suffer a great loss. I brought a treasure left behind by a God Emperor back then. That God Emperor was a spatial controller back then, and he became an emperor. God Emperor Star Destruction chuckled. I agree. Void Emperor's eyes lit up. Very soon. They swept away the remaining 30% of the medicinal herbs on the herb mountain. At this moment, Lin Fei had waited for a while. We can go to the next place. Void Emperor walked at the front. A few lords of the restricted region appeared on both sides of Void Emperor. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, turned around and walked forward, purposely revealing his back, just in case they attacked him. At the instant he turned around, Void Emperor and the lords of the restricted region beside him took out their God Emperor treasures and attacked him. Boom boom boom. All the attacks landed on Lin Fei's back. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei turned around and snorted, I know you guys are regretting, but can you kill me with just this? Void Emperor had nothing to regret. You've taken too much. Void Emperor said, even if we can't kill you, we have achieved our goal by sending you out. God Emperor Star Destruction and the lords of the restricted region worked together to activate a golden talisman, which flickered with radiance and an irresistible pressure swept over. Emperor's might. DTN, you've been tricked. The golden talisman released a radiance, which swept towards Lin Fei's body, and the void was torn apart, and Lin Fei disappeared from the desolate herb mountain. Success. God Emperor Star Destruction had a hint of fatigue on his forehead, and when he saw Jingguang bringing DTN into the void, he laughed loudly, haha, this is great, DTN has finally been sent away. Chapter 2005. In order to send DTN away, Celestial Emperor Star Destruction had to use a treasure. Now that DTN had disappeared, the Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was relieved. Without the detestable DTN around, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang would eventually belong to them. I thought DTN had some tricks up his sleeves. So what if his space bloodline has reached the greater success stage? He was still sent out when we were least expecting it. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was elated. The other lords of restricted areas were elated too. After all, no one was willing to let others take 70% of the loot. Moreover, this person had nothing to do with them. It was a relief to send him away. They didn't have to worry about the treasures in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Now, it would be divided among the three of them. As for whether the Supreme Demon Monarch would be enraged after this, it was another matter. Anyway, if they didn't say it, who would know? Even if DTN said it, would anyone believe it? Godson Tianlong and Godson Wuhuan smiled. It was the first time the high and mighty Godson couldn't do anything to DTN. The unknown defense was too annoying. It was like an annoying fly. Now that he couldn't see DTN, his mood became better. Without DTN, we can continue. Illusionary Emperor was also in a good mood. As a veteran lord of restricted area, he didn't like DTN. It was good that he left. Clap 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 clap. Suddenly, a few more people appeared in the sky above Herb Mountain. The leader applauded. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction's mood immediately sank. It's you. The lord of restricted area turned around and recognized the person. They had been paying attention to the news outside. They knew who the person in front of them was, including his background. Celestial Emperor Dream One, how did you get in? Illusionary Emperor was shocked. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get in. Now that Celestial Emperor Dream One had come in silently, they couldn't believe it was real. A tail appeared behind them, and they thought about Celestial Emperor Dream One's background. The Lord of Restricted Area's expression darkened. The leader was Celestial Emperor Dream One. He had always been in the top 5 on the destiny list. He was an incredible expert. It's all thanks to you guys leading the way, Celestial Emperor Dream One said with a smile. How would I know that Demon Monarch Fei Yang had come up with such a way to come in? The faces of Divine Emperor Star Destruction and the others became even more unsightly as they were able to enter right under their noses. The plan to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden land had been planned a long time ago, thus not many people knew about it. He did not expect God Emperor Meng Yi to target him and follow him in. This was a powerful enemy. Divine Emperor Dream One, what are you trying to do? Divine Emperor Star Destruction stared at Divine Emperor Dream One. Initially he was in a good mood. But now, his mood was ruined by God Emperor Dream One. God Emperor Star Destruction was in a terrible mood. You want the treasures of Demon Monarch Fei Yang, but I want the Destiny Weapon and Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's that simple. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said calmly. The Void Emperor's heart tightened. You also know about the Heaven's Will weapon? You're really not simple. I thought only old things like us would know about the Heaven's Will weapon. In a small dust cloud on Herb Mountain, Lin Fei was hiding among them. In fact, it was in the system space, borrowing the other party's brilliance. Lin Fei hid in the system space and turned into a small dust cloud, right in front of everyone's eyes. Damn it, God Emperor Meng Yi is so cunning. Lin Fei cursed. However, no matter how cunning you are, you still fell into my trap. Let me be the fisherman. From the beginning, Lin Fei knew that someone had sneaked in. The system scan was not an exaggeration. Thus, Lin Fei made a move to make them attack. Heaven's Will weapon? There's such a thing? Lin Fei really did not know about it. It sounded like it was a very impressive name. God Emperor Meng Yi was very imposing. As if everything was under his control. Seniors know about the Heaven's Will weapon, why can't I know about it? God Emperor Meng Yi said with a smile, the Heaven's Will weapon is the strongest weapon of a God Emperor. There can only be one in each era. Its power surpasses the Monarch weapon. There was a saying that once the Heaven's Will weapon appears, no one can compete against it. Void Emperor said in a deep voice, Taoist Meng Yi, you might not be aware of one thing. Demon Emperor Fei Yang's Heaven's Will weapon is not complete. Currently, the Heaven's Will weapons exist in fragments. It is impossible for the Heaven's Will weapon to be complete in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Whether there is or not is another matter. Don't you agree, Void Emperor? God Emperor Meng Yi was not angry. As long as you agree to hand over the Heaven's Will weapon and the Heaven's Will stone, I don't want the rest. God Sun Sky Dragon said coldly, God Emperor Meng Yi, who do you think you are? You want the Heaven's Will weapon and the Heaven's Will stone just like that? Do you really think we don't exist? Di Tian had finally left, and now God Emperor Meng Yi, an expert on the Heaven's Will ranking, made God Sun Sky Dragon even more unhappy. He was the #1 God Sun, but now he seemed like a passerby. God Emperor Meng Yi looked at God Sun Sky Dragon with a smile. So it's the #1 God Sun Sky Dragon. That means you don't agree. God Sun Sky Dragon is in trouble. In the system space, Lin Fei laughed. God Emperor Meng Yi seemed to be gentle on the surface, but Lin Fei didn't think so. This God Emperor Meng Yi had a strong background, and it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. How could he be an ordinary person who rose up the Heaven's Will ranking like a rocket? God Sun Sky Dragon's eyes flickered as he faced God Emperor Meng Yi. That's right, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang isn't something you can take away with just a few words. Win against me first. I've long heard about the #1 God Sun Sky Dragon. Your strength is incredible, and you have the will of the heavens and earth. I'm very interested. God Emperor Meng Yi did not have any hint of anger on him, and he was still as gentle as before. I would like to see the strength of a genius ranked in the top 10 of the Heavens Will ranking. Bang bang bang. The will of the heavens and earth surrounded God Emperor Meng Yi. The invisible will of the heavens and earth penetrated deep into God Emperor Meng Yi's divine sense. The divine sense was the place that experts valued the most, and the will of the heavens and earth could easily enter it, destroying everything it passed through. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to withstand it. Even the rulers of the forbidden areas were shocked by the will of the heavens and earth. God Sun Sky Dragon initially planned to use this move against Di Tian, but it was unable to penetrate through Di Tian's strong defense. Therefore he could only vent his anger on God Emperor Meng Yi. What a great attack from the will of the heavens and earth. God Emperor Meng Yi squinted his eyes and shattered the will of the heavens and earth. He then pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon. What a pity it's not enough. Bang. God Emperor Meng Yi pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon's forehead. All his defenses were useless now. Crack 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 crack. God Sun Sky Dragon's body exploded, and a wave of will of the heavens and earth struck him, causing him to disappear. You two can leave now. God Emperor Meng Yi pointed at God Sun Wu Huan and the 9 Heavens Phoenix. Bang bang. Chapter 2006. Damn, it's over? Lin Fei blinked. This was completely beyond his imagination. Lin Fei was well aware of the strength of Divine Sun Sky Dragon and Divine Sun Wu Huan. It would be difficult to kill them, and it would also be difficult to defeat them. But now, it was too fast, too easy. No, the power he used just now doesn't seem to be ordinary divine power. Lin Fei calmed down and thought back to first God Emperor Dream's attack. He could see that this was not an ordinary divine power attack. Even though he didn't have a deep understanding of the God's sons, Lin Fei knew that they were protected by the heavenly Tao. God Emperor Meng Yi was able to easily break his physical body, so the power he displayed was definitely not simple. No wonder this guy can come up so fast and his strength is so overbearing. If he were to bombard me with this finger, perhaps I would have to consume 20 to 30% of my divinity points. Lin Fei listed God Emperor Meng Yi as one of the key opponents to defend against. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. This is the power of heaven's will. The illusionary emperor's body began to tremble. His face was filled with disbelief. This was a power that he hadn't seen for a very long time. Only an old man like him had seen the power of heaven's will. Impossible. How could you grasp heaven's will's power so quickly? God Emperor Meng Yi said indifferently, "Nothing is impossible because the destiny of the future will belong to me. A few mere divine sons are unable to unleash 100% of the will of the heavenly way. They are no match for me at all. If it wasn't for the protection of the damned heavenly way, I would have completely annihilated them." After the lords of the restricted areas recovered from their shock, their eyes revealed deep fear, and not just a trace of fear. Divine Emperor Meng Yi's strength exceeded their imagination. Even if they joined hands, they were not Divine Emperor Meng Yi's match. "Since you have the power of heaven's will, why do you need to ask us about the things in the treasury?" The Void Emperor sighed. Just a tiny bit of this legendary power was enough to give him the upper hand. It was not what the dozen or so lords of the restricted area, could contend against. It wasn't easy for him to trick Lin Fei. He didn't expect an even more ferocious tiger to appear. He had also grasped the power of heaven's will. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi smilingly said, "Both the Destiny Stone and the fragment of the Destiny Weapon are sealed away by Demon Monarch Fei Yang's power. I would like to ask for your help. I wonder if everyone is willing to grant this Emperor my wish." At this time, who would dare to say the word no? The Divine Sun is awesome, right? In the end, it was still destroyed by a single finger of yours. The most unbelievable thing is that you have the power of the heaven's will. Even a trace of it is not something we can resist. Heaven's will power? Lin Fei pondered. He had figured something out from the conversation just now. It seemed that this power that could shatter the Son of God was called the Mandate of Heaven. Don't tell me. Did the God Emperor control this kind of heaven's will power? A power that completely surpasses divine power? Lin Fei's mind went blank. Can my system's divinity points raise the power to the level of heavenly mandate? Lin Fei had always been used to the divinity points. However, after hearing about the heaven's will power, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. It seemed like his divinity points could be upgraded to produce a stronger power. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi has to ask for my permission to take the Destiny Weapon and the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei had his eyes on it too. If I can get the fragment of the Destiny Weapon or even the Destiny Stone and peek at the power of the Destiny Stone, will I be able to increase the power of my God force? Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi easily suppressed the three god sons. He banished them from Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace. At the same time, he made the Lord of the Forbidden Area agree to help him break the seal left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The situation was instantly under Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's control. Let's go. The Lord of the Forbidden Area led the way while Celestial Emperor Meng Yi followed behind. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi came to a stop. He glanced at the herb mountain and frowned. "Master, what's wrong?" Celestial Emperor Meng Yi withdrew his gaze. His eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. "Nothing, it feels like someone is peeking at me. But I can't find anything." "Master, is there a mistake?" "Maybe there's a mistake." Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said, "I have a trace of the heavens will power. With this trace of the heavens will power, I was able to peek into Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, and I don't believe anyone has snuck in." Meanwhile, Lin Fei was chuckling close to Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. Such sharp reflexes. Lin Fei did not purposely observe Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. To be honest, he was quite shocked that Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was aware of it. It was the first time someone had noticed it. Even though Celestial Emperor Meng Yi did not find him, Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace was huge. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi seemed to be familiar with the general location of the palace. He brought the group to the center of the palace, which was the biggest palace. Along the way they were attacked by the statues a few times. They were easily defeated. "This is the place." The illusionary emperor glanced at the enormous palace not far away. There were two words on the palace: Treasure Palace. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that the palace was where Demon Monarch Fei Yang stored his treasures. The Heavens Will Weapon and the Heavens Will Stone might be inside. If Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not here, the Lord of the Forbidden Area would be even happier. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi wore a smile as he glanced at the treasure palace. Everyone, follow me inside, let's take a look at the treasures left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi blasted the door of the treasure palace open with his finger. The door, made of unique materials, shattered into pieces. Lin Fei secretly followed behind. As soon as they entered the treasure palace, it was not empty or filled with treasures as they imagined, but they were in the middle of a starry sky. In the starry sky, the treasures were surrounded by blinding lights that kept on moving. Roar, roar, roar. Far away, a giant dragon was circling in the starry sky. Its sharp eyes were staring at them, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Even a sacred rank god range has transformed. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not surprised at all. Roar, roar, roar. Another giant golden dragon appeared from afar. Compared to the previous giant dragon, this one was more imperious. Its terrifying aura caused the starry sky to tremble. Is this the legendary ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range? The illusionary emperor stared at the giant golden dragon and thought of something that he had not seen for a long time. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said smilingly, "You have a good eye, this is indeed the ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range. There are only a few of them in the world, I did not expect Demon Monarch Fei Yang to find one." Lin Fei's eyes flickered as he followed behind. The ultimate form? Are you kidding me? Even a small sacred rank god range was not easy to come by, let alone a sacred emperor divine range. Lin Fei had the urge to suppress it in the system. Chapter 2007. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He was considered a tycoon. He was nothing compared to Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The latter was 100 times more impressive than him. He even had the ultimate form of a sacred meridian. This was not something that just anyone could have. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's status as a god monarch was incomparable to ordinary people. Lin Fei forced himself to calm down. If Emperor God Meng Yi did not show up, he would have killed him and taken all the treasures. Don't worry, don't worry. Emperor God Meng Yi was only slightly surprised. It was obvious that the god monarch came from a formidable faction. As everyone's gaze landed on the sacred meridians, Emperor God Meng Yi continued forward. Even though the leaders of the Forbidden Zones were tempted, they had no choice but to stop. Don't worry, as long as I get the destiny weapons and destiny stones, I don't need the rest. They are all yours. Emperor God Meng Yi said. It was obvious that his words were quite useful to the leaders of the Forbidden Zones. The leaders of the Forbidden Zones looked better. A bunch of idiots. Lin Fei, who was following behind, let out a hollow laugh. He did not believe Emperor God Meng Yi's words. A sacred meridian that could transform into a sacred meridian was the pinnacle among the sacred meridians. Any sacred meridian was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei had the urge to take everything. Not to mention someone like Emperor God Meng Yi. They passed through the giant dragon formed by the sacred meridian. Statues appeared in front of them once again, each suppressing a treasure. There were sabers, swords, and all kinds of weapons. Some of the leaders of the Forbidden Zones exclaimed when they saw the statues. That's God Emperor Ju Qin, an experienced invincible God Emperor. He was killed by Demon Monarch Fei Yang, who had just achieved the God Emperor realm. This is his weapon, the Willow Leaf Sword. It was the name of a leader of a Forbidden Zone. He had made a name for himself a long time ago. They did not expect him to be killed by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. His corpse was refined and placed here to be suppressed. Immediately, the other leaders of the Forbidden Zones shifted their attention to the statues. 3 Origin God Emperor. Goddess Luoxian. One name after another popped up. Some were powerful, some were skilled in formations. Demon Emperor Fei Yang had managed to gather all of them together. Each and every one of them was a treasure that was being suppressed. It was also very moving. Compared to the sacred rank divine range, this was just a little exciting for everyone. Which famous person would not create such a spoils of war like this? Not only did it give him a sense of accomplishment, but it also gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely shocking. The group continued to observe as they advanced. God Emperor Meng Yi did not speak much. After passing through the loot area set up by Demon Monarch Fei Yang, immediately mountains appeared one after another. These mountains were all piled up with all kinds of materials. No matter who it was, as long as they looked at it, they would have the urge to take it down. Because the temporary imperial residence was the most powerful place in the world, as time went on, these top-grade materials all developed their own sentience and began to move back and forth, possessing a life form. This would require a long period of time. When everyone came in, the top-grade materials all quieted down. It returned to its original state. After all, the auras of deity Emperor Meng and the others were so powerful that they could be sensed from afar. This time he was much less shocked. It was not surprising that some of the forbidden areas had some life forms too, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still shocking. It seemed like he was trying to collect all the good stuff in the world at once. The group proceeded forward again. This time nothing could be seen in the starry sky. As the group thought they were about to arrive. Under the starry sky. A spring of yin and yang appeared, vaguely visible under the starry sky. Wisps of light were emitted from it, causing its aura to fluctuate. A ripple was formed. The masters of the forbidden areas instinctively stopped in their tracks. Even God Emperor Meng Yi did the same. His eyes were fixed onto the spring with a look of disbelief. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is so generous to be able to summon a unique life form. Is he planning to use the treasures here to nurture this unique life form? God Emperor Meng Yi said. This is a unique life form? The illusionary emperor could not believe it. Didn't they say that there are only a handful of unique life forms in this world and none of them are easy to suppress? Could this spring water be a unique life form? God Emperor Meng Yi explained, the current unique life forms are indeed extremely domineering, but they can't transform into a human form and can only maintain their original form. They will also have some spiritual intelligence, making it very easy to deal with them. For example, this unique life form in front of us is a terrifying form of water. Don't be fooled by its harmless appearance, but anyone who approaches it will be swallowed without leaving a corpse behind. God Emperor Destruction waved his hand and a peak ultimate god appeared next to him, allowing him to get close to the spring water. A trace of energy landed on the peak ultimate god and turned him into a pool of blood without leaving a corpse behind. What a terrifying power. The masters of the forbidden areas were very surprised and frowned. They did not notice the energy fluctuation just now. Not just any power could corrode a peak ultimate god in an instant and do it so quickly. Even if we, the masters of the forbidden areas, take action, we might not be able to gain any benefits from this thing. The masters of the forbidden areas had terrifying eyesight. This kind of thing would continue to grow and its strength would surpass them in the future. However, the premise was that it would take a long time. Can I take this special life form back? Lin Fei stared at the special life form and drooled. Others might not be able to subdue it, but as long as he had enough divinity points he might really be able to subdue it. If he could make this guy transform through the system, wouldn't that mean he would have another thug by his side? Hairball was a powerful thug. The special life form was also very famous and was very suitable as a thug. Emperor Meng Yi, if you don't like this special life form, I'm very interested in it. Can you let me have it? A master of the forbidden area said as he grabbed with his big hand and was about to suppress the special life form. Emperor Meng Yi did not speak and only had a disdainful look on his face as he let the other party do it without stopping him. How can an old thing like you subdue a special life form? The master of the forbidden area grabbed with his big hand. Before he got close to the special life form, a fierce aura blasted straight at him and crushed his arm on the spot. Drops of blood fell. In a moment he lost his left hand. The master of the forbidden area was furious as he actually lost to a special life form. Before he could attack, the special life form attacked again. It was as fierce as a tiger and made the master of the forbidden area very embarrassed. Chapter 2008. Although the lord of the restricted region was furious, he also knew that compared to special life forms, there was still a huge disparity between his own strength and special life forms. After cursing for a while he stopped attacking. The other lords of the restricted zone were all secretly fearful of the special life forms. To be able to corrode the restricted region lord's arm clean, it was indeed very terrifying. And this was only his current strength. The future was the most terrifying. Special life forms are unique existences in the world. They have lived longer than us, so it's normal that you're not a match for them. God Emperor Meng Yi said. Even if we make a move, we might not be able to gain any advantage. We might even suffer a small loss. Only a God Emperor can subdue such a unique life form. Everyone nodded. Everyone agreed with God Emperor Meng Yi's words. If it weren't for the fact that the special life form's counterattack wasn't very powerful, they definitely wouldn't have been as relaxed as they were now. He would definitely be tormented for a while. Alright, now that I've heard about this unique life form, I'm not far away from the heavenly fate weapon left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. God Emperor Meng Wan's words undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. The group moved forward again. Lin Fei controlled the system space and silently arrived above the special life form. I truly didn't expect the strength of a special life form to be this terrifying, destroying an arm of the restricted region lord with a raise of a hand. If this matures, then it would be even more terrifying. Lin Fei sized up the special life form. When I return, I must take it away. I can't let God Emperor First Dream take it away. Just now, in the darkness, Lin Fei had clearly seen First Dream God Sovereign's lust flash. Even though First Dream God Sovereign hid it well, Lin Fei had seen it all. This guy also wanted a special life form. Lin Fei really wanted to take it away now. It would be troublesome to suppress it later. In order not to alert the enemy, he could only leave it for later. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei chased after him. A loud rumbling sound came from the starry sky ahead. In the resplendent starry sky, a war chariot moved through the air, taking action against the restricted region lord. Then a sky-reaching great tree appeared, its leaves like blades. He swept his gaze across the crowd. In the starry sky, one weapon after another drilled out, carrying the edge of an unrivaled weapon, fiercely attacking everyone. The lord of the restricted region and God Emperor Meng Yi were surrounded and attacked by the weapons. F***ck This is the chaos caused by the weapons. Seeing the lord of the restricted region being besieged, Lin Fei secretly frowned. The first weapons that appeared were all extremely powerful, and each of them had their own consciousness. He was not inferior to an adult. This is Demon Monarch Fei Yang's territory. How dare you intrude? Kill kill kill. My big saber is broken again. The weapon let out a cold sound, and the cold edge swept across the crowd. The restricted region lords were also quite formidable, continuously sending weapons flying. There were even some restricted region lords who chose to subdue weapons. This is the last place left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's called the Weapon Vault, which houses the supreme weapons of the vast world. As time goes by, they will accumulate spiritual value points and occupy the Weapon Vault. God Emperor Meng Yi attacked repeatedly. One of the long sabers was shattered on the spot, and the other long sword, seeing that the situation was not good, turned around and was also shattered on the spot. If you continue to cultivate for tens of thousands of years, you might really be able to become the strongest in the world. But now you can't. God Emperor Meng Yi charged in with a towering aura, sending all the weapons flying. No one could get close to God Emperor Meng Yi, suppressing all the weapons in the sky. Progenitor, this guy is very strong, we won't be able to kill him. Progenitor. The weapons were constantly being pushed back. Among the weapons, many of them were monarch weapons. Each of them possessed an extraordinary power. Any of them would be highly sought after in the outside world. Meanwhile, they were just a collection here. Bang bang bang. Deep in the starry sky, 3 terrifying auras could be felt. A black spear turned into a ray of light and appeared out of nowhere, coiling around God Emperor Meng Yi's body. At the same time, a giant black axe descended from the sky. The axe landed on God Emperor Meng Yi's head. Following this, a golden arrow was fired at God Emperor Meng Yi's chest with a flicker, leaving a hole the size of a fist. His sturdy body was severely injured by the arrow. At that instant, everyone felt their scalp going numb. The restricted region lords who were wary of God Emperor Meng Yi suspected that they were seeing things. God Emperor Meng Yi was severely injured? The combination of attacks was too powerful. First was the encirclement, then the attack of the giant axe, and most importantly, the golden arrow came out of nowhere, containing the space door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An arrow penetrated God Emperor Meng Yi's body. The golden arrows continued to attack, penetrating God Emperor Meng Yi's body one after another, riddling it with holes in an instant. Crack. God Emperor Meng Yi's body shattered. What a good impression of the weapons. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. This was a perfect combination. It was almost impossible to block. The attack of the golden arrows was even more terrifying. God Emperor Meng Yi is so strong he won't be killed on the spot. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy had an extraordinary background. He would not be killed by the 3 weapons. As expected of the top-tier weapons that Demon Monarch Fei Yang found in the ancient ruins, they can kill all attacks from ascended God Emperors and even invincible God Emperors. All of a sudden, God Emperor Meng Yi's body was reconstructed, unaffected by the previous attacks, perfectly recovering. The 3 weapons turned into 3 figures in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. They were all shocked. To be able to withstand our combined attacks, you're impressive. The one who spoke was the one who fired the arrows. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand our attacks. The black giant axe turned into a bulky man, glaring at God Emperor Meng Yi fiercely. "Big brother, why are you wasting time with him? Tie him up." God Emperor Meng Yi said calmly, "Just now I wanted to see your attacks, so I allowed you to attack. However, if you take the initiative to retreat, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying your true forms." The bulky man harumphed and returned to his true form, slashing across the sky. "Come at me if you dare." The slash was extremely terrifying. Everyone only had eyes for the axe. Although the slash was not earth-shattering, it was still terrifying. "You're courting death." God Emperor Meng Yi's eyes flickered as he took out an item. It was a broken saber tip, black in color with runes on its surface. As soon as the item was taken out, the bulky man's expression changed greatly, as if he had encountered the most terrifying existence in his life. Slash. The saber tip struck out. The black axe was split in half. It let out a cry. Chapter 2009. The tip of the saber was filled with a dreadful aura. The black great axe was the first to receive heavy damage. The restricted zone lords were shocked as they stared at the shard in Meng Yi God Emperor's hand. Among them, there were a few knowledgeable people who revealed expressions of disbelief. A weapon of destiny. The number of weapons of destiny left behind by the God Emperors could be counted on one hand. Even if one managed to obtain a fragment of a weapon, the might of the fragment would be extremely frightening, surpassing that of an imperial armament. Everything in the world could be cut down. Now that God King Meng Yi had a fragment of the Heaven's Will weapon, it was equivalent to holding a great terror in his hands. The lord of the restricted region who was previously unconvinced was now convinced. Even the divine princes wouldn't be able to compete with Emperor Meng Yi for a while. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the blade fragment again. The spear and bow were fatally attacked. The shards at the tip of the saber were extremely terrifying. Just one of the shards was enough to suppress the bow and the black spear, forcing them to retreat. This emperor still lacks a few powerful emperor weapons. If you don't want to be smashed into pieces, then follow this emperor. God Emperor Meng Yi stopped, the tip of his blade hovering above his head. The bow, the black axe, and the spear were all injured. He clasped his fist and said, "Losing to the weapon of Heaven's Will is something we accept wholeheartedly. Do you know the name of this weapon?" God Emperor Meng Yi laughed. "There's no harm in telling you. This is the 5th generation God Emperor's Devil Essence Slash. I believe your master should have heard of it." The three weapons were shocked, but they were once again convinced. This guy is really cunning. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. Those three weapons are so cowardly. Can't they see that God King Meng Yi is just bluffing? He doesn't have the strength to activate the Destiny weapon fragment. Others couldn't see through God Emperor Dream One's background. Lin Fei saw it clearly. Others were wary of God King Meng Yi, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to his details, especially after he took out the weapon fragment. No. We can't let God Emperor Meng Yi pick up a huge bargain for nothing. Lin Fei did not want the three monarch weapons to fall into the hands of God Emperor Meng Yi. This place was filled with weapons, all of which were the spoils of demon monarch Fei Yang. If the three strongest monarch weapons ended up in Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's hands, the strength of God Emperor Meng Yi's faction would definitely increase greatly. He had to destroy God Emperor Meng Yi's dream. Lin Fei transmitted his divine sense over. Among the three emperor weapons, the longbow was the strongest. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the great imperial bow. "You're one of the strongest imperial weapons, yet you're already frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment. I have no choice but to look down on you." The great bow monarch weapon was indeed stunned. The strongest sovereign weapon was still a sovereign weapon. The heavenly mandate weapons were of a higher grade. They were not on the same level at all. Suddenly he heard the sound. The great bow imperial weapon was quite surprised. Even someone as powerful as he was unable to detect the other party's tracks. The great bow reacted quickly. "You're saying that they're trying to scare us?" "That's right, I'm just scaring you." Lin Fei said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want you to be controlled by others, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. You're an insult to the existence of an emperor armament." The great bow imperial weapon felt wronged. He was the Destiny's armament fragment and was naturally countered. His combat strength was affected. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "If I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to numb them and then attack together to catch them off guard. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to you." God Emperor Meng Yi kept the Destiny's armament fragment. God Emperor Meng Yi was satisfied that he would be able to use the three emperor weapons. To be able to become the strongest three out of all the weapons. At the same time, they would have the ability to rally supporters. Subduing these 3 Emperor weapons was the same as subduing all the weapons here. Such a huge temptation was something that even God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't resist. Now he just had to wait for them to open their origins. Allowing him to leave a mark was equivalent to controlling 3 Emperor weapons. I'm willing to worship you as my master. The Great Bao Imperial weapon opened its origin. The Black Spear and Black Axe also opened their origin gates. God Emperor Meng Yi was prepared to leave a mark to prevent any accidents from happening. The moment God Emperor Meng Yi relaxed, the 3 peak-grade monarch weapons attacked again, catching God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. His body was pierced once more. The Destiny's armament fragment was taken out. The 3 Emperor weapons didn't retreat and attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi's expression instantly became ugly. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, they actually tricked me. Haha, you aren't a Destiny God Emperor, how many times can you use the Destiny's armament fragment?" The Great Bao Imperial weapon attacked again and again. The 3 Emperor weapons attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't gain the upper hand and revealed a tired expression. The Destiny's armament wasn't something that he could continuously use as it consumed too much energy. He was prepared to scare the 3 Emperor weapons. As long as he left a mark, even if they reacted, it would be useless. He could control their life and death. Now, no matter how good God Emperor Meng Yi's temper was, he had to curse. Everything was fine, so how did it change? God Emperor Meng Yi saw it clearly. They were frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment, especially the fame of the Demon Essence Slash. In the blink of an eye, they chose to counterattack. Demon Essence Slash the world. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the Demon Essence Slash again. Groans could be heard as the 3 Emperor weapons retreated into the rift. I still can't injure them. God Emperor Meng Yi shook his head and kept the Demon Essence Slash. His heart was bleeding. The Lord of the Forbidden Area was overjoyed. They were not willing to see God Emperor Meng Yi looting the monarch weapons left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang, as it would greatly improve his strength. Even though he had no idea what happened, the Lord of the Forbidden Area was happy to see it happen. Following this, the group didn't have the time to relax. They were constantly being attacked by the monarch weapons. It was quite troublesome. The 3 monarch weapons would attack in the dark and no longer confront God Emperor Meng Yi to stop the group from advancing. Both God Emperor Meng Yi and the Lord of the Forbidden Area were powerful presences. Therefore, after a few days, they finally made it through the weapon vault. It's right ahead. God Emperor Meng Yi's gaze landed on the starry sky ahead. A platform appeared in the starry sky with a box on it. On top of the box was a black item without any aura. However, when everyone's gaze landed on the item, their eyes were filled with greed. Fragment of the Destiny's armament. Could the Destiny stone be inside the box? Damn, it really is the fragment of the Destiny weapon. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the box too. Lin Fei had witnessed the power of the fragment of the Destiny weapon. It was terrifying, far more terrifying than the monarch weapons. The 3 monarch weapons were powerful, but they were still no match against the fragment. Chapter 2010. It was personally confirmed by God Emperor Meng Yi. The restricted region lord was very excited. Both the Destiny Stone and the Shard of the Heavenly Fate weapon were top-tier items. If they were not the rulers of the Forbidden Areas, they would not be able to reach the end of the Demon Monarch Fei Yang's vault. Ordinary God Emperors would not be able to handle the waves of tyrannical existences outside. Taoist Mengwan, didn't you say that the Shard of the Destiny weapon doesn't exist in this world? Are you sure this is the Shard of the Destiny weapon? The Void King suppressed his excitement. God Emperor Meng Yi flicked his finger towards the item on the box. Before the finger could reach the object, the seemingly ordinary object on the box bounced up and shattered the power of the finger. It really is a shard of the weapon of destiny. The Void Emperor saw it clearly. Only the fragment of the Destiny weapon could produce such a fluctuation. Thinking about how powerful Demon Monarch Fei Yang was in the past, it was not impossible for him to get his hands on 1 or 2 pieces of Destiny weapons. Didn't Celestial Emperor Meng Yi manage to get his hands on one? Celestial Emperor Star Destruction stared at the things in the distance. Taoist Meng Yi, this place doesn't seem to be as dangerous as you said. The fragments of the Heavenly Mandate weapon are all here. Why don't you go and take them so that we can have a look? Even if it was just a fragment, the Lord of the Forbidden Region still cared a lot about it. For people like them who had lived for a long time, only a top item like the Destiny weapon fragment could move them. Everything else was beneath their notice. Although he could not snatch it from Divine Emperor Meng Yi, Divine Emperor Star Destruction did not intend to make a move easily. God Emperor Meng Yi scolded them for not knowing their place. If I could easily subdue the fragment, why would I need to bring you guys in? My men would be able to take away the Destiny Stone and the fragment, so there would be no need to go through so much trouble. You may not know this, but don't be fooled by the box on the platform. In reality, it's not as simple as you think. God Emperor Meng Yi explained, there are 10 statues left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang around the platform. Each of them possesses a strength that is extremely close to the undefeatable God Emperor realm. Furthermore, they won't rest until they die in this place, making them extremely difficult to kill. This time, the restricted region lord was visibly moved. They would not rest until they were dead and were extremely difficult to kill. No one dared to underestimate him just because of these words. The most important thing was the temporary palace of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. For him to leave behind something to guard, it must be extraordinary. Fellow Taoist Meng Yi, you have a good plan. The surreal emperor said coldly, 10 statues that are infinitely close to becoming invincible godly emperors, and they won't stop until one of them dies. We won't be able to hold them off forever. We can only hold them off for the time it takes for an incense to burn. Once the time is up, we will leave. Also, you are not allowed to interfere with the treasures in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The lord of the restricted region did not dare to lower his guard in front of this kind of statue either. Alright, no problem. 10 statues infinitely close to invincible divine emperors? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Now he had 3 invincible divine emperors by his side, even though he had only maintained 70% of his original strength. In the outside world, he was an existence that could sweep through everything. Now, another 10 statues that were infinitely close to the level of an invincible deity emperor had indeed tempted Lin Fei. Demon Monarch Fei Yang did leave a lot of good stuff behind. I wonder if there's a chance to snatch 1 or 2 of them. My invincible palace is still lacking experts like him. Lin Fei was not worried about divinity or divine emperor at all. This kind of expert was what he lacked the most. Those lords of the restricted regions are not good people either. With the Destiny Stone and the Destiny Weapon Shard, they might just make a move. Lin Fei decided to wait and make his move at the right time. 10 statues soon appeared. As soon as they entered the range, the 10 armored statues charged out. They're attacking the formation together. As soon as the 10 statues appeared, their murderous intent soared into the sky. The boundless murderous intent turned into a sea of blood. It was evident that these 10 statues were famous experts when they were alive. After their joint attack, their strength skyrocketed. One of them had broken through to the level of an invincible deity emperor. It turned into a black dragon and attacked them back and forth, suppressing the lords of the restricted regions for a while. However, the lords of the restricted regions were also very powerful. Each of them was at the level of an invincible deity emperor or even stronger. Under their joint attack, they broke through the joint attack of the statues and killed 1 or 2 of them. Not good, they're resurrected again and they're even stronger than before. Before the lords of the restricted regions could heave a sigh of relief. The statues that were killed before were resurrected again, and their strength was even stronger than before, causing the lords of the restricted regions to turn pale. At this time, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi also made his move. He pounced straight at the box on the platform. Buzz. The item on the box seemed to have grown eyes, shooting at Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. At the same time, a black wind swept over. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi didn't dare to underestimate it. Devil Essence flew out and collided with the other's item. Boom! A gust of wind swept across the area. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's aura surged. His fist technique was like the heavens as he blasted at the shard of the Weapon of Destiny. This shard of the Weapon of Destiny was truly very strong, even stronger than the one left behind by the 5th generation God Emperor. The box on the platform was not damaged in the slightest during the exchange of blows. It remained stable throughout. Good stuff. A shard of the Weapon of Destiny could block Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's attack and even vaguely gain the upper hand. Lin Fei liked it at first glance. He had no choice but to like it. It's very difficult to suppress this shard of the Weapon of Destiny. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling very unwilling. This was even stronger than an invincible deity emperor. After all, the previous invincible deity emperor only had 30% of his strength. He relied on a huge amount of divinity points to easily suppress it. Now, a shard of the Weapon of Destiny had far more than 30% of his strength. If he quietly suppressed it, Lin Fei would definitely bleed. Once the divinity points were used to suppress it, the invincible defense would be problematic. Lin Fei had to be careful. The lord of the restricted area and the 10 statues were locked in battle. The statues were more difficult to deal with. After killing them, their strength increased, and the Lord of the restricted area found it very difficult to deal with them. On the other side, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi couldn't suppress the shard of the Weapon of Destiny for a while. The box on the platform seemed to be unguarded. The Stone of Destiny is mine. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Star Destruction, the Lord of the restricted area, took advantage of the moment when he killed a statue to grab the box on the platform. At this time, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi had no chance to stop him. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction had the best chance to make a move. Lin Fei was actually waiting for someone to snatch the box. I hope it's the same as what I'm thinking. Just as Celestial Emperor Star Destruction grabbed the box and was about to put it away, a saber light slashed through the void. His entire arm was chopped off, dripping with blood. Upon a closer look, it was actually a shard of the Weapon of Destiny. Chapter 2011. The slash was incredibly domineering. No one knew there was another fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon hidden near the box. He was waiting for someone to take the bait. Emperor Star Destruction's arm was severed by the slash, and the second slash came, splitting his body into two. Luckily, the Lords of the Forbidden Zones were almost immortal. However, when Emperor Star Destruction was trying to recover his strength, this area had been sealed off by someone. Demon Monarch Fei Yang seemed to have expected it. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was going to be in trouble. No. The fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon slashed again, slashing Emperor Star Destruction's body into pieces once again. This time the pieces could not reassemble and floated around. Although Emperor Star Destruction was not dead, his body was scattered and could not reassemble. It was a complete tragedy. Humph! How dare you take something that belongs to this emperor? Emperor Meng Yi smirked as if he had expected it, but he still let out a relieved sigh in his heart. The records in the secret records are true. Demon Monarch Fei Yang did set up another trump card to prevent the Destiny Stone from being taken away. I can only say that Emperor Star Destruction is an idiot. Even I didn't go and capture it, yet he insisted on doing so. The fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon shot out thousands of thin threads that entangled Emperor Star Destruction tightly and dragged him into the rift. It was so fast that the Illusionary Emperor and the others could not stop it in time. Meanwhile, the Illusionary Emperor was enraged. After all, the Lords of the Forbidden Zones were still relatively friendly to the outsiders. Emperor Meng Yi's actions showed that he was looking down on the Lords of the Forbidden Zones. Emperor Meng Yi, what do you mean by this? The Illusionary Emperor punched the statue away and snapped at Emperor Meng Yi, insisting on an explanation. Emperor Star Destruction was suppressed. Even with the help of the Forbidden Zones, he was destined to be killed now that the Forbidden Zone was sealed. Emperor Meng Yi was powerful, but he dared not underestimate the Lords of the Forbidden Zones. I didn't know there was a seal here either. Emperor Meng Yi smirked. As for Emperor Star Destruction, I will only treat it as his own matter. This emperor will only treat it as his own matter and will not associate it with any of you. The promise I made previously will remain as before and will not change because of this. Emperor Meng Yi groaned in his heart. Even though he had used Emperor Star Destruction, it seemed like he had offended all the Lords of the Forbidden Zones, and he still needed them to hold back the 10 statues for him. The Lord of the Restricted Region was not a simple person. The Void Emperor was even more difficult to deal with. He blasted the statue away with a single punch and shot out explosively. The other Lords of the Restricted Area also followed the lead of the Void Emperor and left the battlefield. This was something they had long since understood during their previous battles. As long as they left the area, the statue wouldn't take the initiative to attack and they would be safe. For others this was not a good thing. Once the Void Emperor left, the 10 statues attacked together once again. The hidden weapon of heavens will fell into the hands of the statues and unleashed a domineering attack. God Emperor Meng Yi was caught off guard. Boom boom boom. God King Meng Yi spat out blood as his body was broken by another Heaven's Will weapon. It's finally dog eat dog. Lin Fei was glad that he did not make a move. One shard of the Weapon of Destiny was already amazing, and now there was another one. Anyone who didn't know what was going on would fall for it. It should be my chance later. The Weapon of Destiny shard was very powerful, and Lin Fei didn't want to spend too many divinity points. Therefore, he could only attack the Heaven's Will stone. It seemed that the Heaven's Will stone contained Heaven's Will power. Even if it was just a trace, it would be of great help to Lin Fei. He could feel out how strong the Heaven's Will power was. God Emperor Meng Yi was ambushed by the Void Emperor and was attacked by 2 shards of the Weapon of Destiny. When God Emperor Meng Yi was attacked, Void Emperor personally made a move. He didn't speak to God Emperor Meng Yi. He waved his hand and formed a huge hand, grabbing towards the box on the platform. with the previous example. Void Emperor didn't dare to use his flesh and blood arm to grab the box. What if it happened again? An arm formed from God power was different. Void Emperor, you are so shameless to actually ambush me. The Void Emperor grabbed the box in his hand. No shard of the weapon of destiny appeared, which made him feel more at ease. He said to God Emperor Meng Yi, Dao friend Meng Yi can scheme against us and let us restrain the statues. Why can't I scheme against you? Moreover, you forgot that we, the lords of the restricted area, are one. God Emperor Meng Yi had indeed neglected this point. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Don't even think about getting my things. The shard of the weapon of destiny attacked and shattered the box. A milky white stone the size of a fist fell out. Around the stone, there was even a trace of power surrounding it. Once the Heavens Will Stone appeared from the box, the trace of Heavens Will power shattered the void and went in, showing its terrifying side. Void Emperor watched as the Heavens Will Stone entered the void. I forgot to tell you that the Heavens Will Stone can only be controlled by the person with Heaven's Will. Once it enters the void, it will keep moving. None of you will be able to get it. God Emperor Meng Yi revealed a trace of disdain. He forced back the attacks of the 10 statues and retreated. Void Emperor's expression turned even uglier. They didn't have any trace of Heaven's Will on them. This undoubtedly told them that the Heaven's Will Stone would belong to God Emperor Meng Yi sooner or later. They could only watch. So cunning. When the Heaven's Will Stone left, Lin Fei chased after it. The system locked onto the Heaven's Will Stone. Damn, this trace of Heaven's Will power is really terrifying. It's just charging around. Weapon depository. A few weapons were smashed by the Heaven's Will Stone. The other weapons were so frightened that they hid outside. Even the 3 strongest weapons hid to the side and didn't dare to come into contact with the Heaven's Will Stone. Lin Fei had already come out of the space. The great success of the space bloodline showed its extraordinary benefits. After all, the Heaven's Will Stone had to be suppressed in the system space. So Lin Fei had to come out. Once he came out, he activated his invincible defense. When he got close to the Heaven's Will Stone, traces of Heaven's Will power counterattacked. It was really terrifying. Come in. Time engulfed it. The Heaven's Will Stone was really strong. But it was also hindered for a moment. This was Lin Fei's chance. The system locked onto the Heaven's Will Stone. At the same time, he was within its range. The system's boundless power attacked and it was about to absorb the Heaven's Will Stone into the system. Ping ping ping. The Heaven's Will Stone was terrifyingly strong. It continuously shattered the surrounding space and the suppression brought by the system space. Lin Fei had expected this. He increased the output of his divinity points. At the same time, he used time to suppress the Heaven's Will Stone's power. Then he used space power to reduce the range of movement. Chapter 2012. A massive amount of divinity points were instantly burned away. It was still very powerful. The Destiny Stone was completely suppressed. They're here. Lin Fei did not forget to use the system to monitor the surroundings. When God Emperor Meng Yi caught up, he already knew. Come in. If God Emperor First Dream came, given his strength, it would not be easy for him to quickly collect the Destiny Stone. He had to collect it now. God Emperor Meng Yi threw away the Heaven's Will weapon fragment and used a strand of Heaven's Will power to catch up. A bunch of old things, the Destiny Stone isn't something you can have. God Emperor Meng Yi let out a smile. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had set up the seal to target the Master of the Forbidden Zone and the Destiny Stone, preventing it from leaving the treasure vault. Even though the Destiny Stone has regained its freedom temporarily, it will eventually belong to me. God Emperor Meng One was the fastest. The only thing that annoyed him was that the statues were chasing after him and attacking him relentlessly. Following the feeling of the mandate of Heaven's power, God Emperor First Dream caught up. But when he saw a scene not far away, he couldn't help but frown. Someone was collecting the Destiny Stone. Put down the Destiny Stone. An Emperor weapon appeared in God Emperor Meng Yi's hand. His blade turned into a current that crushed over. He would kill him first as he couldn't let him snatch the Heaven's Mandate Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi, attacking from behind is not something to be proud of. This attack was definitely capable of heavily injuring the other party. However, the other party sent a message instead. It's you. God Emperor Meng Yi saw everything clearly and was in disbelief. Why are you here? From the start, God Emperor Meng Yi followed them in. He had some understanding of Di Tian, but he didn't pay much attention to him. He didn't expect him to appear here. Lin Fei smiled. Why can't I be here? You're the only one who can fight for the Destiny Stone and I can't interfere? Hearing this, God Emperor Meng Yi was furious. At this moment, the Void Emperor and the others caught up. They were not willing to let Celestial Emperor Meng Yi take the Destiny Stone. When they caught up, they saw a familiar person. It was Di Tian, who had been exiled. He had not expected the other party to still be here. "Weren't you teleported out?" the Void Emperor exclaimed. The lords of the restricted regions found it hard to imagine. Wasn't Di Tian sent out? How could he have returned? Could it be that he had always been here? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. If this was true, then Di Tian was too terrifying. He seemed to have planned this from the start, causing them to be happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. "Only you are allowed to plot against me, but I am not allowed to plot against you. However, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for your plot, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to get the Destiny Stone quietly." God Emperor Meng Yi suddenly attacked again. "Brat, you're stalling for time." Originally, God Emperor Meng Yi had planned to attack, but he was caught off guard by Di Tian's words. In addition to the appearance of the Lord of the Restricted Region, he momentarily forgot to attack. When he regained his senses, he was enraged. At that moment, Lin Fei stored the Destiny Stone in the system storage. Bang bang bang. God Emperor Meng Yi continued to attack. Lin Fei didn't even bother to look at him. He went straight ahead. "The Destiny Stone is mine. You don't have to chase after me." Ah. In just a few sentences, Lin Fei's voice spread in all directions. "The Destiny Stone is this Emperor's." God Emperor Meng Yi chased after him in a rage. It wasn't easy for him to enter. Not only did he fall out with the Lord of the Restricted Region. Now that the Destiny Stone was snatched away, how could God Emperor Meng Yi take this lying down? "Void Emperor, what do we do now?" a Lord of the Restricted Region asked. Void Emperor pondered for a moment. "Don't bother about them. We have all been tricked by Di Tian. This fellow is too cunning. Now we have given it to Di Tian for nothing." The lords of the Restricted Region were very unhappy. After all, the person who plotted against them had reappeared and blocked God Emperor Meng Yi's attack. Their efforts were in vain. "Let them struggle on their own. We will plunder the treasures." Void Emperor quickly made a decision. Lin Fei continued to advance. Inside the system storage, the Destiny Stone was constantly attacking the system storage. Lin Fei was worried that the Destiny Stone would break it. Fortunately, the system storage didn't disappoint and withstood the Destiny Stone's attack. However, it couldn't be refined for a while. "The power of my divinity points is still not strong enough. Each time, it is disintegrated by the Destiny Stone's power." Lin Fei had been observing the Destiny Stone. The Destiny Stone was indeed amazing. Each time it released its power, it could shatter the divine power gathered by the divinity points. God Emperor Meng Yi is really unyielding. Lin Fei unleashed the power of space to the extreme and kept moving back and forth. At this time, Lin Fei didn't want to fight with God Emperor Meng Yi. It was meaningless. He was still thinking about the good things in the treasury. For example, the ultimate existence in the saint-rank divine range. Di Tian, hand over the Destiny Stone to this emperor. God Emperor Meng Yi was able to capture Lin Fei's traces every time. However, the other party didn't attack him. The distance between the two of them kept increasing. This made God Emperor Meng Yi feel very helpless. This emperor spent so much effort. The Destiny Stone definitely can't fall into this fellow's hands. As long as I keep following him, he won't have the chance to refine the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi was also very surprised. Di Tian was more complicated than he imagined. "I heard that he grasped a kind of heavenly Dao defense power. It seems like it's true. He's really hard to deal with." God Emperor Meng Yi thought of something and finally understood why Di Tian could block his attack. Not good, he's going for the saint-rank divine range. Suddenly, God Emperor Meng Yi cursed inwardly. Lin Fei needed a large amount of divine power. This divine power required a large amount of divine range. When Lin Fei came, he had already left a spatial point in the treasury. With a thought, he came to the place where the saint-rank divine range took form. The saint-rank divine range here was moving. Its huge body was mighty and majestic, emitting a terrifying aura. "Come in." Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the saint-rank divine range. The system space opened, taking in the saint-rank divine range. The divine range was burned one by one, suppressing the saint-rank divine range. However, Lin Fei still underestimated the power of the saint-rank divine range that took form. If it was a normal time, Lin Fei would definitely have a headache. He needed a large amount of divine power to suppress the saint-rank divine range. But at this time, with the existence of the Destiny Stone, it was like a boss, suppressing the saint-rank divine range until it couldn't move at all. It obediently hid at the side. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei smiled. This was really a blessing in disguise. Even if he needed to suppress the Destiny Stone, he didn't need to worry about the Saint-rank divine range. He just needed to take it in, which solved one problem. Collect. Collect again? Lin Fei madly grabbed the Saint-rank divine range. At this time, the Lord of the Restricted Area also arrived. Chapter 2013. Even though the Lord of the Forbidden Area was wealthy, he was still greedy for the treasures left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. For example, these divine veins that had taken human form. Every single one of them was priceless. It could be used to maintain the Forbidden Zone for a long time. In front of such temptation, no one could resist it. They didn't ask for the shard. It was too powerful and not easy to deal with. Even if they tried to suppress it, they wouldn't be worried if there was only one shard. But now they had 2 shards. They didn't want to go against it even though they wanted it. Before being able to obtain the Weapon of Destiny fragment, the Lord of the Forbidden Region would pay attention to the Saint-rank divine veins. I'll take this first. The only thing they didn't expect to see was Di Tian. He was doing his best to plunder Saint-rank divine veins one after another without any obstruction. Everyone couldn't help being dumbfounded. Wasn't Di Tian sent out? Why is he still here? Although they were not as strong as the Heavenly Mandate Weapon Shard, they were not far from the invincible God Emperor realm. But now it had been easily suppressed. What a joke. Wasn't he worried that the sacred rank divine ranges would retaliate? Lin Fei completely ignored them. He kept searching for saint-rank divine veins, collecting as many as he could. If I were you, I'd rather hurry up and collect the divine veins than waste time here. Isn't that right, everyone? As Lin Fei laughed, he suppressed another divine meridian. At this time, Lin Fei was glad that he accepted the Destiny Stone. Although the Destiny Stone wasn't being honest right now, it could at least help him suppress the Saint Divine range. Where else could he find such a good thing? The Void Emperor felt that he couldn't see through Di Tian anymore. They had clearly been tricked, but now they had come out to snatch the Saint-rank divine pulse. It was even easier than they had imagined. There was no backlash at all. Even if it were them, they might not be able to do the same. Di Tian could do it easily. Was this the difference between them? Let's hurry up and collect the Saint-rank divine veins. The Void Emperor was even more certain that Di Tian was not easy to deal with. Since he couldn't deal with Di Tian, he might as well collect the items first. After all, he couldn't let Di Tian take advantage of him. In fact, everyone had the same thought. Deal with Di Tian? The Lord of the Restricted Region didn't want to waste energy, who didn't know that Di Tian's defense was a complete mess. Even they couldn't blast their way in. Everyone agreed with what the Void Emperor said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone flew over and started to attack the sacred rank divine ranges. Compared to Di Tian's efficiency, they were far inferior. Several lords of the restricted regions had to go and suppress the sacred level divine ranges, which was far from the speed at which Di Tian arrived. Although they were unwilling, they had personally witnessed Di Tian's defenses. Di Tian, hand over the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng 1 caught up. The fist technique was divine and it blasted towards Di Tian. Heaven and earth darkened, showing the terror of the first Dream God King fist technique. The Void Emperor and the other lords of the restricted zone finally revealed a smile. They couldn't snatch the Weapon of Destiny shard, God King Meng Yi also couldn't snatch it. Everyone was about the same. At this moment, everyone was happy to see it. Of course. They hoped that God Emperor Meng Yi would be able to hold Di Tian back so that they could collect the sacred rank divine ranges. Lin Fei moved back and forth, activating his invincible defense. No matter how fierce the fist technique was, he didn't care. If you want the Destiny Stone, come get it yourself. You want me to hand it over? That's impossible. I think you should worry about the 10 statues. Behind God Emperor Meng 1, the 10 statues charged over. Their target was naturally God Emperor Meng 1. God Emperor Meng Yi was not lightly angered. The originally good plan was ruined. He didn't get the Destiny Stone and instead got into trouble. Not to mention the attack of the shard, the 10 statues were a headache. They couldn't be killed. They were like bugs that couldn't be avoided. God Emperor Meng 1 blamed everything on Di Tian. If Di Tian didn't appear. If Di Tian didn't snatch the Destiny Stone. There were too many ifs. If God Emperor Meng 1 didn't kill Di Tian, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. His plan was ruined just like that. God Emperor Meng 1 attacked. If not for the shard being held back, he would have used it to kill Di Tian. Even so, frightening attacks continued to lock onto Lin Fei. God Emperor Meng 1's attacks could pass through space and easily find Lin Fei's location. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei felt his god power being consumed. It was unprecedented. Lin Fei felt his heart ache. He cursed in his heart, "God Emperor Mengwan, this bastard, doesn't he know that my god power isn't easy to come by?" Lin Fei had to suppress the Destiny Stone on one hand and resist God Emperor Meng Yi's attack on the other. He had never thought that his divinity points would be consumed so quickly. In less than a moment, almost 10% of his divinity points had been consumed. Lin Fei pushed his movement speed to the limit, but God Emperor Mengwan's attacks were still everywhere. Di Tian, you are indeed the big dark horse of the younger generation. You are the first to be able to block my attacks. However, I don't believe that you can keep blocking my attacks. God Emperor Mengwan sneered. Although he couldn't catch up, God Emperor Mengwan had already locked onto Di Tian's location. Lin Fei had a headache. It's not impossible to hand over the Destiny Stone as long as you give me the shard. It's a fair trade. Anyway, the Destiny Stone is useless to me. Lin Fei caught up to a saint-rank divine range and sent it flying with a punch. He quickly kept the system space. Dream on. God Emperor Mengwan sneered, as long as I have the time, I will definitely kill you on the spot. Then I'll do as you wish. Lin Fei laughed loudly and pounced on the next one, not caring if the other party would be angry or not. Hence, Lin Fei kept collecting saint-rank divine ranges. God Emperor Mengwan kept attacking from behind. The storm-like attacks kept drowning Lin Fei in it. With the invincible defense, Lin Fei was fine. He just consumed a large amount of god power, which was a little painful. However, the harvest was also great. The Lord of the Restricted Region intervened, but it was far from as fast as Lin Fei plundering. When he collected more than 50 divine ranges, the Lord of the Restricted Region and the others only had a dozen or so, and this was with everyone working together. It was not as fast as him alone. After collecting the strongest saint-rank divine range, I will leave this place. At that time, no matter how amazing God Emperor Mengwan is, it will be hard for him to catch up. Lin Fei quickly relaxed. The space controller was not as simple as he imagined. The strongest Saint Emperor divine range appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this time, Void Emperor and the others also arrived. Roar! The giant dragon of the Saint Emperor divine range swept its sharp light, and its huge body moved. Everyone saw a shadow flash by. Whether it was Lin Fei or the Lord of the Restricted Region, they were all swept away. Too strong. With just this attack, Lin Fei consumed 5% of his god power. It was much stronger than God Emperor Mengwan. Chapter 2014. The Sacred Emperor divine range was overbearing. The first attack sent them flying. A person with a weak body would most likely be smashed into pieces by this strike, never to exist again. In other words, it was an instant kill. After the ultimate form of the Sacred Emperor divine range, it raised its claw again and slashed at them. This time, everyone learned their lesson and avoided the Sacred Emperor divine range's attack. It's not easy to suppress. Lin Fei was bleeding in his heart. The consumption was too great. The Sacred Emperor divine range was indeed powerful. As expected of an ultimate existence, its body was like an insurmountable mountain. Lin Fei was shocked. Where did Demon Monarch Fei Yang get it from? It was even more domineering than the Sacred Level divine range. The Sacred Level divine range was like a lackey now. This divine range could easily sweep them away. Its strength was even more terrifying than an invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei completely believed that even the 3 invincible God Emperors he had refined might not be a match for him. At the very least, they might not be able to suppress him. Rumble. The Sacred Emperor divine range attacked again. The entire area was shaking. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone didn't dare to approach. The opponent was too powerful to the extent that they couldn't handle it. God Emperor Meng Yi caught up and sneered, "This Sacred Emperor divine range grew by devouring the divine range here. It's hard to suppress it." Lin Fei was shocked. He liked this Sacred Emperor divine range more and more. The rewards would be unimaginable after suppressing it. It was just a waste of divinity points. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. If he didn't suppress it now, when would he wait? Lin Fei saw the 10 statues charging at him with murderous intent. It would be troublesome if they found out that the Destiny Stone was in his hands. Go! The 3 invincible God Emperors charged forward with monarch weapons. Lin Fei instantly appeared above the Sacred Emperor divine range. The Destiny Stone's aura was drawn out and suppressed the Sacred Emperor divine range. The Sacred Emperor divine range was amazing. The attacks of the invincible God Emperors couldn't harm the Sacred Emperor divine range at all. The Destiny Stone's aura was as expected. The Sacred Emperor divine range quietened down. This was the result Lin Fei wanted. Return. The Destiny Stone's pressure lasted for a while. The Holy Emperor's divine pulse's attack then fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense blocked it twice and consumed 10% of his divinity points. The moment Divine Emperor Meng Yi detected the Heaven's Mandate Stone's aura, he knew that things were bad. He hadn't expected Di Tian to be so cunning as to use the Destiny Stone's pressure to suppress the Sacred Emperor's divine meridians. Di Tian, don't even think about snatching the Sacred Emperor divine pulse from me. God Emperor Meng Yi's aura surged and a trace of Heaven's willpower shot out. Lin Fei felt his eyebrows twitch. The most terrifying danger in the world had appeared. He couldn't leave at this time, or else all his efforts in collecting the Sacred Emperor divine pulse would be for naught. Lin Fei took the attack head-on. The Mandate of Heaven's power was very impressive. With a single strike, it made Lin Fei's qi and blood churn, causing a trace of blood to flow out. At the same time, it instantly consumed 20% of his divinity points. That's right, 20% of divinity points. It was absolutely terrifying. No wonder it could explode the god Sun Tianlong into pieces with a single strike. The Mandate of Heaven's power was even more terrifying than divine force. The Mandate of Heaven's power is only SOSO. Lin Fei laughed and instantly refined the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse to replenish his losses. More than half of the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse's body had been absorbed, and just a little more time would be enough. God Emperor Meng Yi definitely didn't want to use the Mandate of Heaven's power unless it was a crucial moment. It was very difficult to cultivate it back and it would take a long time. Di Tian was really too troublesome, and he had to use the Mandate of Heaven's power. He didn't expect the Mandate of Heaven's power to be unable to break through that layer of power. However, God Emperor Meng Yi could feel it. The Mandate of Heaven's power was blocked by a mysterious existence. Although Di Tian was injured, it was only a light injury. Since God Emperor Meng Yi made his move, he used the second attack. He didn't give Di Tian a chance to breathe. This was his only hope. However, God Emperor Meng Yi underestimated the invincible defense. Lin Fei blocked it again, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. God Emperor Meng Yi, in order to deal with me, you used the Mandate of Heaven's power. Let's see how you block their attacks. Lin Fei took the opportunity to put the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse into the system space, and the three invincible God Emperors turned to attack God Emperor Meng Yi. Now I'll play with you. Lin Fei was very unhappy after being attacked by God Emperor Meng Yi twice. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of God Emperor Meng Yi. Time and time surged out. Hua hua hua. Time flowed on God Emperor Meng Yi's body. A huge fist smashed over, and a combination fist technique was used to catch God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. In fact, after God Emperor Meng Yi used the Mandate of Heaven's power twice, he knew that it was very likely that the other party cultivated the absolute defense of the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why he could block the Mandate of Heaven's power. When the three invincible God Emperors charged over with their monarch weapons, the pressure suddenly increased and it was troublesome to deal with them. His strongest weapon, the shard of the Mandate of Heaven's weapon, was not with him. Lin Fei's punches were like lightning, and the direction kept changing, making it difficult for God Emperor Meng Yi to block. The three invincible God Emperors were not to be trifled with, and the attacks from their monarch weapons constantly landed on God Emperor Meng Yi. Di Tian, you are indeed capable. God Emperor Meng Yi was injured, but it was not serious. A powerful existence like him could not be heavily injured, and even with the three invincible God Emperors, they could not suppress God Emperor Meng Yi. However, it was difficult for God Emperor Meng Yi to defeat the three invincible God Emperors, not to mention there was also Lin Fei who came and went like a shadow. What made God Emperor Meng Yi vomit blood was that the 10 statues caught up, and if he was entangled, it would be even more troublesome. Mandate of Heaven's strike. Suddenly, a black shadow landed on God Emperor Meng Yi's hand, and the terrifying Mandate of Heaven was released, blasting at the three invincible God Emperors. The invincible God Emperors with 70% of their combat power were heavily injured by this strike. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the three invincible God Emperors. God Emperor Meng Yi, enjoy this gift slowly. Swoosh. The power of space was activated, and the area where God Emperor Meng Yi was located was like a muddy swamp. God Emperor Meng Yi was firmly trapped within. In a few breaths, the 10 statues caught up, and at the same time 2 shards of the Mandate of Heaven's weapon came out, blasting at God Emperor Meng Yi. Di Tian, this emperor will not let you go. God Emperor Meng Yi was really at a disadvantage. Lin Fei found a coordinate outside, and using spatial movement, he left the palace regardless of the expression of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei was not interested in other things at the moment. 3 invincible God Emperors, 70% of their combat power, and an ultimate existence like the Sacred Emperor Divine Bloodline, Lin Fei was satisfied, and he did not care about other things. Chapter 2015. God Emperor Meng Yi watched as Di Tian left and was powerless to stop him. He was very strong and even grasped a bit of Heaven's Mandate power. God Emperors could be killed just like that, even if it was a respected existence like God's Son. However, this was the first time he lost to Di Tian. An inexplicably strong defensive ability, Dream God Emperor felt like his fist was punching cotton. The Heaven's Mandate Stone is lost. No matter what, I have to get a Heaven's Mandate weapon shard. Void Emperor and the others chose to leave. God Emperor Meng Yi had suffered a small loss at Di Tian's hands, and he might even vent his anger on them. It was better to leave now. Before leaving, they didn't forget to collect some good stuff. They couldn't come here for nothing. Being annoyed was one thing. The Lord of the restricted area still obtained many good things. When they came out of the palace treasury, the group was in a space. This time they suffered a loss. After scheming, they ended up benefiting Di Tian in the end. Spread the news about the Heaven's Mandate Stone. Void Emperor said with a solemn face. If we can't get it, then Di Tian can forget about getting it. Anyway, God Emperor Meng Yi will find trouble with Di Tian. We are just helping God Emperor Meng Yi in advance. The Lord of the restricted area didn't have any objections. Lin Fei didn't know what the Lord of the restricted area was planning. After leaving the palace, Lin Fei appeared under a starry sky at a rather remote location. After observing for a while, Lin Fei moved once more. At the same time, he cleared the traces he left behind. In the end, he came to a dangerous place and laid down layers of restrictions. His body was hidden in the space. God Emperor Meng Yi, that fellow definitely isn't willing to give up on the Heaven's Mandate Stone. Others might come after hearing about it. Lin Fei's mind was very clear. This thing was precious and everyone would rush over. I have to figure out the secrets of the Heaven's Mandate Stone as soon as possible. Before understanding the Heaven's Mandate Stone, Lin Fei refined the Saint God range. He maintained his divinity points at around 80%. In the system space, the Heaven's Mandate Stone spun. Traces of power were released. In the system space, the Heaven's Mandate Stone suppressed the Saint God range. Even the Saint Emperor Divine range was obedient. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had this thing to help suppress it. He had saved himself a lot of trouble and most importantly, he had saved himself the consumption of divinity points. In order to suppress this thing, a large number of divinity points were consumed at every moment. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to suppress it even if they went all out. God Emperor Dream One was probably an exception. He had a trace of Heaven's will power. Lin Fei believed that it would be much easier for the other party to suppress him. Lin Fei forcibly used his divinity points to suppress it. Lin Fei activated the system analysis function, scanning and analyzing the mandate of Heaven's power. Lin Fei didn't care about the divinity points consumed during this period. As long as he could figure out the mysteries of the Destiny Stone, it would be another matter whether he wanted it or not. The prelude was analyzed. Soon the system began its calculations. A large number of divinity points were consumed at every moment. Lin Fei waited quietly. The system's calculations took 5 days. Almost every day it consumed 30% of divinity points. In addition to the 30% of divinity points needed to suppress the Destiny Stone, 60% of divinity points would be consumed in a day. It was the first time that Lin Fei had such a huge consumption. Fortunately, this consumption, Lin Fei had sufficient reserves and wasn't afraid of consumption. Especially with the Saint-rank Divine Pulse on hand, it was very convenient to replenish it. It's been 5 days. Lin Fei was a little anxious. He originally thought that 1 or 2 days would be enough. Now it seemed that it might take 10 days. That was a huge amount of divinity points. To be able to withstand God Emperor Dream One's will power attacks for more than a dozen times. Now that it was used in the calculations, it could barely deduce 50% of the mysteries. It might take another 7 or 8 days to deduce 100%. I hope that God Emperor Dream One won't find me so soon. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of God Emperor Dream One, but if he found him, it would be more troublesome. The consumption of divinity points would become even greater. This was something that Lin Fei couldn't accept for the time being. On the other side, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 4 lords of the restricted area gathered together. Illusory Emperor and the rest are really useless. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. We fought against Demon Emperor Fei Yang's corpse god, But he had it easy, he didn't even know he was being followed. Now he still has the cheek to say that Di Tian is wrong. The other 4 lords of the restricted area didn't look too good either. Their godsons had all been invited. God Emperor Dream One's attack had injured his strength, he would still need some time to recover. You can't say it like that, I feel that illusory emperor is right. Di Tian is strong, why didn't he help? This is the reason why everyone was defeated. God Emperor 6 Darkness sneered. The Supreme Demon Emperor gave him a cold glance. Regardless of right or wrong, we have put in so much effort, we can't let God Emperor Dream One reap the benefits. Now that the news has spread, even the old antiques will take action. We have to find Di Tian immediately, we can't let God Emperor Dream One snatch the Destiny Stone. Needless to say, everyone should know the significance of the Destiny Stone falling into God Emperor Dream One's hands. The lords of the restricted area were indeed unhappy about the Destiny Stone falling into Di Tian's hands. They didn't see eye to eye with God Emperor Dream One. Since the beginning, God Emperor Dream One's faction never had a good impression of the restricted areas. If God Emperor Dream One became a destiny god, the restricted areas of the realm of divinity would cease to exist. They must help Di Tian now. The Supreme Demon Emperor attacked the restricted areas. It wasn't a secret at all. It caused quite a commotion. Soon, the news about Demon Emperor Fei Yang's Destiny Stone falling into Di Tian's hands spread like wildfire. Now, as long as anything was related to the mandate of heaven, it would not be a small matter. The experts on the Destiny ranking were all looking for Di Tian. The Destiny Stone. It was one of the most precious items left behind by every God Emperor. The other was the shard of the Destiny weapon. Not every God Emperor could leave behind a Destiny weapon. Demon Emperor Fei Yang was one of the strongest God Emperors. In a faraway space, on a majestic mountain peak, a man stood on a huge boulder with his hands behind his back pointing at the mountains. A gust of wind blew past him. The Destiny Stone is finally here. Then, in the next second he stepped forward and with every step he took, he left behind an afterimage. Bang bang bang. In another perilous situation, a unique life form comparable to a God Emperor was smashed into pieces by a bulky man with a single punch. The Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang, who would have thought the first one to appear would be Demon Emperor Fei Yang's. The bulky man revealed his white teeth and threw a punch to the left, landing on the beast that appeared from the rift. Even God Emperor Dream One went? Di Tian took advantage of him? Aha, how interesting. Chapter 2016. It's already the 9th day. Lin Fei was very puzzled. The amount of divinity points consumed in 9 days was a terrifying number. He had gotten rid of quite a few Saint God ranges. As for the degree of divination of the mandate of heaven's power, it had increased from 50% to 80%. He was still 20% away from a perfect divination. However, this 20% seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm. The speed was abnormally slow. Lin Fei realized how profound the mandate of heaven's power was. Usually it wasn't difficult to divine anything. This time was the most difficult. DDD. Lin Fei had no choice but to continue waiting. At this moment, a message came from his communication bracelet. He opened it and saw that it was from God Emperor Creation. The content was actually very simple. He became famous once again. Now the outside world knew that the first mandate of Heaven's Stone had fallen into his hands. Lin Fei cursed. What was going on? Bastard. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that apart from God Emperor Dream One, the Lord of the restricted region could release the news. Among them, the latter was more suspicious. God Emperor Dream One definitely wouldn't release the news for the mandate of Heaven's Stone. No one was foolish enough to make a few more enemies for themselves. The Lord of the restricted region was different. They had reached the end. They wouldn't be able to fight for the mandate of heaven and become a supreme existence in this lifetime unless they were willing to reincarnate and cultivate from the beginning. However, that would be very difficult. Perhaps he would be killed in the middle of his cultivation. Normally, unless it was a last resort, no one would be willing to reincarnate. Moreover, after reincarnating they only had one chance to fight for it. If they didn't succeed, it would be almost impossible to open another restricted region. Their foundation was too weak. Lin Fei was sure that it was the Lord of the restricted region who released the news. Once I grasp the mandate of Heaven's Stone, I will flatten the restricted regions one by one. As for whether or not he could become a God Emperor, Lin Fei didn't care at all. He had the system. For example, the mandate of Heaven's Stone. It might be the most precious existence in the eyes of others. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as the system deduced that he could grasp the mandate of Heaven's Stone, then there wouldn't be anything special about it. A God world expert. He was quite capable. Don't make it difficult to find someone. That was the view of the weak. In front of the divine emperor, it was not difficult to find people, and it was also extremely easy to find them. Gradually, quite a few people began to appear in the area where Lin Fei was. Because this area was very big, it would take some time to find it. However, everyone set Di Tian's position in this region. He was very confident. Mengwan, don't worry. Di Tian stole the Destiny Stone, so don't even think about refining it. I think he's hiding somewhere in this area to suppress the Destiny Stone. In this region of space. He looked at a few figures. The leader was God Emperor Meng Yi, and there was a hint of fatigue between his brows. This was brought by Di Tian. In order to escape the attacks of the 10 statues and the weapon fragment, God King Meng Yi used his treasure to escape. He was very unwilling to give up. As soon as he came out, he was shocked by another piece of news. The news of the Destiny Stone spread. Everyone knew that it had fallen into Di Tian's hands. God Emperor Meng Yi was enraged. The lords of the restricted area were really a bunch of bastards. There was a moment when he wanted to go and destroy the restricted area. I have to be anxious. God Emperor Meng Yi sighed. Those damn lords of the restricted area spread the news of the Destiny Stone. You also know the importance of the Destiny Stone. All Heaven, Abyss, and the others will all come after hearing the news. It will be even more difficult to snatch the Destiny Stone. After all, each of them has great potential. This was also one of the reasons why God Emperor Meng Yi was worried. If it was possible. He really didn't want the news to spread to the entire world. Every time he thought of this, his resentment towards the Lord of the restricted area would increase. Damn Lord of the restricted area, I will flatten them sooner or later. God Emperor Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. It should be in this area. In the void, a silver-armored middle-aged man appeared. After scanning the area, he said to the person beside him, Taoist All Heaven, as long as it is confirmed that it is in this area, things will be easy. The person beside him took out a treasure. I will have to trouble you to transfer a bit of Destiny's power. The silver-armored man was God Emperor All Heaven, who had climbed to first place on the Destiny list. God Emperor All Heaven transferred a bit of Destiny's power. The treasure immediately flickered. A faint path appeared in the void. That Di Tian really passed through this area. The treasure was activated and flew forward. God Emperor All Heaven chased after it. Now, any piece of Destiny Stone was extremely precious. In order to increase the Destiny's power, God Emperor All Heaven had to go all out. This time he had to thank the Lord of the restricted area. Without them, the news would not have spread. All Heaven, after finding Di Tian, what do you plan to do? I heard that even God Emperor Meng Yi suffered a loss in his hands. God Emperor All Heaven said confidently, actually, there is nothing to worry about. Di Tian has no use for the Destiny Stone. The power inside will not be used by him. As long as Di Tian is tactful and hands it over, I will not kill him. In fact, God Emperor All Heaven knew in his heart. Even God Emperor Meng Yi could not kill Di Tian, let alone him. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. As long as the Destiny Stone was in his hands, God Emperor All Heaven was not worried about anything else. The only thing he was worried about now was whether he could find Di Tian first. After all, he was not the only one looking for Di Tian. Almost all the powerhouses on the Destiny list were here. Finally 90%. Another 3 days passed. Lin Fei stared at the progress. It had finally reached 90%. He was only 10% away from being able to calculate everything, and this 10% would take at least 2 to 3 days. The further he went, the harder it was to calculate. Although Lin Fei had no choice, he could only wait. But since a few days ago red dots appeared in the system. The sensors that Lin Fei had set up in the space were all triggered. There were people in every direction. This was the best way to alert people in the space. Lin Fei had set up more deeply so the God Emperor would not know even if he bumped into them. Lin Fei knew that his position was about to be exposed. Just this last 10%. If it was just one person, Lin Fei might not be so worried. But now there was more than one person. If they all grasped the Destiny's power, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei could totally imagine that when the time came, the divinity points would be consumed like drinking water. And it would be the kind where he would not feel anything. Lin Fei was completely unhappy. Why didn't they give him a few more days? Now he was in a dilemma. Lin Fei adjusted his emotions. It was just a battle. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 2017. In the region where Lin Fei was, streams of divine senses were searching. No matter where it was, it would be scanned several times by the divine senses. Even a fly couldn't hide. The experts in this region weren't idle. Everyone was looking for Tian. No one was willing to fall behind. They didn't give up on any place. Soon many people realized Tian's location. In the danger zone of this region. So. Numerous figures broke through the air and arrived. They appeared above the danger zone. Taoist Meng Yi, how have you been? Just as Meng Yi arrived, an old acquaintance appeared from the void, All Heaven Divine Emperor. This emperor really doesn't want to see you? Meng Yi said with a very unfriendly tone. Back then All Heaven Divine Emperor had fought with Meng Yi and lost a few moves. The difference in strength wasn't huge. I heard that you suffered a loss in the hands of Tian. What a pity. A good destiny stone. All Heaven Divine Emperor purposely said, however, you don't have to worry. This emperor is here and will definitely help you get back at him. A junior dares to climb above us. When Meng Yi came, he knew that he would definitely meet an old acquaintance on the destiny board. He didn't expect to meet so soon. All Heaven Divine Emperor was one of the more powerful ones on the destiny board. He also had a trace of destiny force. On the path of destiny, if one didn't cultivate destiny force, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Once they cultivated destiny force, they would be on the same level. Meng Yi sneered, no need to trouble Taoist All Heaven. This emperor can deal with a mere Tian. If All Heaven Divine Emperor really caught Tian, then Meng Yi would lose all his face. Thus, Meng Yi naturally wouldn't let All Heaven Divine Emperor act. After saying that, Meng Yi entered the celestial realm. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Meng Yi swept through this danger zone. All Heaven Divine Emperor didn't care and revealed a smile. Since I'm here, the destiny stone won't fall into your hands. They're here. In a place at the center of the danger zone. Lin Fei felt the movement from outside. As expected of an expert on the destiny board. I found it so quickly, but it's a pity that I still need a few more days to complete the deduction. In the system scan, red dots appeared one after another. These red dots that appeared in the system were actually very strong. It was threatening. Those who didn't appear were naturally not a threat to Lin Fei. Lin Fei got over it. Since they were already here, there was nothing to be concerned about. It would be best if he could stall for time. Under normal circumstances, leaving was the best option. Lin Fei did not intend to leave. Although his current battle prowess was slightly weaker than theirs, it wouldn't be easy for them to take him down. Even if he grasped the power of heaven's will, the result would be the same. Lin Fei didn't like being hunted down. Tian, I know you're inside. First Dream God Emperor pushed forward. Wherever it passed, the earth would shatter. It no longer existed. An expert like God Emperor Meng Yi was simply too strong. A mere danger zone posed no threat to him at all. He crushed the rocks along the way and stepped through the air. Tian was hiding here. First Dream God Emperor used violent methods to destroy his hiding place, forcing Tian to show himself. Even 10 of such danger zones couldn't stop First Dream God Emperor's attack. You don't need to hide. There's nothing to hide in front of me. If you know what's good for you, you should come out. First Dream God Emperor destroyed 1/3 of the danger zone. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden there was a rumbling sound from the depths. It was Lin Fei's voice. Taoist Meng, you really know how to joke. Why should I hide? You couldn't kill me last time, so I'm very curious. I just wanted to find a place to relax, but you called it a hiding place. This makes me feel really bad. Lin Fei's voice rumbled out. First Dream God Emperor's face fell. What a bastard. Thinking about what happened that day. First Dream God Emperor was filled with rage. Now you still have the cheek to say it? The Destiny Realm experts searching outside the danger zone. When they heard the voice, they all chased in. They weren't afraid of anything. Even the strongest expert like First Dream God Emperor didn't need to be afraid. Everyone knew the importance of a piece of Destiny Stone. First Dream God Emperor's chance of getting it was very small. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Soon they came to the depths. They saw a mountain peak that had been cut in half, forming a small platform. Someone stood on it with his hands behind his back. The person who came immediately recognized him. This was the Tian they were looking for. Everyone in the entire divine world knew about him. He was the person who made First Dream God Emperor suffer a loss. Most importantly, Tian had the Destiny Stone that they wanted the most. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, watching the figures appear. Especially First Dream God Emperor, who was at the front. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. A cold light shone on Lin Fei. This bastard is too cunning. In a moment, First Dream God Emperor's advantage was gone. Everyone knew that Tian was here. What made First Dream God Emperor feel the most helpless was that it wasn't that easy to capture D Tian. First Dream God Emperor wasn't confident that he could snatch the Destiny Stone from D Tian before they arrived. Moreover, there were 3 invincible God Emperors standing in front of D Tian, each holding a sovereign weapon. Their battle prowess was terrifying. This made First Dream God Emperor feel very helpless as he watched his opponents appear one after another. The chance of getting the Destiny Stone was even slimmer. I've long heard that Taoist D Tian is young and promising. Seeing you today, you live up to your reputation. All Heaven God Emperor said to Lin Fei with a smile. He didn't sense any killing intent from his body. So it's All Heaven God Emperor. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Fei said with a cupped fist salute. Then several more Destiny Realm experts appeared. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. The 3 invincible God Emperors weren't just for show. Whoever was the first to make a move would have to resist the attacks of the 3 invincible God Emperors. They weren't very willing to do such a good deed. Everyone wanted to know what D Tian was doing and what he was up to. Lin Fei only greeted All Heaven God Emperor, but the others weren't so polite. Who asked him to only remember one All Heaven God Emperor. Soon, Destiny Realm experts appeared around the platform one after another. Everyone's eyes were locked on Lin Fei. It seems that everyone is here. Lin Fei looked around and said with a smile. Chapter 2018. Meng Yi didn't like D Tian at all. He was young but very scheming. If he hadn't underestimated D Tian and allowed him to ambush them, D Tian wouldn't have stolen the Destiny Stone and wasted the power of destiny. Thinking about it, Meng Yi wanted to cough up blood. Now that they saw how D Tian could still laugh in this situation, it was clear that he didn't treat them as anything. All of them were rankers on the Heavenly Fate rankings and had more or less grasped the mandate of Heaven's will. Even if they fought against an invincible God Emperor, they would still be able to suppress them. If D Tian looked like he was begging for mercy, Meng Yi would be happy. D Tian was like this. Meng Yi didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, this isn't a troublesome matter. I'm not interested in fighting for destiny. The Destiny Stone is useless in my hands. As long as I hand it over to one of you, I'm sure no one will find trouble with me. See, isn't this easy to deal with? Divine Emperor Meng Yi was dumbfounded. He's actually planning to hand it over. This was different from what Meng Yi had imagined. The difference was too big. According to Meng Yi's expectations, D Tian would definitely hide the Destiny Stone and not hand it over. But now, Meng Yi actually heard D Tian say that he was going to hand it over. This was what Meng Yi couldn't accept the most. Didn't he know the importance of the Destiny Stone? After so much effort, he still had to hand it over. Meng Yi wanted to cry. If that was the case, why did you snatch it back then? To everyone, Lin Fei's words were something they were very happy to accept. If D Tian could take the initiative to hand over the Destiny Stone, that would be the best thing. It would save them a lot of trouble. The Destiny experts present actually didn't have much confidence. How could someone who could subdue 3 invincible God Emperors be so easy to deal with? If it wasn't for the power of destiny, they really wouldn't dare to come here. This was the only existence that could make D Tian wary. Meng Yi didn't want to give others a preconceived impression. He felt that this was definitely a trap. He sneered. D Tian, you really know how to joke. In order to snatch the Destiny Stone, you spent so much effort just to hand it over. Do you really think we're all fools? I think you're just stalling for time and waiting for your companions to support you. Don't think that this emperor can't tell. Lin Fei laughed and said, No, this is not a joke, it is true. The Destiny Stone is useless to me and suppressing it is a difficult thing. I think it is better to hand it over. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor clapped his hands and said, I feel that Taoist D Tian is being very sincere. If you take the initiative to hand over the Heaven's Mandate Stone, I will definitely not cause trouble for you. You will also be able to leave completely. Everyone, don't you think so? He had to admit that the influence of the All-Heaven Divine Emperor was not small. Everyone was tempted. What they were most afraid of was that the Destiny Stone would be refined, and D Tian would be able to successfully control the Destiny power. That would really be a wasted trip. If it was possible, they really hoped that D Tian would voluntarily hand it over. God Emperor Meng Yi glared at God Emperor All-Heaven. You make it sound nice, but our fellow Taoist D Tian might have already refined the Destiny Stone. In the end, everyone's efforts would be in vain. First Dream God Emperor sneered. Why don't we all attack together? Even if D Tian's defense is impressive, let me ask you, how many times can he withstand? God Emperor Meng Yi had studied the attack on D Tian previously. He wanted to break through D Tian's defense. He could only attack with all his strength. When his strength surpassed the limits of defense, he would naturally be able to break through D Tian's defense. As long as he did that, God Emperor Meng Yi was absolutely confident that D Tian would be heavily injured. What God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to do now was to unite the destiny experts and give D Tian a fatal blow. He had a feeling that D Tian did not leave directly. There was definitely a problem, but he could not think of what it was. Yes, I feel that Taoist Meng Yi's words are very reasonable. The destiny stone has been in D Tian's hands for so many days. What if he has refined it? A destiny expert stared at Lin Fei and said, "We can't come here for nothing." Lin Fei had to admit that God Emperor Meng Yi was very good at hindering people. Every word he said hit the bottom of everyone's hearts. He was thinking that God Emperor Meng Yi must have studied him. If one destiny expert was not enough, what if several destiny experts attacked together? Even Lin Fei's invincible defense might not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei laughed and asked, "Isn't it just the destiny stone? Take a look for yourselves." Wah! The destiny stone appeared in front of everyone. Traces of destiny's power burst out, and the surrounding mountains were shattered by a trace of destiny's power. How is it? Does everyone feel that it has been refined? Lin Fei took it back. Outside, Lin Fei would not be able to suppress it for too long. Lin Fei believed that they would be able to see through it. If they couldn't even see through it, how could they be considered Heaven's Mandate experts and fight for the Supreme Heaven's Mandate? It hasn't been refined. That's great. The destiny experts could see that the destiny stone had not been refined yet, and the destiny's power inside was in an ownerless state. Now everyone was at ease. God Emperor Meng Yi's face turned ashen. In fact, God Emperor Meng did not believe that Di Tian could refine the destiny stone, especially in such a short time. Lin Fei had never thought of refining destiny's power. He might as well use the system to create his own destiny's power. As for becoming a god emperor, Lin Fei was not interested. Dao friend Di Tian, what will make you hand over the destiny stone? God Emperor Luo Tian went straight to the point. Everyone wanted to know. Lin Fei laughed. I like to study and admire some curious things, and the destiny stone is something I'm quite curious about. However, I haven't finished studying it yet. If you don't mind, you can wait here for 3 days. After 3 days, the destiny stone will be yours. The prerequisite is that I want you to help me chase away God Emperor Meng Yi. I don't like him appearing in front of me. God Emperor Meng Yi laughed. Di Tian, you are playing tricks. You might be able to refine the destiny stone in 3 days. Don't fall for it. Lin Fei had expected this and threw out a sentence. If everyone is worried that I will refine the destiny stone, then don't worry. When the time comes, everyone will act together and suppress the destiny stone. Do you still think that I will refine the destiny stone? Lin Fei smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. So. Their gazes landed on God Emperor Meng Yi. Should they chase God Emperor Meng Yi away now? This guy was the strongest, and if he stayed, everyone would have a headache. What do you want to do? God Emperor Meng Yi had a bad feeling. Don't fall for Di Tian's trick. This guy is definitely plotting something. Chapter 2019. Everyone agreed with the All-Heaven Divine Emperor's words. God Emperor Meng Yi gave everyone a lot of pressure. If they chased God Emperor Meng Yi away now, it would be much easier to fight for the Destiny Stone when the time came. God Emperor Meng Yi was stamping with rage. Di Tian, this fellow was too evil, simply evil to the point of being inhumane. Before God Emperor Meng Yi could speak, God Emperor All-Heaven shamelessly took out an imperial weapon and attacked God Emperor Meng Yi. At the same time, this attack contained the power of the heavenly will. Divine Emperor of all heaven, how dare you? The All-Heaven Divine Emperor was the first to make a move. He had thought about it before he decided to make a move. With you here, everyone is under a lot of pressure, so I can only ask you to leave. God Emperor First Dream did not dare to underestimate All-Heaven God Emperor's attack. With the All-Heaven Divine Emperor taking action, the rest of the Heavenly Mandate Realm powerhouses also made their moves. He would deal with God Emperor Meng Yi first. Waves of aura surged into the sky and locked onto God Emperor Meng Yi. God Emperor Meng Yi was instantly besieged. Everyone used their strongest killer moves the moment they attacked, blasting a broken void behind God Emperor Meng 1. God Emperor First Dream, get lost. We don't welcome you. No matter how powerful God King Meng was, he couldn't fight against so many Heaven's Mandate Realm experts. Very soon, wounds were left on his body. Di Tian and All-Heaven Divine Emperor, this emperor will remember you. God Emperor Meng Yi was forced to retreat. He threw down a sentence and fled. There was no helping it. It was too strenuous. If he met one or two, God Emperor Dream One wouldn't be careless and could easily suppress them. As he fled, God King First Meng regretted suppressing Ditian back then. Now he had come here for nothing. At the same time he cursed all heaven's God Emperor for being a bastard. How could he have fallen for a few words? God Emperor Meng Yi left sadly. Lin Fei didn't leave. He just stood there and watched. He had to admit that Heavenly Mandate Realm experts were indeed powerful. Almost all of them had a sovereign weapon, not an emperor artifact. Even someone as powerful as God Emperor Meng Yi was easily chased away. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The first step was completed. All that was left was time. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor had been staring at Ditian. Although he was not afraid of Ditian leaving right under his nose, he was not afraid of Ditian. However, he still had to be on guard, as the other party had the Destiny's Stone. If it was someone else they might not care. With their strength they could easily defeat them. It wouldn't work on Ditian now. Who didn't know that this guy had grasped the large success spatial force? If he really wanted to escape, everyone could only watch helplessly. He just kept chasing after her. They admired Ditian's courage to take responsibility for his actions. Very few dared to do so. I've really broadened my horizons. Divine Emperor Meng Yi is very impressive. I didn't expect that in front of everyone he was chased away in 2 or 3 moves. Divine Emperor Meng Yi will probably want to cry but have no tears. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that we've chased him away, Taoist Ditian, when do you plan to hand over the Destiny's Stone? Everyone was very concerned about these words. As for Ditian's words, no one paid much attention to him. Study for a few more days? What if it was refined and mastered? This matter was quite worrying. The best way was to hand over the Destiny's Stone. There was no better way. Lin Fei could tell that this divine emperor was quite cunning. He didn't trust him. Everyone is just worried that I'll refine the Destiny's Stone. Lin Fei chuckled. That's simple. I'll take out the Destiny's Stone, and everyone will use their divine power to suppress it. Are you still worried that I'll refine the Destiny's Stone? At that time, my every move will be in everyone's eyes. Of course, if everyone wants me to willingly hand over the Destiny's Stone, this is the best way. If we use force, I can guarantee that everyone will be out of luck. Everyone felt that it made sense. They didn't deny the latter half of the sentence. In order to slap Divine Emperor Meng Yi's face, the Lord of the Restricted Region spread the details of the situation in the palace. Everyone knew that Ditian's defense was a mess. One could imagine how covetous the 3 invincible God Emperors were. It would be very strenuous to deal with them. Divine Emperor Luo Tian cursed. He originally planned to use everyone's strength to chase Divine Emperor Meng Yi away, then make a move on Ditian. Now that Ditian said this, who was willing to make a move? With this time, everyone would probably fight for control of the Destiny's Stone. Ditian was too cunning. What made Divine Emperor Luo Tian even more puzzled was that Ditian took the Destiny's Stone just to study it. No one in the world would be so bored. Divine Emperor Luo Tian couldn't guess. This emperor agrees with this method. Dao friend Ditian's method is very good. The Destiny's Stone experts agreed. There wasn't much difference between 1 day more and 1 day less. It was fine as long as the Destiny's Stone was intact. No one would be willing to give the Destiny's Stone to anyone here. Everyone agreed with this method. They wouldn't think about why Ditian wanted to study it. Now Ditian gave them a chance. When they used their divine power to suppress the Destiny's Stone, they could refine a portion of the Destiny's Stone and fight for control. Divine Emperor Luo Tian sighed inwardly. He admired Ditian. Ditian easily resolved the storm. First, he chased Divine Emperor Meng Yi away. Now he wanted everyone to suppress the Destiny's Stone together. Lin Fei had actually found something in common between them. No one wanted the Destiny's Stone to be taken away. Before this, Lin Fei's strength had undoubtedly moved them. Without strength, there was no need for them to speak. On the count of 1, 2, 3. Everyone use your divine power to suppress it. Lin Fei began to count. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, the Destiny's Stone appeared. Divine power was suppressed and landed on the Destiny's Stone. The Destiny's Stone was fixed. Everyone's divine power suppressed a portion of each other. When the divine power landed on it, everyone realized that it was just as Ditian said. The Destiny's Stone hadn't been touched. Everyone was completely relieved. Ditian was still a man of his word. Divine Emperor Luo Tian was even more puzzled. What is Ditian doing? The Destiny's Stone was intact. This was puzzling. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and used his divine power to suppress it. In reality, he was speeding up the calculation of the Destiny's Stone. He laughed in his heart. I can finally save some divinity points this time. Everyone suppressed it together. Lin Fei's burden was reduced. If he didn't use this free labor now, when would he use it? Everyone maintained a rare silence. They focused on the Destiny Stone and refined a portion of it. At the same time, they left a portion to guard their surroundings. Especially Divine Emperor Meng Yi, who had left. They didn't believe that Divine Emperor Meng Yi would leave willingly. The system was calculating the Destiny Stone. 91%. 92%. They were getting closer and closer to their goal. Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. If he wanted to calculate 100%, the Destiny Stone would be cracked. Chapter 2020. Lin Fei was very disappointed. In the next 3 days, the heaven's willpower was calculated. When it reached 99%. Just a little bit more and it actually stopped moving. This time Lin Fei was speechless. Can you not torture me like this? Just a little bit more. Once the calculation is done, I can leave and not be involved in the next dispute. The system did not let Lin Fei get what he wanted. It was stuck. Lin Fei could only smile bitterly. Was the heavens' willpower torturing him? As the time approached, someone who shouldn't have appeared. God Emperor Meng Yi returned on the last day. This time, God Emperor Meng Yi did not return alone. He brought a group of people with him and they were all filled with killing intent. Detun All-Heaven God Emperor, this emperor said that I would return. God Emperor Meng Yi was chased away. This time he invited some helpers. They were not far from the invincible God Emperor level. His power increased greatly. Lin Fei smiled. Taoist Meng Yi is really persistent. For a piece of heaven's will stone, you are really willing to pay the price. Aren't you afraid of being chased away a second time? God Emperor Meng Yi smiled. Previously, I suffered a little from you. However, this time, don't even think about chasing this emperor away. Instead, this emperor will chase all of you out one by one. The heavens will stone belongs to this emperor. No one can take it away. At this time, the heavens will powerhouses had consumed a lot of god power to suppress the heavens will stone. Even though this consumption was nothing. Now, it was at the crucial moment. This was the most troublesome thing. They were not willing to give up so easily. They didn't expect God Emperor Meng Yi to have the guts to return. Most importantly, he chose such a good time to come before they grasped the heavens will stone. The people that God Emperor Meng Yi brought surrounded them. Kill them all for this emperor. The people he brought were all invincible god emperors. They were not far from the invincible god emperor realm. Their first move was a domineering attack. Clean and decisive. With this attack, everyone retreated. The heavens will stone almost broke free. Fortunately, Lin Fei suppressed it again. In his heart, he cursed God Emperor Meng Yi 100 times. He was going to waste his divinity points again. God Emperor Meng Yi directly rushed towards Di Tian. He lifted his hand and pointed with a finger. Not again. Lin Fei had experienced the power of heaven's will once, but he didn't expect First Dream God Emperor to use such a move right away. Invincible defense. The defenses were immediately activated. His divinity points burned. He channeled a large amount of divinity points to support the invincible defense. The Destiny Stone showed a trace of loosening. God Emperor Meng Yi saw it and laughed out loud. This emperor has finally seen your weakness. Your divine power can't be supplied to both sides. Although your defense is very strong and can block this emperor's attacks, your divine power consumption is too great. No wonder you have been working on the divine pulse. It is built on a large amount of divine power. God Emperor Meng Yi's attacks became even faster. One finger after another. For a moment, Lin Fei's divinity points couldn't keep up. The mandate of heaven's attack was too powerful. Originally, he had 100% of his divinity points, but under Xinhuang Meng's attack in suppressing the Destiny Stone, he had consumed about 60% of his divinity points. More than half of the divinity points on the 7th floor had been consumed. When invincible defense was activated, Lin Fei had almost no weaknesses. The current situation was a little special, and there was a trace of a flaw. At least for now, Lin Fei was in big trouble. God Emperor Meng Yi had finally found a flaw. As long as Di Tian's divine power couldn't keep up, be it defense or suppressing the Destiny Stone, there would be unforeseen events. God Emperor Meng Yi was very happy to see that at that time, Di Tian would still fall into his hands. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei contacted the system. It wouldn't be good if this continued. He had to think of a way. Actually, Master, you can give up on the Destiny Stone. The little devil's cold voice came. Lin Fei was stunned. I can give up? But the divination hasn't succeeded yet. The little devil said in disdain, Master, you are really too stupid. The system's divination is 99%. You don't need the Destiny Stone as a specimen. The system can automatically calculate the remaining bit. Lin Fei was just short of giving the little devil the middle finger. Why didn't you say so earlier? Thinking of the divinity points he had just wasted, Lin Fei had the urge to beat someone up. You didn't ask. The little devil said lazily, looking like he was asking for a beating. Yet, Lin Fei was helpless against the little devil. God Emperor Meng Yi launched another wave of attacks. God Emperor All Heaven, I don't want the Destiny Stone anymore. Lin Fei suddenly shouted at God Emperor All Heaven and removed the suppressing power. The Destiny Stone turned into a stream of light and flew away. This scene came too abruptly. God Emperor All Heaven was the fastest to react. He cursed in his heart and immediately chased after Di Tian. He didn't fight with anyone as he couldn't understand why Di Tian would give up. You actually gave up the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi was enraged again. He had taken all kinds of precautions, but he didn't expect that Di Tian, this bastard, would choose to give up the suppression and let the Destiny Stone leave. According to God Emperor Meng Yi's thoughts, it should be impossible for Di Tian to give up the Destiny Stone. This move caught God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. Anyway, this thing is useless to me. Lin Fei closed in and punched God Emperor Meng Yi's face. Then why should I keep it? After not needing to suppress the Destiny Stone, Lin Fei regained his freedom. He naturally had to vent the anger that he held back previously. God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to cry. Then why did you ask for the Destiny Stone back then? Aren't you playing with me? I'm curious. Lin Fei attacked from the side. Everyone says that the Destiny Stone is a good thing. I've never seen it in my life, so I naturally want to study it. God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to say, then you can ask me to borrow it. It's not like I won't lend it to you. If it were at that time, God Emperor Meng Yi definitely wouldn't lend it to him. Who knew whether Di Tian was speaking the truth or not? In front of the Destiny Stone, everything became extremely important. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. Invincible defense protected him, and he ignored God Emperor Meng Yi's attacks. God Emperor Meng Yi punched left and right. He was in a sorry state, but he just couldn't defeat Di Tian. On the contrary, those people started to leave and chase after the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi punched Di Tian away. Wait for me to return, then I'll settle the score with you. Since All Heaven God Emperor had gone, God Emperor Meng Yi didn't want to waste any more time. If he was a breath late, there would be more variables. Taoist Meng Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good chat. Lin Fei froze the space. This created a huge obstacle for God Emperor Meng Yi to leave. At the same time, time enveloped him. God Emperor Meng Yi finally saw how shameless Di Tian was. Even with the Destiny Stone, he had used up quite a bit of it. What are you trying to do? God Emperor Meng Yi turned around. Chapter 2021. God Emperor Meng Yi almost vomited blood. You're a shameless fellow. Now that the Destiny Stone had left. This was the most annoying thing. God Emperor Meng Yi was entangled by Di Tian. It was impossible for him to catch up to the Destiny Stone. What made him feel helpless was that he couldn't defeat Di Tian. Without the Destiny Stone's restraint, Di Tian was like a fish in water. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't defend against him. He failed again and again. God Emperor Meng Yi was anxious to catch up to the Destiny Stone. He didn't want to be entangled with Di Tian. Previously he wanted to find trouble with Di Tian. Now he didn't have such thoughts. Who asked All Heaven God Emperor to be among the people chasing after the Destiny Stone? All Heaven God Emperor wasn't any weaker than him. God Emperor Meng Yi cursed when he heard dozens of sacred divine veins. That's impossible. Lin Fei smiled and pounced forward again. Space and time came crashing down on him. God Emperor Meng Yi was entangled by Lin Fei again. After a few rounds, God Emperor Meng Yi had a headache. He really couldn't stop Di Tian. In a short time, God Emperor Meng Yi was a million miles away. God Emperor Meng Yi became even more anxious. His hatred for Di Tian deepened. 30 sacred divine veins. God Emperor Meng Yi gave in. God Emperor Meng Yi was at his wit's end, especially when 3 invincible God Emperors joined the fray. Not enough, I want 80. Lin Fei demanded an exorbitant price. You're a tycoon. If I don't rip you off, who should I rip off? God Emperor Meng Yi knew that he was fated to be extorted by Di Tian today. He couldn't leave without giving enough sacred divine veins. Compared to the Destiny Stone, sacred divine veins couldn't compare to it. 35. 80? Lin Fei didn't stop and continued. Di Tian, don't go overboard. God Emperor Meng Yi was furious. 35 This emperor is giving you face. Lin Fei smiled. I think the importance of the Destiny Stone isn't limited to just 35 sacred divine veins. If you don't agree, I'm afraid the All-Heaven Divine Emperor will snatch the Heaven's Mandate Stone. You win. One sentence caused Dream 1 God Emperor to feel uneasy. You want me to take out 80 Saint Grade God veins? That's impossible. God Emperor First Dream said. 50 Saint Rank Divine veins at most. This is my limit. For the Destiny Stone. Now God Emperor Meng Yi could only hand over the Saint Rank Divine range. His heart still ached. It had taken him a long time to accumulate his wealth. If he had known, Di Tian would not have acted according to the rules. God Emperor Dream 1 could not help but feel depressed. Although Lin Fei was demanding an exorbitant price, he had been paying attention to God Emperor Dream 1. Actually, I'm a very nice person. I also think that 80 pieces is too much. Let's call it a fixed price, 60 pieces. God Emperor Meng Yi glared at Di Tian. Next time you won't be so lucky. God Emperor Meng Yi took out 60 sacred grade divine veins. Without so much as a glance, he turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. Hee this time God Emperor Meng Yi really remembers me. Lin Fei chuckled. 60 Saint Rank divine veins, it's not a bad harvest. At least I didn't make a huge loss. Lin Fei did not care whose hands the Destiny Stone ended up in. I need to find a place first. Lin Fei passed through space after space. In the end, he found a safer place, which was also in the opposite direction of the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei did not want to be noticed once more. When the Destiny Stone landed on a Destiny expert like God Emperor Meng Yi or All Heaven God Emperor's people, they would definitely hate him. Now he had to deduce the Destiny power. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the last bit of progress took a full 6 days. Success. Along with the system notification. Lin Fei smiled. Damn, isn't it just the Destiny power? After so many days, let me see what's so special about this mandate of heaven's power. During the battle with God Emperor Meng Yi, Lin Fei had experienced how terrifying the Destiny power was. This was a destructive power. In front of the Destiny power, God power was weaker by a level. It would be easily crushed by the Destiny power. Fortunately, he had an invincible defense which was perfect and could block the attack of the Destiny power. If it was anyone else facing the Destiny power, they could only die in the underworld. If they were lucky, they could still escape. No matter what, they would have to pay a price. Wah wah wah. A three-dimensional space appeared in front of Lin Fei. A ball of energy appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is the Destiny power. Lin Fei's eyes widened. He was very familiar with the aura of this power. It was the Destiny power. The system actually simulated it. Yes, this is the Destiny power. Little evil demon appeared. It's the real deal, not something simulated by your imagination. Really? Lin Fei was even more moved. The Destiny power that others had been fighting for had appeared in front of him just like that? Lin Fei found it hard to believe. How could the system research the Destiny power? Wasn't it researching the deduction? Yes, it's real, it's definitely real. Little evil demon smiled. In this world, there is no other power. Its grade is far above God power. Lin Fei already knew about this. A strand of the Destiny power could break through the defense of the God body. Even if one was wearing armor, it would still be the same. Now that the real Destiny power had appeared in front of him, Lin Fei was very excited. In the beginning, Lin Fei could only study the Destiny power. If he could study it a little, it might be of great help to his strength. The only thing he didn't expect was that the system was so amazing. It could completely study the mysteries of the Destiny power and create it. The simple ball of energy in front of him was very terrifying. Then how can I control the Destiny power? The Destiny experts were starting to control the Destiny power. No matter what, he had to follow the rhythm. Moreover, Lin Fei was also very afraid of the God's children, who asked them to have a backer, the heavenly law supporting them. Maybe, after a period of time, their strength would increase by another level. Lin Fei had to be careful. Right now, Lin Fei was very eager to know if he could control the Destiny power. You can. Little evil demon smiled. However, you will need to pay a lot of divinity points. Using divinity points to convert the divinity points into the Destiny power, but the ratio is very big. You have to be mentally prepared. Big ratio? Lin Fei really didn't care. With this strand of Destiny power, it would be a trump card at the crucial moment. Even God Emperor Dream could give him a killing move, causing him to be dumbfounded. It's good that you can exchange for it. Lin Fei was very direct. I think it's normal for the ratio to be big. After all, this is the destiny power, right? Little evil demon nodded. My master needs to have this mentality because you are the master of the invincible system. Lin Fei loved to hear these words. Now that he was in the God Emperor realm, he was able to make a destiny expert like God Emperor dream helpless. In the same generation, no one could be compared to him. Chapter 2022. The power of destiny could appear in 3 dimensions. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Divine power was one level lower than the power of destiny. This had always been Lin Fei's weakness. If the energy could be raised to another level, such as reaching the level of the power of destiny, Lin Fei's combat power would undoubtedly increase to a whole new level. Ordinary deity emperors were stronger than hierarch deities, and controllers were even stronger than deity emperors. After that was apatheicized deity emperors, then invincible deity emperors and destiny powerhouses. In general, destiny powerhouses were stronger than invincible deity emperors. After all, invincible deity emperors mastered divine power and at the same time integrated the power of the heavenly way. Without seeing the confrontation between the power of the heavenly way and the power of destiny, Lin Fei had a judgment in his heart. Now that Lin Fei wanted to master the power of destiny, he believed that when the time came, everyone would be shocked and completely scared out of their wits. In the future struggle for the power of destiny, he would be truly independent. Now that he had the opportunity to exchange for the power of destiny, Lin Fei didn't care about being a God Emperor. What was the use of that empty title? Lin Fei didn't care who became the God Emperor as long as they didn't provoke him. The power of destiny was a guarantee. The exchange rate is 100 million divinity points for 1 point of the power of destiny. The little devil grinned. At the same time, Master System will activate the advanced use mode. Lin Fei was dumbfounded that there was such a function. He then patted his head. I almost forgot, the current invincible system is different from what I imagined. It was normal for the invincible system to have an advanced use mode. Lin Fei soon felt relieved. 100 million divinity points for 1 point, okay. Lin Fei quickly accepted. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that 10 billion could be exchanged for 1 point. After all, this was advanced energy. Lin Fei even suspected that the confrontation between the power of destiny and the power of the heavenly way should be at about the same level. To be called the power of the heavenly way, it naturally wouldn't have an undeserved reputation. Lin Fei himself also mastered the power of the heavenly way. Comparing the two, Lin Fei could still see some clues. How much power of destiny are you going to exchange for? Lin Fei asked the system to analyze it. Help me analyze how many divinity points and destiny points I need to preserve. I want to reach the most perfect state. The imp snapped her fingers. It's nothing. Lin Fei really wanted to exchange all of it for destiny points. However, if he were to exchange all of them for destiny points, the price would be a little too high. There were many areas where he still wanted to use divinity points, such as invincible defense. For the time being, divinity points were still better. If they were exchanged for destiny points, Lin Fei was afraid that using his destiny points to support it would consume too much energy. At the same time, it was a waste. Soon he got his answer. The system has analyzed that it's best for Master to maintain 90% divinity points and 10% destiny points? Lin Fei frowned. So little? The little devil explained, perhaps Master doesn't know, but the exchange of destiny points requires a certain amount of time, and at the same time, there's a huge consumption. For example, exchanging 100 million divinity points for 1 point of destiny force would consume 30 million divinity points. Lin Fei was convinced. There would also be losses when exchanging. What a scam system. Then start exchanging for me. Lin Fei continued. Let's try exchanging for a bit first. Feel the destiny force. 10% of his destiny points was also quite terrifying. Soon a bit of destiny force appeared. Opening the system page, next to the original God power, there was an additional power called destiny force. At this time it was displayed as 1 point. Let me use it immediately. Lin Fei couldn't wait to give it a try. 1 point of destiny force has been successfully consumed. Following the system's notification, the God power on Lin Fei's body disappeared completely, replaced by an unprecedented power, and a powerful aura rose from his body. Is this the destiny force? It's really different. Feeling the destiny force flowing in his body, Lin Fei was not surprised that so many people were chasing after this power. It was indeed a power that people couldn't refuse. What a wonderful feeling. Lin Fei slowly felt the destiny force flowing in his body. Go. A trace of destiny force entered the void. Hua hua hua. The void collapsed, wave after wave, reaching hundreds of millions of miles away. Within this range, everything could become a target of attack. It's really terrifying. A trace of destiny force blasted out, and Lin Fei's body became empty. Then God power filled his body and that wonderful feeling disappeared. Do you have any good advice about destiny force? Now that he had destiny force, Lin Fei felt that his understanding of destiny force was too simple. Master is really smart. As long as Master pays a bit of destiny point, I can help Master analyze it. If Master is willing to spend 10,000 destiny points, you can activate the advanced mode. Little devil tempted. You're really black-hearted. Lin Fei said with a smile, but I like it very much. 10,000 destiny points, you're just consuming divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about consuming divinity points. Right now he didn't have a deep understanding of destiny force. If possible, it would be best to activate the advanced mode. One day later, successfully activated the advanced mode. The consumption was also huge. Lin Fei didn't care about it. He had a large number of saint-rank divine veins, and each one could be exchanged for a large number of divinity points. 10,000 destiny points were taken away. The system quickly activated the advanced mode. Do you want to know why destiny force is so valued by the strong? Lin Fei really didn't know much about this. Isn't it to fight for destiny force and become a god emperor with destiny force? Lin Fei said in confusion. Little devil smiled. That might not be the case. Do you know that in this world, destiny force is the highest level of power, but it's very inconceivable. This kind of destiny force is very rare and almost non-existent. Don't you think it's very strange? Lin Fei was very surprised. You said that there's no destiny force in this world. Could it be that after becoming a god emperor, one can't absorb destiny force from heaven and earth? According to my calculations, there really isn't any heavens will energy floating around. However, ever since the heavens will road and the heavens will board appeared, traces of heavens will energy have appeared in the world. However, the amount of heavens will energy is too little. Only a limited group of heavens will experts can absorb it. When the heavens will emperor appears, there will be no more heavens will energy in the world. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization and seemed to understand some things. 10,000 destiny points really wasn't spent in vain. There was actually such a secret. No wonder there's only one god emperor in every era. It's rare for there to be two god emperors. Other than god emperors, the remaining experts don't have the strength to reach the peak. Their strength also stops at the invincible god emperor realm. God Emperor Meng Yi has been chasing after the Destiny Stone. After all, there's only so much in the world. Chapter 2024. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would find out such a huge secret under such circumstances. Yes, a big secret. Lin Fei had always thought that the heavens will energy was a relatively deep existence that was difficult for outsiders to obtain. Who would have thought that the power of heavens will didn't exist in this world? He finally understood the true meaning of being a candidate for the mandate of heaven's will. Without walking on the heaven's will path, it would be hard to obtain the power of heaven's will. If this news were to spread outside, Lin Fei was sure that it would cause a huge commotion. Many people would vomit 3 liters of blood because of this. The dream of a lifetime. In the end, it was an unreachable dream. It was no wonder that God King Meng Yi was willing to pay a sizable amount of sacred-grade divine veins in order to escape and snatch the Destiny Stone. Without the Destiny Stone, they would at most remain as invincible God Emperor experts. Once a God Emperor appeared, the heavens will power couldn't be held back and would be completely used up. The previous heavens will expert would fall from the peak and turn into an invincible God King. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead as a thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean that the 3 invincible God Emperors I've refined would immediately become Heavenly Mandate Realm experts if their God force is replaced with Heaven's Mandate energy? A Heaven's Mandate expert was a great temptation to Lin Fei. Even though the invincible God Emperor had a monarch weapon and controlled 70% of his battle prowess, there was still a clear gap between him and God Emperor Meng Yi. The most obvious difference was his lack of defense and offensive power. Smart thinking of this so quickly. The little devil smiled. You want to raise 3 God Emperors to Heavenly Mandate? That's easy. You only need to pay 10,000 points to transform one of them. That's 30,000 points. Lin Fei said bitterly, I'll die if I'm not ruthless. It's already very cheap. In order to reform the invincible God Emperor, Lin Fei endured the pain and decided to fork out 30,000 destiny points. With 3 Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, the expenditure was even greater. However, his safety was more guaranteed. If First Dream God Huang came to look for trouble again, he would definitely die. Lin Fei would definitely make them suffer a huge setback. Lin Fei put this matter aside for the time being. Then he learned some secrets about the mandate of heaven's power from Little Fiend. Many of them were deduced. For example, the heavens will contained in the heavens will stone was equivalent to about 1,000,000 heavens will points. This made Lin Fei's eyes red with greed. He couldn't wait to join. In the end, Lin Fei still held back. The Lord of the restricted region spread the news. The forces in the dark all moved upon hearing the news, and the competition became even more intense. Deity Emperor All Heaven, Deity Emperor Meng Yi, and some others might not be able to get their hands on it. There was no need for Lin Fei to get involved. It was better for him to exchange for the power of heaven's will. In order to reform, Lin Fei stayed for a few days. It was only when the three invincible God Kings swapped out their divine power and replaced it with the power of heaven's will that their aura became even more majestic. No one dared to look at them directly, and they became even more terrifying. This is a true heaven's mandate. Now, the three invincible God Emperors each had 100,000 destiny points. It took him a long time to redeem it. Only the system could do it. He's really a gold standard fighter now. The more Lin Fei looked, the more satisfied he was. Every invincible God Emperor had heaven's will points, enough for them to be awe-inspiring for a long time. Their combat power would increase greatly, and even the most ordinary attack would contain terrifying destructive power. I just don't know how heaven's mandate is divided. 100,000 destiny points shouldn't be a low level, they shouldn't be at the bottom. Lin Fei didn't continue to think about it. He brought the three invincible God Emperors out. Lin Fei didn't return to the Invincible Palace. That would be too boring. Through the system, he began to track the whereabouts of the Heaven's Will Stone. Now that the system had thoroughly studied the power of Heaven's Will, it could naturally track the Heaven's Will Stone. Soon there was a result. The Heaven's Will Stone appeared in an area far away. Lin Fei didn't stop and chased after it. So fast. He tried to use the power of Heaven's Will to activate his space bloodline. The heaven-defying speed was off the charts. Lin Fei almost couldn't believe it. In a short time, the distance was shortened by 1/10. In just a few rounds, Lin Fei felt that he could reach that place. This feels great. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei used the power of Heaven's Will extravagantly. In less than half a day he crossed a long distance. He appeared in the sky above an unfamiliar continent. This was a very unfamiliar continent. Lin Fei didn't even know what the name of this continent was. Quite a lot of people went in. The power of Heaven's Will was enhanced by the power of space, increasing its power by 100 times. Just like that, people entered from the starry sky, but they didn't find any trace of Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled crookedly. Scan the entire continent for me. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. It was too obvious. Master, it's best to use the advanced mode and use 100 destiny points at a time. At that time, no one will be able to detect that we're scanning the entire continent. Lin Fei experienced the benefits of the power of Heaven's Will. 100 is 100, I'll accept it. The system scanned the entire continent. The whole process lasted for a long time. Master, do I need to use 500 destiny points to check the situation of the continent? Lin Fei's eyes widened. What a scam. I feel that it's best for Master to use the 3D mode. Words are too useless. Master is a tycoon, he won't care about 500 destiny points. Lin Fei wanted to curse. Am I a tycoon? Just the three invincible God Emperors were things that burned money. Once they fought, they would burn money. No matter how rich a tycoon was, he would still become a pauper. In the end, Lin Fei chose to activate the 3D mode. The system shot out a 3D mode. As the 3D mode advanced, it gathered at a certain place on the continent. A group of people were fighting and the battle was earth-shattering. In the surrounding void, there were many tyrannical existences. All Heaven God Emperor, Dream God Emperor, the Lord of the restricted region. Lin Fei quickly recognized a few familiar people. For example, Dream God Emperor, who was currently in a sorry state. All Heaven, who came earlier, wasn't any better than Dream God Emperor. The lords of the restricted region were the Supreme Devil Emperor and the others that Lin Fei knew. They didn't make a move, but the terrifying power of the restricted region was glaring at them. Those few also seemed to be Heaven's Will experts. Lin Fei noticed the three Heaven's Will experts not far away. Their bodies were filled with the aura of Heaven's Will. They were naturally superior to others and he could tell at a glance. This was like if you were an outstanding person, you would be very conspicuous in the crowd. This was what Heaven's Will experts meant. Where's the Destiny Stone? Chapter 2025. With the help of the 3D model, the Destiny Stone was nowhere to be found. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. Wasn't it there? Someone else couldn't have taken it, right? Lin Fei checked for a while and found nothing. It was as if the Destiny Stone had disappeared into thin air, but there was one thing that made him feel relieved. The people present didn't notice that someone had secretly scanned the entire star land. That was the only thing that made Lin Fei happy. It felt like everything was under his nose, which was very satisfying. Although he didn't find the Destiny Stone, the system had brought him here. The Destiny Stone couldn't be found for the time being. Maybe someone had it. Lin Fei observed for a while and finally found something. Meng Yi, you came all the way here for the Destiny Stone. Now that the Destiny Stone isn't in my hands, do we still have to fight? All Heaven Divine Emperor blocked Meng Yi's attack. God Emperor Meng Yi was in a sorry state, even a bit deranged. Impossible, the Heaven's Mandate Stone was clearly taken by you, unless you are willing to let this Emperor search through your storage ring. You're so stubborn. All Heaven Divine Emperor yelled. If I had the Destiny Stone, why wouldn't I take it out? The Destiny Stone disappeared when I arrived. The Destiny Overlords on the mountain far away frowned. They were all there for the Destiny Stone. Unfortunately, they were too late. The Destiny Stone seemed to have disappeared when they arrived. Everyone would be upset if the Destiny Stone was gone in such a big place. Since All Heaven was the first to arrive, everyone suspected that All Heaven Divine Emperor had taken the Destiny Stone. Supreme, what do you think? Divine Emperor Lu Meng nudged the Supreme Demon Emperor next to him. The Supreme Demon Emperor was calm. We can't refine the Destiny Stone. I'm just here to watch. Divine Emperor Lu Meng wasn't satisfied, but he couldn't say anything. I don't care if it's with All Heaven Divine Emperor or not. We'll just take it, Emperor Tadian said. Even if we don't do anything, someone else will. The Abyss Divine Emperor said. Right. I also agree. All Heaven Divine Emperor won't be able to get away with it. The Supreme Devil Emperor still didn't say anything, but he frowned slightly as he looked at the void in a daze. Everything was calm again. If you want to fight, then do it. Don't drag me into it. The Supreme Devil Emperor said, I'm not interested in the Destiny Stone. If those old things were messing around, the Destiny Stone wouldn't even appear here. Everyone could tell that the Supreme Devil Emperor was very displeased with the actions of those restricted zone lords. After all, the matter of the temporary imperial residence could not be kept a secret. The Lord of the restricted region spread the news, causing the Supreme Devil Emperor to be extremely angered. He had high hopes for D. Tian, yet his good plans were spoiled by others. If they had joined forces, even if God Emperor Meng Yi was powerful, he wouldn't have had any advantage. The Destiny Stone, which belonged to Demon Monarch Fei Yang, was destroyed just like that. It would be strange if the Supreme Demon Monarch was in cahoots with them. Divine Emperor All Heaven and Divine Emperor Meng Yi's strength were about the same. No one could take down the other. Indeed, both of them were in a sorry state. There were injuries everywhere. With Deity Emperor Meng Yi restraining him, All Heaven Deity Emperor couldn't leave for a while. He cursed the people who stole the Destiny Stone 100 times over. The Destiny Stone had been taken away. Luo Tian Divine Emperor did not know who did it. In any case, the Destiny Stone had been taken away. Tell me now. No one would believe it. Opening the storage ring for everyone to check, Luo Tian Divine Emperor would never agree to it. If he did that, he would lose all his face in the future. Who would still treat him, a Heaven's Mandate expert, seriously? Meng Yi, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If this continues, I guarantee that none of us will have an easy time. Luo Tian Divine Emperor dodged Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's punch. Don't force me to use the Heaven's Mandate art. Let's fight to the death. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was fearful. Humph, I don't believe that you have mastered the Heaven's Mandate art. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi could not back down. He had paid a great price for the Destiny Stone. His hatred toward Di Tian deepened when he thought of this. Luo Tian Divine Emperor was helpless against Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's stubbornness. None of the Heaven's Mandate experts were easy to deal with. You forced me to do this. Luo Tian Divine Emperor's aura rose, causing the entire star land to tremble. Heaven's Mandate strike. And the Heaven's Mandate art. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Even from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura coming from the star land. This was more terrifying than any attack. Lin Fei continued to move, distancing himself from this area. The 3D star land erupted with a bright light from within. Then the entire star land collapsed in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The star land is gone. Even though Lin Fei had moved far away, he was still shocked. If it had landed on me and activated my invincible defense, it would probably have consumed 30% of my divinity points. It might even reach a terrifying 40%. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. The Heaven's Mandate art is truly terrifying. If Celestial Emperor Meng Yi had used the Heaven's Mandate art right from the start, Lin Fei probably wouldn't have dared to face it head-on. In the 3D star land, figures were sent flying and appeared in the starry sky. Lin Fei was sure that Luo Tian Divine Emperor was about to die. Meng Yi, I will settle this debt with you sooner or later. In the distance, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's voice came and disappeared without a trace. Then half of Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's body separated and quickly left the scene. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's attack made Celestial Emperor Meng Yi suffer a big loss. Although he wasn't killed, he wasn't feeling good. Lin Fei saw some people chasing after him. Obviously, they didn't want to miss an opportunity to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. Hey, the Heaven's Mandate stone is still here. Lin Fei was in the space. No one noticed him, but everyone's every move was in his eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor went to chase after Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. The rest were mostly going after Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. The star land had turned into dust, and the system still indicated that the Heaven's Mandate stone was nearby. Lin Fei was very surprised, but he remained calm and continued to stay here. 3 days passed in a row. No one appeared. Lin Fei was quite patient. Let's compete in patience. Until the 5th day. A figure in silver armor came out of the space. He wasn't young and looked more like an old man. His smile was even more wretched. A bunch of fools. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good fella, it actually hid in the space. Why didn't I see it? Chapter 2026. It's finally here. Lin Fei believed that the system wouldn't be wrong. When an old man appeared, Lin Fei suspected that he was seeing things. If not for the fact that he was talking to himself, he would have suspected that the other party had just passed through the space and just happened to pop out of this place. Very soon, the system sent a notification, locking onto the disheveled old man. The Destiny Stone was in this guy's hands. However, the person who came out was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. He was too old and his clothes were messy. He didn't look like an expert at all, but more like an old man who was just eating and waiting to die. The only exception was that her face was a little rosier. Lin Fei was unfamiliar with the old man in front of him. He had never seen him before, nor did he have any impression of him. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor has really taken the blame this time. Lin Fei thought to himself, the primordial space he spoke of is self-contained. Is it also a destiny treasure? Even the system did not detect it. Lin Fei paid extra attention to it. A few days ago, many experts had gathered, and there was no lack of Heavenly Mandate Realm experts. However, no one could find the old man's whereabouts. His system could only scan the general area. It was hard for Lin Fei not to pay attention to it. The disheveled old man put away the Chaos Origin space treasure. Suddenly, his gaze shot straight to Lin Fei's position. Space was torn apart layer by layer. At this moment, even 10,000 layers of space could not withstand a single glance from the other party. You can even feel this. Lin Fei was shocked. The disheveled old man's gaze pierced through the entire area, scanning back and forth. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? I'm really old. Retracting his gaze, the old man shook his head. Just earlier on, there was a slight movement in the void. When he checked, there was no trace of it. The disheveled old man hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The old man muttered to himself. He turned around and left. This reaction is too fast. I didn't even move. Hiding in the system space, Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. The little devil said in disdain, to think that you are an expert. Just now your surprise caused a ripple in space. That old man is extremely terrifying, but you dodged quickly. Furthermore, he has grasped the power of space and left no traces behind. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the little devil finished speaking. At Lin Fei's original position, a figure appeared silently. It was the disheveled old man. Seems like I was thinking too much. The disheveled old man shook his head. Who else would be able to sense this old man's existence, except for those few? However, they can't even take care of themselves now, let alone come to find this old man. The old man turned around and left. There was not the slightest movement in the space, as if it had fused together. A sudden thrust. Lin Fei was indeed preparing to go out just now. Who would have thought that this old man would be so cunning, actually sneaking up on them without a trace? Lin Fei didn't plan to go out for the time being. What if there was another chance? This kind of old monster was very concerned about his feelings. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't happen again. Lin Fei stood on the Saint Emperor Divine Range and sat down cross-legged. Now that he was using his destiny points to suppress the Saint Rank Divine Range, they were all obedient. There aren't many people in the world who can sense this person's existence. In that case, this old man should be a very powerful existence. Lin Fei tried to figure out the meaning behind those words. There are so many secrets in this world. If I didn't activate the advanced mode, I would probably still be blind. Lin Fei didn't fight with the old man. He could feel that this person was very terrifying. A very, very terrifying kind. To be able to snatch it from the hands of the All-Heaven Divine Emperor was even harder than killing a person. Moreover, the All-Heaven Divine Emperor couldn't explain it. The old man's strength was definitely above the All-Heaven Divine Emperor's. The reason why he didn't kill the All-Heaven Divine Emperor was to make the All-Heaven Divine Emperor a scapegoat, so that people would forget about his existence. This old man is most likely a Heavenly Fate Realm expert. Lin Fei had a vague guess. The little devil reminded, "Master, you better not go out now. You better not go out now. That old man is hiding in the space watching this place." Lin Fei blinked. F***ck so shameless. He had been guarding him for 5 days. Now the old man wanted to guard him? Lin Fei wanted to cry. Very shameless indeed. The little devil agreed. Lin Fei suddenly said, "Since you know to remind me now, why didn't you remind me before? You didn't say anything." Lin Fei surrendered. "Use the advanced mode and watch for me." Lin Fei had a headache. "Can you scan the old thing's danger level? This requires 1,000 destiny points." Lin Fei was used to the little devil asking for destiny points. However, 1,000 was still very troublesome. "Is there a need to be so expensive? You can choose not to give it." The little devil snorted. Without a choice, Lin Fei could only give it to him. A shameless old man waiting for him, Lin Fei couldn't ignore it. Scan immediately. Lin Fei was very confident in the system. Even if the old man was a mess, he would still suffer from the system. The disheveled old man sat cross-legged with a ruddy face. This old man's senses can't be wrong. There must be someone hiding in this space. However, to be able to avoid my search, could this person be that Heavenly Fate Realm expert? Among all the Heavenly Fate Realm candidates, no one could reach this level. Even All-Heaven God Emperor and Meng-Yi God Emperor couldn't? Could it be that shameless Heavenly Tao? That doesn't seem very possible. Who is it then? The disheveled old man took out a bottle of immortal brew and gulped it down. There was no movement in the surrounding space, and his eyes kept flickering. Interesting. The disheveled old man laughed. "Master, this old man is extremely dangerous." Soon, the little devil reminded. "You said it's extremely dangerous?" Lin Fei blinked. "Take a look for yourself." A virtual image appeared in front of Lin Fei. Disheveled old man, extremely dangerous. Combat strength? Health? Cultivation? Death rate, 100%. At the sight of this, Lin Fei's mouth opened wide. Why are they all question marks? This was the first time Lin Fei saw a person being filled with question marks. Even though it was his first time seeing the death rate, Lin Fei knew that it was referring to the death rate of the other party. 100%? That was too scary. We can't imitate the old man's strength, cultivation, and health. Don't be fooled by his age. He's actually extremely dangerous. Lin Fei asked. In that case, he's almost invincible in this world, able to kill and destroy whoever he wants? Yes, you can understand it that way. Even if I activate my invincible defense, I can't block it. According to the system's calculations, you can block it for a while, but you can't replenish your destiny points for the second time, the little devil said. This time Lin Fei was dumbfounded. It was really that amazing. Lin Fei was devastated. Ever since the invincible defense appeared, it had been a great help to him. Even the attacks of Heavenly Fate Realm experts would consume 20% to 30% of his energy. Now, in the hands of an old man, a single attack could consume all of his energy. Lin Fei was very unconvinced. However, the system's words were most likely correct. Chapter 2027. The system is so awesome, it can even analyze this. Lin Fei really didn't care about this before. Although he said so, Lin Fei was very concerned. The more awesome the system was, the more help it would be to him. If not for the system's reminder, Lin Fei would have left after a day. He really fell into the other party's trap and fell into the other party's grasp. With such an extremely dangerous person, Lin Fei was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the secret. The system was Lin Fei's greatest secret, second to none. Now that I'm in advanced mode, I use destiny points, which are more powerful than divinity points. Naturally, I can deduce some situations based on clues. Although I can't be 100% sure, I can deduce 60% to 70%. For example, just now, I used tens of thousands of destiny points. Lin Fei quickly checked his destiny points. Sure enough, he had used tens of thousands of destiny points. How sinister. The exchange of destiny points required time. Tens of thousands of destiny points required a lot of time to exchange. Lin Fei felt a little heartache when he used them so casually. Master will know the benefits after a long time. Little Devil said, should I start the surveillance mode now? One breath will consume 10 destiny points, 360 degrees, no blind spots. Tens of thousands of destiny points were spent, so he didn't mind spending 10 in one breath. Are you sure you won't be discovered? Lin Fei didn't forget that the old man was classified as an extremely dangerous person by the system. This kind of person could kill a destiny expert in one move. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to it. In fact, Lin Fei was also curious. He didn't know if the old man could kill the divine sun in one blow. We are invincible systems, so surveillance is naturally invincible surveillance. Little Devil didn't think much of it. Soon the destiny points began to be consumed. A three-dimensional image appeared in front of Lin Fei. The old man sat in the space with meat and immortal wine placed on the horizontal table. He was enjoying himself by himself. Damn, this shameless guy still has the mood to drink and eat meat. Lin Fei was convinced. Once the surveillance was turned on, Lin Fei's worry disappeared. The other party didn't notice that the system was monitoring him. This made Lin Fei a little excited. He was an extremely dangerous person. Even the all-heaven divine emperor had suffered a loss, and now he was under his surveillance. Humph, isn't it just wasting time? Let's see who can last longer. Lin Fei snorted. Under the surveillance of the system. Lin Fei felt that this old man was extraordinary. Just by sitting down he had melded perfectly into the space. The space was him. He was space. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. He finally understood why the other party was able to sense it so easily. Although Lin Fei's mastery of Space Force had reached the large success realm, it didn't mean that it had reached perfection. There would always be flaws while his opponent had perfect mastery. If he really jumped out stupidly, no matter how far the distance was, the other party would still be able to catch up to him, and it would happen in an instant. Lin Fei patted his chest as a guarantee. Next, Lin Fei had to waste his time with the old man. In the system space, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush at all. He wasn't in a rush either. He drank celestial brew and ate meat every day. Tasted really good. He didn't release any aura from his body, just like a mortal. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 8 days, 9 days, 10 days, 15 days, 16 days, time passed day by day. Lin Fei calmed down. Although he had spent a lot of destiny points, the old man was always under his surveillance. It felt really good to have such a wonderful feeling in his hands. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. During this period, experts appeared in this region as if they were searching for something. Then they left. They didn't notice that someone was in the space. 20 days. He is really patient. Lin Fei felt that his patience was quite good. Compared to him, the old man was really amazing, sitting there for 20 days. Those who weren't patient would definitely fall for it. 20 days. The only thing that made Lin Fei unhappy was that the old man didn't do anything and just sat there. Originally, Lin Fei thought that the old man wouldn't be able to resist doing something. With the system's analysis, he would be able to find out more secrets. People who were classified as extremely dangerous had many secrets on them. Unfortunately, none of that happened. The old man was like a roly-poly doll sitting there. Occasionally, he would drink celestial brew or take out a book to read. The books weren't rare or precious, they were all common stuff. Lin Fei lost interest very quickly. Originally, Lin Fei planned to have a long battle of attrition with the old man. On the 25th day, the old man stood up and pointed a finger at a space. Layers of space collapsed and no one knew where this finger had hit. Lin Fei, who had been monitoring, could clearly feel that after the old man pointed, the space became chaotic. It was as if there was a power that covered this area. After hiding for a long time, this old man has also become paranoid. The old man sighed softly. In this world, apart from those few people, there is really no one who can hide. Wah wah wah. With the old man as the center, the space around him collapsed, forming many super black holes. The old man stepped into the super black hole. The area that Lin Fei was in was replaced by black holes. Each black hole connected to the ground. Even Lin Fei himself didn't know where it led to. Master, he's gone. This was good news for Lin Fei. The old man finally left. Through the system, Lin Fei could still feel how terrifying the old man was. Good news, I just received some information from the old man. It can be determined that this is a Heaven's Mandate expert. His Heaven's Mandate energy is very vigorous, and at the same time, there is a trace of mysterious power within the Heaven's Mandate energy, but it is being concealed by the Heaven's Mandate energy. Covered up? Lin Fei didn't care about how many destiny points he used. An extremely dangerous person seemed to have revealed some clues. Wah wah wah. Before Lin Fei could continue thinking, two people, one in black and one in white, appeared out of nowhere at the place where the finger had blasted out. Warning, warning, another two extremely dangerous people have been discovered. The little devil suddenly warned again. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Did I just see a ghost? An extremely dangerous person just left and now there are two more? One black and one white, their appearance couldn't be seen clearly, as if they were covered by a layer of power. This made Lin Fei very surprised. With his current strength, he couldn't see through the other party's appearance. How could he not be surprised? The black-robed man said, "Big Wing, he was here just now." The white-robed man's voice was cold and emotionless. It would be fine if he didn't come out. This time he won't be able to escape. In order to find him, how are the two of you? Chapter 2028. Lin Fei thought that the other party would leave just like that. He still had a trick up his sleeve. Who are these two people? Lin Fei was full of doubts. Who asked the two of them to be the most dangerous characters in the system's evaluation? Previously, one of them had appeared, but now there were two of them, one black and one white. Did they really think they were the black and white double demons? Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. Fortunately, they did not discover Lin Fei's whereabouts. Talisman King's descendant, your myriad holy spirits have been cultivated quite well. The black-robed man said. It's just that your courage is still so small. Are you born in the year of the rabbit? It's really been hard on you? So that rotten old man was a descendant of the Talisman King. Lin Fei muttered. There was no such person in his mind. I don't care what you say. Black hole entropy. The avatars spoke one after another, and their voices reverberated. Your tone is still the same as before. I know you're not willing to give up. If you hadn't snatched the Destiny Stone, we wouldn't have known that you'd come out of seclusion. However, you're destined to be disappointed if you want to achieve the destiny and rebuild the divine dynasty. Lin Fei's frown deepened. This old thing wants to become a god emperor? Or establish another divine dynasty? Lin Fei felt that he had heard a big secret. And a very big one at that. This old man is truly unwilling to accept this. If it weren't for all of you destroying my plans time and time again, this old man would have long since achieved his goal. The clone's expression turned savage. This time, you won't be able to stop this old man. Boom boom boom. Without any warning, the black hole exploded and the entire space collapsed. We will find you. Black and white took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei could clearly see that the power of the spatial collapse could not affect the two of them. Before they could even get close, they were bounced back. What a powerful defense. I wonder if it's a secret technique. Lin Fei guessed. He could vaguely make out a few clues. At the very least, the old man who was the descendant of the Talisman King should have come from a great clan. Perhaps there was a mistake in the middle. This person lived for a very long time, probably 2 or 3 eras. Every era represented the era of a god emperor. The old man was not simple either. Now Lin Fei could see it. The old man was afraid that the two of them would leave before they arrived. Fighting for the heavens will, interesting. The only thing Lin Fei wanted to do now was to leave these dangerous fellows. If he got entangled with them, it would not be a good thing. Thankfully, the two of them left. Lin Fei didn't believe that they would come back. The system scanned the area and confirmed that there was no one around. Only then did Lin Fei come out and leave the area, crossing countless layers of space. Lin Fei was not interested in knowing what the black and white double ghosts were. After leaving the area, Lin Fan used space teleportation and returned to the Invincible Palace in less than half a day. Although he didn't get the Destiny Stone, Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. After all, he had grasped the Destiny power and plundered a large number of sacred divine ranges. The harvest was bountiful. The 3 invincible god emperors became the strongest force in the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei's Invincible Palace. He felt even more confident. Moreover, the god power of the 3 invincible god emperors had been replaced by the Destiny power. They became Destiny experts and their combat power surpassed that of the invincible god emperors. At this time, if anyone came to cause trouble for the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei didn't mind sending the 3 Destiny experts to teach them a lesson and leave them with an unforgettable memory. After returning, Lin Fei contacted the Creation Divine Emperor. He still had to get news from the Divine World from the Creation Divine Emperor. For now, Lin Fei was still willing to stay in the mysterious Sky World. He wouldn't go to the Divine World to cause trouble, especially when he saw the black and white double ghosts. It was better not to enter the Divine World. Lin Fei didn't plan to occupy a forbidden area in the Divine World. He would obediently be a local tyrant in the mysterious Sky World. Lin Fei didn't want to know who would become the God Emperor. The Creation Divine Emperor rushed over when he knew that Lin Fei had returned to the Invincible Palace. This surprised Lin Fei. Why did he have to come in person when he could explain things through the communication bracelet? Wasn't it troublesome? Seeing the Creation Divine Emperor rushing over, Lin Fei knew that the Creation Divine Emperor didn't find it troublesome. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. Taoist Tian, you've shocked those guys in the Divine World once again. The Creation Divine Emperor congratulated him the moment he arrived. I'm afraid they're jealous. Lin Fei smiled and gestured for the Creation Divine Emperor to sit down. Haha, well said. The Creation Divine Emperor laughed. Even I'm envious of your luck. 3 invincible God Emperors. Those are the invincible experts from the era of Demon Emperor Fei Yang. The Creation Divine Emperor was glad that he didn't make an enemy out of Tian. Tian snatched 3 out of the 6 invincible God Emperors. What kind of method was that? The Creation Divine Emperor knew that even if he were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to snatch 3 invincible God Emperors and refine them in the shortest time possible. The Creation Divine Emperor was shocked. He's indeed very strong. It just so happens that my mysterious Sky World lacks true experts. I can go out with peace of mind. The Creation Divine Emperor didn't come for this. The most important thing was the bloodline power. If Lin Fei hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, the Creation Divine Emperor would have stayed in the Invincible Palace. Taoist Tian, do you still have the bloodline power? The Creation Divine Emperor asked. Your brother didn't have it easy when you weren't back. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I'm afraid you're worried that you won't be able to buy the bloodline power. Now that he had the power of Heaven's will and the bloodline power had fused with the power of the Heavenly Tao, Lin Fei didn't think it was that important anymore. But to the Creation Divine Emperor, the bloodline power was still very important. Yes, a lot. Lin Fei gave the Creation Divine Emperor a straightforward answer. The Creation Divine Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. For the bloodline power he was willing to pay a high price. Then I'll have to trouble you. Soon the transaction was completed. This time, the Creation Divine Emperor bought a large amount of bloodline power, which was enough for him to cultivate to a very high level. When the bloodline power was kept, the Creation Divine Emperor revealed a piece of news. Taoist Tian, it's good that you're back now. If you didn't return, your mysterious Sky World would be in trouble. Lin Fei asked, what happened? Could it be that someone has taken a fancy to my mysterious Sky World? Yes, someone has taken a fancy to the mysterious Sky World. The Creation Divine Emperor said in a low voice. They are an old force and are very strong. They are preparing to take over your mysterious Sky World and establish a small god dynasty. Lin Fei's heart moved. Someone is preparing to establish a small god dynasty so quickly? Chapter 2029. In fact, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Fortune Divine Sovereign's words. Lin Fei couldn't do anything if the other party didn't want to tell him. At most he would find out later. Someone wanted to establish a small god dynasty, which surprised Lin Fei. From the information he had left behind in the past, he knew some things about small god dynasties. It was a preparation for the establishment of a real divine dynasty. There was one thing that was very tempting, and that was that the person who would be conferred the title of nobility, and at the same time, the person who would fight for the mandate of heaven would also walk onto the stage. Those who were fighting for the heavens had also become clear. After they established a small celestial dynasty, it was time for everyone to choose a side. Every emperor had his own ministers. If they were unlucky and chose the wrong candidate, once the faction they supported failed, the family that inherited the legacy would also disappear in the long river of history. Every fight was a reshuffling of power. Those with bad luck would be eliminated. Those that could be left behind could pass on to another generation. When will you 8 great divine emperors establish a small divine dynasty? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Creation Divine Emperor admired Tian's attitude. He knew that someone was eyeing the profound Sky World, but he was still so relaxed. Not for the time being. The Creation Divine Emperor replied vaguely. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the other party didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't continue asking. Anyway, he would find out sooner or later, so there was no hurry. After chatting for a while, the Creation Divine Emperor left the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei instructed the three Heavens Mandate Realm experts to keep an eye on the mysterious sky world. Since the Creation Divine Sovereign had said so, it wouldn't be long before the person who wanted to occupy the mysterious sky world would appear. Humph, my Invincible Palace is really a pushover. Lin Fei didn't have to wait too long. The Vanguard scouts had arrived. To be more precise, it should be an emissary from the other party. He came to the Invincible Palace in the mysterious sky world alone. His power was not weak either. He had the power of a heavenly god divine emperor. To be able to get a celestial deity sovereign to act as an emissary, the power behind it was astonishing. The other party was not well informed and did not know that Lin Fei had returned to the Invincible Palace. The moment this heaven deity sovereign arrived, his powerful aura swept across the entire profound sky world, causing the expressions of everyone in the profound sky world to change. People of the Invincible Palace, listen up. I am the special envoy of God Emperor Baizhe. I am here to inform you that you have 3 days to leave the profound sky world. Otherwise, 3 days from now will be the day you die. This heavenly deity sovereign's voice reverberated throughout the profound sky world. Regardless of the other party's reply, he immediately left the profound sky world. Baizhe, never heard of this name before. Was a strange name. On second thought, Lin Fei did have some impression of him. This name seemed to have appeared on the heavenly fate rankings before, but it wasn't conspicuous at all. Hence at the start Lin Fei didn't remember this name. The entire profound sky world was the weakest among the 6 subworlds. There were originally 8 major sects, but after Lin Fei wiped them out, almost all the forces in the mysterious sky world were wiped out, leaving only the strongest Invincible Palace. He wanted to occupy the profound sky world. As long as he chased the Invincible Palace out, he would be able to obtain the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei originally thought that it was just one force that had set its eyes on the profound sky world. In the next 2 days, special envoys came one after another with similar intentions. As long as the Invincible Palace left, they wouldn't make a move. Lin Fei merely chuckled in response to this. Did he really think he was a fool? Once the people of the Invincible Palace left the profound sky world, Lin Fei was sure that many people would be interested in making a move. Those enemies of Lin Fei wouldn't let go of this opportunity. On an uninhabited star far away from the profound sky world. At this moment, there was a group of people gathered, all of them emitting a cold aura. They were all God Emperors and there were more than 100 of them. It was a very powerful force. One of the God Emperors was God Emperor Tian, who claimed to be the special envoy of Baizhe. Today is the last day. It seems that the people of the Invincible Palace don't want to leave the profound sky world. In that case we can only do it ourselves. God Emperor Bai Ziming said coldly. He was a collateral disciple of the Bai family. Now that God Emperor Baizhe of the Bai family was fighting for the heaven's will, the Bai family's power was expanding rapidly. They had to snatch a world. The 6 worlds under the divine world were ideal places to build a small god dynasty. Back then, the strongest 6 heavens will experts had built small god dynasties in the 6 worlds. Get out now. God Emperor Bai Ziming said coldly. Lord is waiting for us. We must take down the profound sky world this time. Yes. When Bai Ziming's huge warship appeared, Lin Fei, who was in the Invincible Palace, saw everything clearly through the system. Bai family, you will regret it soon. In these few days Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He finally figured out Baizhe's background. There was a god emperor in his family, but that was a dozen generations ago. The Bai family was in decline now. And Baizhe was the most talented one in the Bai family. Now that he finally caught up with the heaven's will, he obtained more heaven's will power than the average person. This was the capital of the Bai family. Hence, some forces started to get close to the Bai family. Their strength grew rapidly. Naturally, they planned to take over the profound sky world. After all, they had a god emperor in their family. They knew many secrets. Building a small god dynasty in 6 worlds was undoubtedly a good choice. There was nothing better than taking over a profound sky world and making it the territory of the family. Hence, the Bai family sent people. More than 100 god emperors and an invincible god emperor were the foundation of the Bai family. Without the foundation of the family, it was impossible to have an expert like the invincible god emperor. An invincible god emperor could indeed sweep across the profound sky world. The Bai family came openly. They had the strength and weren't afraid of the invincible palace playing tricks. Of course, the other meaning was to take over the profound sky world before Di Tian returned. Then they would build a small god dynasty. Even if Di Tian returned, he could only stare at them. Their plan was perfect. Charge in and destroy the invincible palace. On the warship, God Emperor Bai Ziming didn't think much of the invincible palace. The only person he had to pay attention to in the entire profound sky world was Di Tian, the mysterious guy. Especially when there was a rumor that Di Tian had obtained the 3 invincible God Emperors left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang. Even the Bai family coveted them. Even if their strength couldn't reach their peak, it was still terrifying. God Emperor Bai Ziming wanted to take down the God dynasty before Di Tian returned. Once the Bai family established themselves in the profound sky world, many forces would come to join them. Even if Di Tian had 3 invincible God Emperors, he could only swallow his anger and wouldn't dare to find trouble with the Bai family. Boom boom boom. The warship charged in. However, in the next second the environment changed drastically. They appeared in another starry sky. Teleportation. God Emperor Bai Ziming was startled. I heard that Di Tian has mastered the power of space. He must have set this up himself. Pa pa pa. Chapter 2030. A family with an emperor god among their ancestors. Lin Fei did not put them in his eyes. He was very unhappy with the Bai family's actions. If they really let an invincible god emperor kill their way in, invincible palace would not be able to withstand the attack. Now that the Bai family had come knocking, Lin Fei would not let them off easily. If he did not kill some people, everyone would not remember their valiant battle records. An invincible god emperor would be able to win? Therefore Lin Fei came personally to meet the Bai family's god emperor. When deity sovereign Bai Ziming saw the famous Di Tian, an extremely young fellow, he showed some surprise. I didn't expect that you, Di Tian, had returned to Invincible Palace without a word and deceived everyone. God Emperor Bai Ziming stared at Di Tian, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Should I say that you are cunning, or that you are secretly plotting something? They had investigated. Ever since he came out of the palace, Di Tian had been chased by God Emperor Meng Yi and disappeared without a trace. According to their guesses, Di Tian would not return to Invincible Palace. The Invincible Palace in Mysterious Sky World also had people they bribed, but they did not receive any news. God Emperor Bai Ziming brought his people here confidently, prepared to make a great contribution in front of the future Emperor God. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Plot? Do I need to plot? I just hate you people. You shouldn't have attacked my Mysterious Sky World because you are not qualified. God Emperor Bai Ziming laughed. Not qualified? Our Bai family has the qualifications. Although you brought back 3 invincible God Emperors, so much time has passed, and your battle power is not what it used to be. I'm afraid you only have 50 to 60% of your battle power left. How can you be a match for my Bai family? I only have one question for you, will you hand over Mysterious Sky World or not? This time the Bai family brought many people and they were aggressive. 1 invincible God Emperor. There were 4 God Emperors, and they had a high chance of taking down Mysterious Sky World. Lin Fei had seen all kinds of storms and waves. He could not be bothered to say anything to the Bai family. They clearly wanted to take down Mysterious Sky World. Mysterious Sky World. You are not qualified. These are my final words for you. Lin Fei shook his head. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Now. Lin Fei was giving them face by saying so much to them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 invincible and terrifying auras rose. It swept across the entire area. Isn't he just an invincible God Emperor? Who are you trying to scare? God Emperor Bai Ziming said solemnly, everyone kill for me. Let Di Tian know how powerful our 100 clans are. 3 heavenly mandate realm cultivators appeared. Ziming, you go and deal with Di Tian. I will suppress these 3 invincible God Emperors. Beside God Emperor Bai Ziming was a white-haired old man. Covering the heavens with one hand, he attacked brazenly. He was a genuine invincible Shenhuang. God Emperor Bai Ziming was instantly filled with confidence. With the old ancestor sweeping through, there was nothing to fear. Kill him for me. God Emperor Bai Ziming took the lead as his killing intent locked onto the distant Lin Fei. The 3 heavenly fate realm experts each attacked with their imperial armaments. Immediately, 3 black tornadoes appeared in the sky and swept toward everyone present. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tornado was so fast that the Divine Emperor was still in a daze. He fell into the tornado. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and in an instant, the Divine Emperor was badly mutilated. A moment later, all that was left was a pile of bones. One by one, the Divine Emperors fell into the tornado and turned into piles of bones. God Emperor Bai Ziming, who took the lead, sensed danger the moment the tornado appeared, but he could not avoid it. He fell into the tornado and turned into a bloodied man. In the blink of an eye, apart from an invincible god emperor ancestor, the rest of the people from the Bai clan were all dead. Sweeping through everything. Why bother? Lin Fei said lightly. These were 3 top fighters returning to their peak combat power. They were no longer just invincible god emperors. Didn't your combat power diminish? Elder Ancestor Bai was puzzled. Even he might not be able to display such a level of attack. Boom. Invincible One stepped forward and punched Elder Ancestor Bai, sending him flying. His chest caved in and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was also full of cracks. You're not invincible god emperors. Elder Ancestor Bai coughed out blood, his eyes full of shock. He could not understand how this could happen. With just one move he was injured. Elder Ancestor Bai did not believe that they were invincible god emperors. Boom. Another Destiny Realm expert appeared behind him and stomped down. Elder Ancestor Bai spat out blood again, and the space below him turned into a black hole. The combat power of an invincible god emperor might not have made Elder Ancestor Bai so weak, but the one in front of him was a Destiny Realm expert. A trace of Destiny power was enough to suppress an invincible god emperor. The 3 Destiny Realm experts attacked back and forth. Elder Ancestor Bai was defeated in an instant, and he had no way to fight back. A gold medal fighter is indeed a gold medal fighter. He can directly crush anyone who refuses to obey him. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Bai clan? I'll let you lose an elder first. Get rid of him. Lin Fei did not look anymore. He turned and entered the space, returning to the Invincible Palace. Elder Ancestor Bai was killed by Invincible Number 1 in less than 3 moves. The Bai clan's attempt to take over the mysterious sky world failed, and they paid the price of an invincible god emperor. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The Bai clan has gone, we must not let the Bai clan occupy the mysterious sky world. Under the starry sky, a warship turned into a stream of light, advancing at an extreme speed. It was another group of people who wanted to attack the Bai clan first, but something happened along the way. By the time they recovered, they were not as fast as the Bai clan, so they could only desperately increase their speed. At this moment in the starry sky, a giant hand suddenly appeared, pressing down on the moving warship. The warship seemed to be frozen in place. Oh no! Someone sneak attacked us. Boom! Before they could react, the other party's palms smashed the entire warship into pieces. The pieces filled the sky, floating in the starry sky. In the starry sky, a head popped out and sneered. How dare you attack Master's mysterious sky world? You must be tired of living. Then the head disappeared. Under the starry sky that led to the mysterious sky world. All the forces that attacked the mysterious sky world suffered this time. On the way they were attacked by a mysterious person who smashed their warship with one palm. There were heavy casualties and almost all of them were destroyed. No matter which force it was, the result was the same. They were so scared that they did not dare to go to the mysterious sky world. In less than half a day, the news spread that Tion of the mysterious sky world had returned. 3 invincible god emperors attacked and started a massacre, all under Tion's orders. In an instant, everyone in the mysterious sky world knew about it. This time, more than 10 forces were destroyed and almost no one left alive. All of them were killed by the invincible god emperors. Even powerful warships and treasures could not withstand the power of an invincible god emperor's palm. The next day, the Destiny candidate Bai clan listed Tion of the Invincible Palace of the Mysterious Sky World as their number 1 enemy, and they would not rest until he was dead. The Bai clan's invincible god emperor was killed. Chapter 2031. This caused an uproar. Originally, everyone thought that Tion was a troublemaker. He killed the Bai family's invincible divine emperor so quickly. This time things were really getting out of hand. For example, the 8 divine emperors were still watching the show. They gritted their teeth at Tion. They had not forgotten the losses they suffered the last few times. The Bai family had spread the news that they were going to take down the mysterious sky world. The 8 divine emperors were quite excited. They could finally see Tion's face. The Bai family was not weak. On the contrary, they were very strong. They had a god emperor in their ancestor. The foundation they had left behind could not be used up so quickly. Everyone moved their stools to watch the show. Who would have thought that this would be the result? An invincible divine emperor was killed? The 8 divine emperors were not happy that day. They felt cold. The entire city was frightened. They quickly restrained their sect members from finding trouble with Tion. How long had it been? An invincible divine emperor could be killed? Could they still have fun? Besides feeling cold, The 8 divine emperors were even more worried that Tian would find trouble with them. What if they were killed as well? Gifts. They had to give gifts. A few days after the news of the Bai family's invincible divine emperor's death spread, a few of the 8 divine emperors sent people to deliver gifts in private to congratulate Tian on his return. The gifts were divine veins. At the same time they placed a divine vein. It was a huge loss. Congratulations on my return. How dare they say that? Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it all. How could Lin Fei not know what the divine emperors were thinking? They were afraid that he would find them to settle the score. Lin Fei did not have the time to do so. If the 8 divine emperors had any thoughts about the mysterious sky world, Lin Fei would not have minded visiting them. Now that they were so tactful and took the initiative to send gifts, they would be scared to death. In the starry sky near the mysterious sky world, many forces were destroyed by the mysterious giant hand. The news spread outside. Everyone called the starry sky outside the mysterious sky world the land of death. Those who were interested in the mysterious sky world gave up on the idea. Even the Bai family's invincible divine emperor was killed, not to mention those who were not invincible divine emperors. After the 3 golden fighters destroyed more than a dozen warships, no one had any thoughts about the profound sky world anymore. Until now, no one knew the true power of the mysterious giant hand. In any case, as soon as the warship entered this part of the starry sky, the mysterious giant hand would attack, no matter what realm they were at. No matter how strong he was, he would be directly smashed into pieces. Because of that, everyone's fear of Tian deepened. The nickname of the terrifying Great Demon King soon spread throughout the world like a spring breeze. Wasn't it terrifying to kill an invincible god emperor? He shuddered at the thought of it. At this point, no one dared to look down on Tian anymore. Even an invincible divine emperor had been killed, which was enough to prove that the profound sky world had leaped to the top. They had become a major force that no one dared to underestimate. The attacks of the mysterious giant hand were all ordered by Lin Fei. If he didn't beat them up, they would be afraid. He reckoned that there would be even more people who wanted to attack the profound sky world. Now everything was quiet. The death of the Bai clan's invincible deity emperor was equivalent to having a sharp sword hanging over everyone's head, ready to chop down at any time. Master, the Bai family is here. Invincible number 1 sent a message. Lin Fei smiled. They still value their elder ancestor very much. We can earn a fortune again. Elder ancestor Bai was killed. However, his corpse was left intact. After all, he was an invincible divine emperor, so Lin Fei still gave him face. The Bai clan was indeed here. There were only 2 people, both deity emperors. One of them was the god emperor. The other was younger. The 2 entered the starry sky near the profound sky world. They decisively stopped and sent their message over. Now, the starry sky outside the profound sky world had become a land of death. People with bad intentions would make a big fuss the moment they entered this area. Almost all of them would be killed by the mysterious giant hand. Although the Bai clan was arrogant, they were not here to be arrogant. They were here to bring back the elder ancestor's corpse and bury it in the family's forbidden land. They're here. The god emperor Bai Yifei looked ahead. This is your elder ancestor's body. Lin Fei did not appear, but arranged for a deity emperor to appear. Elder ancestor. Seeing the elder ancestor's corpse, deity emperor Bai Yifei could not help but be enraged. At this moment, the elder ancestor's corpse had a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. He was killed in one hit and his life force was completely destroyed. Here. Bai Yifei endured it and threw out a storage ring. There was a divine range inside and at the same time, there was a saint-level divine range. Only the Bai clan with a deep foundation could take it out. Once the elder ancestor's corpse was in his hands, deity emperor Bai Yifei turned and left. Although he was furious, his rationality told him that he must not attack. There were invincible divine emperors in this area. Now he had to bring the corpse back. Lin Fei did not care about what the Bai clan was thinking. They were all killed. If the Bai clan wanted to take revenge, so be it. At worst, Lin Fei would just go on a killing spree. The 3 golden thugs weren't just there to look at, they were there to kill. Getting a divine range from the Bai clan was not a small income. The people he killed this time contributed many divine ranges to him, and he could exchange them for a lot of destiny points. Lin Fei really hoped that there would be more of such good things. Right now he lacked divine ranges. Even if he had a lot of divine ranges, Lin Fei still lacked divine ranges. Raising 3 destiny experts meant that the destiny points consumed had to be supplied by himself. This was a huge consumption. Now that he had 3 top fighters, Lin Fei did not need to go out to deal with the enemies himself. 3 is still not enough. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. 3 destiny experts were still not enough. Are you trying to anger me to death? Lin Fei was indeed not satisfied. After handing over the matter to the 3 top fighters, Lin Fei felt that he had to research how to create more fighters. This time he was going to create some elites. It might be difficult for others, but Lin Fei had some ideas. Especially after the 3 invincible God Emperors became Heavenly Mandate Realm experts, Lin Fei understood how to create elite experts. The prerequisite was to get some test subjects. Lin Fei did not lack such test subjects. He could create them as long as he had godheads. However, this was a one-time thing. Lin Fei was not satisfied, so he planned to bring back some corpses. Invincible 1, go and bring back Elder Ancestor Bai's corpse. Lin Fei shamelessly thought of an idea. Thus, God Emperor Bai Yifei was unlucky enough to meet a mysterious expert and was robbed. When he woke up, Elder Ancestor Bai's corpse was gone. God Emperor Bai Yifei was completely dumbfounded. Damn, you even want to steal a corpse? Divine Emperor Bai Yifei suffered a heavy blow. How was he going to explain this to his family? At this moment, Invincible 1 returned with the corpse. Chapter 2032. While Divine Emperor Bai Yifei was cursing the mastermind, the corpse of the Bai family's invincible Divine Emperor had already fallen into Lin Fei's hands. If others could be shameless, why couldn't he? Lin Fei decisively brought back the corpse of the invincible Divine Emperor. Moreover, if the other party brought back the corpse, he could transform the invincible Divine Emperor into a puppet. Even if it was only 30% of his combat power, it would still be terrifying enough to suppress Divine Emperor Fengshen. In order not to increase the enemy's strength, Lin Fei acted shamelessly for once. No matter how shrewd Divine Emperor Bai Yifei was, he wouldn't have thought that he was the one who did it. Lin Fei was originally prepared as a backup. Soon, he realized that the invincible Divine Emperor's role was not just a backup. In the secret chamber. Another one. Divine Emperors also exploded. There's no justice in this world. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown after a series of test subjects exploded. He originally planned to create elite powerhouses, but they couldn't bear the power. When the power surged in, their bodies directly exploded. After tormenting several Divine Emperors, Lin Fei had to accept the reality. Creating elites was not a small matter. It was not as easy as he imagined. The power couldn't bear it. In desperation, Lin Fei thought of the Bai family's elder ancestor's corpse. Even if he was killed by a heavenly mandate powerhouse, his body was still intact. This was also the strength of an invincible Divine Emperor. The Bai family's elder ancestor's biggest loss was encountering 3 heavenly mandate powerhouses. Only a heavenly mandate powerhouse could kill an invincible Divine Emperor of the Bai family. If it were 3 invincible Divine Emperors, they might only be able to injure the other party but not kill him on the spot. The power of heavenly mandate itself was high and domineering. If a living Divine Emperor doesn't work, I'll use an invincible Divine Emperor. Lin Fei didn't care how much of his strength he could maintain. Puppet? No problem. Lin Fei was very open-minded. Having an invincible Divine Emperor was not a bad thing. First, Lin Fei left his mark in the corpse and operated it as a puppet. Then he pondered. It was better to use a primordial clone, which was also a unique existence. As soon as this idea came to mind, Lin Fei immediately asked the system to analyze whether it was feasible. These primordial clones were not ordinary life forms. In order to upgrade his primordial mist avatar, Lin Fei had invested a lot of capital. If he could inherit an invincible deity emperor's corpse now, he would be able to save a huge step and reach the heavens in a single bound. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Lin Fei. He could try to operate it. Lin Fei ruthlessly used up a sum of destiny points to come up with a feasible solution. The weakest among them was the primordial avatar. His entire body merged with the invincible God Emperor's corpse. Changing directions was a form of possession. Lin Fei was not worried. The system was constantly analyzing. If there were any mistakes, it would be corrected immediately. The whole process lasted for a day. The primordial chaos clone fused perfectly with the invincible God Emperor's corpse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the fusion, the corpse changed dramatically, and the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven and Earth merged into the fleshly body. Soon, a Lin Fei appeared in front of him. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Lin Fei's avatar cupped his fists. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Ah, great, so the primordial chaos clone has such a use. After the successful fusion, the primordial chaos clone's battle prowess was raised to the level of an invincible god emperor. Every bit of power could be used perfectly. In fact, this was a new primordial chaos clone that had mastered a fleshly body. Before, the primordial chaos clone was just an existence in the form of energy. Now, it had flesh and blood and was an existence of a different level. Hehe, I'm really too smart. Lin Fei was very proud of himself. If it weren't for this sudden inspiration, I wouldn't have known the true use of the primordial chaos clone. Lin Fei had previously used the primordial chaos clone as a spare tire. His strength improved very quickly. Now, in comparison, this method was still faster. Should I go look for the corpses of the invincible god emperors? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. When the time came, there would be 18 invincible god emperors. The scene would be quite terrifying. Not to mention there were also 3 heavenly mandate powerhouses. Lin Fei tried to transfer the power of heavenly mandate. Fortunately, this invincible god emperor could also withstand the power of heavenly mandate. In other words, the 4th heavenly mandate powerhouse appeared. Divinity points and heavenly mandate points could be exchanged back and forth. Lin Fei's smile became even brighter. The Bai family lost the corpse of an invincible god emperor. The first to suspect God Tian. However, they were very far away and the route was decided by themselves. Di Tian could not possibly know. Therefore, they dispelled the idea of Di Tian being the target of suspicion and started suspecting others. When the news reached the Bai family, they were furious. Several suspected forces were visited by the Bai family's elder ancestor, and the entire force was wiped out. The bloody scene shocked those forces even more. It turned out that the Bai family still had a deep foundation. However, there was still no trace of the Bai family's invincible god emperor's corpse. Without a doubt, Di Tian of the mysterious sky world had attracted some hatred. When everyone retracted their gaze from Di Tian of the mysterious sky world, something happened in several restricted areas of the divine world. Rumor had it that 2 heavenly mandate powerhouses attacked the restricted areas on a dark and windy night, destroying the creatures in the restricted areas. At the same time, they killed the invincible god emperor and fled with the corpse. If it was just one incident, everyone would at most be shocked. 7 or 8 restricted areas were killed by heavenly mandate powerhouses and taken away the invincible god emperor's corpse. This was not a small matter but a big one. This also made the controllers of the restricted areas of the divine world uneasy. The words heavenly mandate powerhouse still gave them a lot of pressure. No matter how strong the restricted areas were, unless they were top restricted areas, they could not withstand the attack of heavenly mandate powerhouses. The only thing that everyone could not figure out was why heavenly mandate powerhouses were interested in the corpse of invincible god emperor. Everyone was puzzled. At the same time, someone was grinning from ear to ear. Using heavenly mandate powerhouses to snatch the corpse of invincible god emperor, I'm really too smart. I'm afraid they would never think that I was the one who arranged it. In the secret chamber of the invincible palace, Lin Fei looked at the corpses of invincible god emperors with satisfaction. Ever since the first experiment was a success, Lin Fei could not stop thinking about it. In the end, he sent Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 to enter the restricted areas with heavenly mandate power. No one would ever suspect that these 2 heavenly mandate powerhouses were 2 of the invincible god emperors left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang. 17 corpses of invincible god emperors. Lin Fei started to get busy. He transformed the primordial clones into invincible god emperors and provided them with divinity points. Of course, they could also cultivate on their own. In the blink of an eye, the group of clones that only knew how to eat had been solved. The pressure on Lin Fei was greatly reduced. Chapter 2033. 18 Invincible God Emperors. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm still missing 18 Emperor weapons. There were Invincible God Emperors and they were Lesser Emperor weapons. Only with a complete set of Emperor weapons would they have combat power. His current combat power was only about 40%. He could deal with Fengshen Emperor, but to kill him he would need 18 Invincible God Emperors at the same time. That was his only weakness. Lin Fei sighed and immediately had an idea. Without Emperor weapons I won't dig up graves. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There are many Emperor weapons in the forbidden areas of the divine world, especially those created by the God Emperors. Lin Fei was not satisfied that the system did not have Emperor weapons for sale. After thinking about it, this was the only way. Many God Emperor forbidden areas were hidden in the forbidden areas, and outsiders did not know where they were. Lin Fei was not in a hurry for the time being. He first let the 18 clones familiarize themselves with the bodies of invincible God Emperors. While the forbidden areas were being tormented by Heaven's Mandate experts, Out of the 6 subworlds, 5 of them had been targeted one after another. No one dared to come to the mysterious sky world for the time being. Everyone knew that this area was a land of death, and 3 invincible god emperors were enough to make everyone suffer. Everyone gave up on occupying the mysterious sky world, and it was time to create other subworlds. For example, Hell World, Moon World, Heaven Creation World, etc. became everyone's first choice. In a new round of battles, the first was Heaven Creation World. Although there were god emperors, they could not stop the overall situation. A powerful sect attacked, and the god emperor was killed on the spot. They quickly occupied Heaven Creation World and repelled several forces. A Heaven's Mandate expert and 3 invincible god emperors became a deterrent. Heaven Creation World was quickly occupied by the Night Sift sect, and the inside and outside were heavily guarded, dispelling a group of unwilling people. 6 subworlds. When they were sealed, the god emperors were already very powerful, and even the divine world could not interfere. Now they were too powerful. They could not stop the attacks of powerful forces. The god emperor of the Moon world was more tactful, and when a powerful family attacked, he chose to surrender and give up the Moon world, leaving a life. This was the best choice. However, the competition in the Moon Kingdom world was fierce, especially after the sky opening world was occupied by the Night God sect. After the 6 subworlds became 40%, no one was willing to give up. The immortal realm was vast. They were rich in resources. However, the 6 subworlds had played a significant role in the past. Basically, Destiny Realm experts would choose a child world as their base. There were even rumors that a child world had great luck. The Moon Kingdom fell into a war. This was the battlefield of the Divine Sovereigns, the Heaven-splitting Divine Sovereigns, the God-conferring Divine Sovereigns. Even invincible God Emperors were mobilized, and there were also fights between Heavenly Mandate Realm experts. In the end, the Moon world was occupied by the Shui family. In the shortest time possible, they established a supreme small godly dynasty and laid the foundation. My senior brother is here? Just when Lin Fei thought he could relax a little, Divine Emperor Chenxi and the others had arrived. This time he was not here as a guest. Instead, he had brought a group of people to the profound sky world. Upon receiving the news, Lin Fei went out to welcome them. He saw that the Chenxi Divine Emperor and the others were all injured and in a sorry state. Lin Fei's heart jolted. A thought came to his mind. Could it be that the underworld was lost? This was the only explanation that could explain why they were in such a sorry state. Senior brother, are you all right? Lin Fei came up and asked. Divine Emperor Chenxi smiled bitterly. Fortunately, we didn't want to die. Those bastards who chased us didn't dare to come after seeing us enter the death zone of the profound sky world. A bunch of cowards. Divine Emperor Massacre remained expressionless. However, he looked at Lin Fei with a much gentler gaze. Little junior brother, we have nowhere to go now. You won't chase us away, right? 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said pitifully. Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The underworld had indeed been occupied. Senior sister, what are you talking about? As long as you don't mind the profound sky world, you can stay as long as you want. Lin Fei called everyone to the Invincible Palace. The people brought by Divine Emperor Chenxi were arranged in an area of the Invincible Palace. Junior brother's place is still the best. Divine Emperor Chenxi and the other 2 sat together. There were fruits and wine on the table. It was obvious that the 3 of them couldn't eat at this time. There was a trace of helplessness between their brows. Lin Fei didn't speak. Listening to them vent, he roughly understood the situation. Of the 6 subworlds under the divine world, the underworld has fallen. Now, only little junior brother's profound sky world is left. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said, I didn't expect that the forces that emerged would be stronger than the other. I thought that we could resist for a while. Who knew? Speaking of this, the 3 divine emperors felt helpless. The enemy was too strong. Their power to stop them was disintegrated in an instant. A divine emperor seal made a move and they were injured. They had no choice but to give up the underworld. Which force has taken over the underworld now? Lin Fei asked. An ancient family surnamed Mu. They have been in seclusion for a long time. Rumor has it that they used to compete with the God Emperor in the previous era, Divine Emperor Chenxi said with a bitter smile. Lin Fei knew of this Mu family. He was slightly startled. I didn't expect them to come out. Senior brother, don't be disheartened. Their strength is obvious to all. It's just that they have been accumulating for a long time. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said, I still have to thank junior brother. The world is in chaos now. The Destiny experts are recruiting troops. A Destiny war is about to start. If there's anything in the future, junior brother, just tell me. Senior sister will stay with you from now on. Lin Fei said with a smile, if senior sister doesn't mind, I won't mind even if you stay for 1,000 years. Little junior brother, you're not bad. Massacred Divine Emperor said after a long time. Of the 6 subworlds, 5 quickly fell. The sky-splitting world was taken over by the Night Sift clan. The Moan world was taken over by the Shui clan. The underworld was the Mu clan. The Heaven Fusion world was occupied by the Stone Emperor clan. The last Blood Fiend world was occupied by an even more ancient Styx clan. Every force had a great background. After occupying a subworld, they established a small divine dynasty and quickly recruited experts from all over. Their forces expanded rapidly. After the 5 subworlds of Lin Fei's Profound Sky world were taken, some destiny experts were stimulated again. Someone had set their eyes on the Profound Sky world. Invincible divine emperors couldn't do it? Then what about destiny experts? In less than 7 or 8 days, a new wave of forces came. They were ferocious and led by destiny experts. They headed straight for the Profound Sky world. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly when he heard the news. Everyone thought they were easy to bully. And they even sent destiny experts? Chapter 2034. Lin Fei was furious. The Bai family's invincible divine emperor old ancestor was killed in the mysterious sky world, and now there were more people coming? After hearing the news, Lin Fei let the system open the 3D image. Destiny Realm experts. A total of 3 warships came in a majestic manner. Through the 3D image, Lin Fei could feel the aura of destiny coming towards him. Wow, 3 Heavens Mandate experts, what a powerful background. Originally, he thought that there was only 1 Heavens Mandate Realm expert. But now it seemed that there was far more than one. There were a total of 3 Heavens Mandate Realm experts. Lin Fei was even more curious about this force. To be able to make 3 Heavens Fate Realm experts move out, this force didn't just have 3 Heavens Fate Realm experts, there might even be 7 or 8. No wonder they are so aggressive, and they have the power to wipe out an entire world. Lin Fei currently had 3 Destiny Realm experts and 18 Invincible Divine Emperors, no 19 Invincible Divine Emperors. It was more than enough to deal with them. I'll let you regret it later. The mysterious sky world is just ahead. The 3 warships were huge and they were filled with people. Each of them had the aura of a divine emperor, and the weakest was above the heavenly divine emperor level. Every warship was about the same. This was a rather powerful force. I heard that this Di Tian is very arrogant, thinking that he can scare people away just because he killed the Bai family's invincible divine emperor old ancestor. He should know where we come from. On the warship in the middle. Xian Xing, the leader of the Destiny Realm experts, said coldly. Brother Xian is right. If Di Tian doesn't know what's good for him, then I'd like to see how powerful he is. The Heavens Mandate expert on the left, Leng Outyin, said in disdain. Ah, you're right. Actually, this emperor would like to see this junior Di Tian. If he can hand over the mysterious sky world, we can give him a position as a vanguard general of our small celestial dynasty. Bo Ning, the Destiny Realm expert on the right, said. Although these 3 Heavens Mandate Realm experts weren't the strongest among them, they were still extremely powerful. They could cultivate destiny power. They could look down on the world. To be able to send 3 Heavens Mandate experts to the Profound Sky world, the small divine dynasty behind them must be very powerful. Stop. God Emperor Xian Xing waved his hand. The warships stopped. The other 2 battleships stopped. Although they were all Heavens Mandate experts, they could disregard Divine Emperor Feng Xin and the others due to the Profound Sky world's ferocious reputation. The number of experts who had died in the mysterious sky world was uncountable. The 3 Heavenly Fate Realm experts didn't dare to underestimate him. Is the Profound Sky world's Di Tian here? Deity Emperor Xian Xing shouted. The voice of the Heavens Mandate expert spread throughout the starry sky and the mysterious sky world. I'm Di Tian. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Fei's voice echoed through the air. Not far from Xian Xing Deity Sovereign, Lin Fei's phantom image appeared in the void. Facing 3 Heavens Mandate Realm experts. You're Di Tian. That's great. God Emperor Bu Ning snorts. We are from the Under Heaven God Dynasty. You should understand our intentions. Our Under Heaven God Dynasty needs your Profound Sky world. As long as Dao Friend is willing to hand it over, our Under Heaven God Dynasty is willing to grant you the position of a battle general. Under Heaven God Dynasty? In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei didn't know about the Under Heaven God Dynasty. After the Heavens Mandate Realm appeared, Heavens Mandate Realm experts appeared as well. All sorts of god dynasties appeared, forming a scene of hundreds of god dynasties. This was just the beginning. Battle General? I'm afraid you're just going to be cannon fodder. Lin Fei sneered. Bullshit Battle General, isn't it just that? Seeing that Di Tian didn't respond, Leng Outyan's cold gaze swept across. This emperor knows that you have some ability and can kill an invincible god emperor. In our eyes, even if 10 invincible god emperors come, our under heaven god dynasty can still raise your profound sky world to the ground. If you know what's good for you, immediately hand over the profound sky world. One playing the good cop? One playing the bad cop? Lin Fei laughed even more happily. This was what God Emperor Bu Neng and God Emperor Leng Outyan had discussed before. It would be best if they didn't take action. If they paid a huge loss, the under heaven god dynasty would also feel heartache. The other party could kill an invincible god emperor. At least 3 invincible god emperors would take action. If they could subdue 3 invincible god emperors, that would be the best. That would be the top combat power. Any god dynasty needed invincible god emperors. Inside the invincible palace, Divine Emperor Qianxi and the others slightly changed their expressions. The under heaven god dynasty is really shameless. Divine Emperor Qianxi said disdainfully. One playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. However, little junior brother is quite powerful. I heard that the under heaven god dynasty has a very powerful background. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor smiled, but there was a trace of worry in his smile. Facing 3 heavenly mandate experts, Divine Emperor Qianxi and the others also felt very helpless. Our little junior brother should be able to handle it. Massacre Divine Emperor rarely spoke. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but it's a pity that everyone is too late. Lin Fei shook his head and said, What too late? Divine Emperor Bu Neng suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Fei said, My profound sky world no longer belongs to me. Just some time ago I handed over the profound sky world. Now I am just a member of the under heaven god dynasty. The 3 heavenly mandate experts were startled. Occupied? You're lying. Divine Emperor Leng Outyan said angrily, We know about your profound sky world. According to your character, how could you hand over the profound sky world? The 3 heavenly mandate experts did not believe it. Although they did not make a move before, it did not mean that they did not pay attention to the situation of the profound sky world. They clearly believed that the profound sky world was still in the hands of Di Tian. Di Tian saying this was nothing more than a perfunctory act. It was just that it was very difficult to convince them. Lin Fei did not care. Anyway, I have handed over the profound sky world. If you want the profound sky world, talk to the small under heaven god dynasty behind me. If you are not afraid of them dealing with you, just barge in. The phantom image in front of them dissipated. The 3 heavenly mandate experts really did not expect to hear such a news. The profound sky world was occupied by the under heaven god dynasty? They had never heard of this news before. Di Tian is definitely fooling people. We did not have to talk to him just now. Let's just kill our way in. Divine Emperor Leng Outyan said expressionlessly. Divine Emperor Bu Neng said worriedly, If the profound sky world is in the hands of someone else, we will have offended a under heaven god dynasty. This is not a good thing. Divine Emperor Xian Sheng revealed a look of hesitation. If the profound sky world was ownerless, they would not care. Even if Di Tian's ferocious reputation was out there, in front of them heaven mandate experts, he could suppress them if he wanted to. Now that the under heaven god dynasty was in great numbers, the under heaven god dynasty was not willing to offend a powerful under heaven god dynasty. Chapter 2035. I'm shameless. I'm really good at framing people. Listening to their words, Lin Fei rolled his eyes. He was a good person. How could he be shameless? Deceive them? Nonsense. Just now, Lin Fei had figured out how to deal with the divine dynasties one by one. They're just bullying me because I don't have a backer. I'll make one myself. Lin Fei didn't want to face the divine dynasties endlessly. If he wanted to dispel their thoughts, as long as he had a strong divine dynasty, he would have to be careful no matter who it was. In the following era of divine dynasties, he didn't have to worry about their thoughts. This was the solution Lin Fei came up with. Deceiving people? Why didn't anyone believe it? The Qianxi Divine Emperor and the others were also dumbfounded. He joined the divine dynasty? The Qianxi Divine Emperor blinked. Why do I feel that it's impossible? The Flowers Divine Emperor smiled. Little junior brother must be deceiving them. Given his character, it should be impossible for him to join the divine dynasty. They knew their little junior brother too well. He had never chosen to bow his head on his way to fame. Those who fought head-on. The unlucky ones were always the other party. The 8 great sects of the divine realm had all suffered a great loss at his hands. In the end, they had to bow their heads for fear that he would continue to cause them trouble. They knew their little junior brother's character from this alone. Those who fought head-on would definitely be unlucky. Tell me, are Di Tian's words true or false? In the starry sky outside the mysterious heavenly realm. Some people were also paying attention to the mysterious heavenly realm. Since the Heaven's Mandate Bridge appeared, many Heaven's Mandate experts had appeared. Those who were not the strongest chose to join the Divine Dynasty so that they could get a high position in the future. This was the era of the Divine Dynasty. No matter who it was, they were all choosing to join the Divine Dynasty. They would either assist a worthy candidate to reach the Heaven's Mandate realm, or once the person they assisted became a God Emperor, they would become the ministers of a region and dominate an era in the future. This was also the best choice for everyone in any era. The mysterious heavenly realm. The 6 subworlds were good places to establish a divine dynasty in any era. Therefore, many people had their eyes on the mysterious heavenly realm. Since the divine dynasty was one step ahead, many people simply watched in secret. If the divine dynasty in the world failed, they did not mind being the fishermen. When they heard that the mysterious sky world had been conquered by the celestial dynasty, they didn't believe it was true. Who didn't know about Di Tian's ferocious reputation? They wanted to see how Di Tian would deal with the attack of 3 Destiny Realm experts. That goes without saying. It will definitely be breached by Xianxing Shenhuang and the others. Unfortunately, they were a step ahead of us. The overall strength of the World Divine Dynasty is still very strong. I hope Di Tian can hold on a little longer. Deity Emperor Xiansheng and the rest entered the land of death. Ever since the invincible Divine Emperor had died in the mysterious sky world, Lin Fei had treated the starry sky outside the mysterious sky world as a forbidden area. No outsiders are allowed in. This area was also covered in layers of spatial formations. The 3 Heavens Mandate experts took the lead and saw the profound sky world not far away. I told you Di Tian was lying. God Emperor Leng Outyen sneered. I dare say that Di Tian is definitely scared to the point that he doesn't dare to go out to welcome us. The 3 Heavenly Fate Realm experts were in a good mood. The only thing they had to do now was to capture Di Tian. At that time, without Di Tian's consent, the mysterious sky world would become the territory of the World Divine Dynasty. This is the territory of the mysterious sky divine dynasty. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Boom. All of a sudden, a dignified voice descended from the sky. At the same time, a giant hand with a terrifying aura slapped toward the 3 Heavens Mandate experts. Not good. The 3 Heavens Mandate experts reacted quickly and attacked upward. Heavens Mandate expert. They had never thought of it in the first place. Heavens Mandate experts would appear in the mysterious sky world. In the most impossible situation, a Heavens Mandate realm expert had appeared. A mere Heavens Mandate expert can stop us. God Emperor Leng Outyen snorted coldly, took out his weapon and attacked. Although Xianxing Shenhuang and the others were shocked, they did not retreat. A Heaven's Mandate expert was not worthy of their fear. Towards the mysterious sky divine dynasty, there was still a trace of surprise. They had never heard of this divine dynasty and did not know where it came from. However, just as they had this thought, another 2 Heavens Mandate experts attacked from the void. Their faces were covered in black armor, and they killed another 3 Heavens Mandate experts. As soon as the 3 Heavens Mandate experts appeared, their attacks made the 3 Heavens Mandate experts of the World Divine Dynasty gasp. Too strong. They actually used the power of Heaven's Mandate. Crazy. Although they were Heaven's Mandate experts, the Heaven's Mandate in their bodies was limited, and they rarely used the power of Heaven's Mandate. The 3 Heaven's Mandate experts in front of them attacked with all their might. Xianxing Shenhuang and the others had misgivings, and they were directly at a disadvantage. In a short time, the 3 Heavens Mandate experts were injured. After fighting for a while, Xianxing Shenhuang and the others had the intention to retreat. It was too disadvantageous to fight with them. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Just as Xianxing Shenhuang and the others were about to leave, another 6 black-armored people appeared from the void. They were all invincible God Emperors. They were already under great pressure, and facing 6 invincible God Emperors, the pressure was even greater. Boom. Xianxing Shenhuang was careless, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. Hurry up and leave. Lin Fei watched coldly. They were killed by that Leng Outyen Divine Emperor. 3 Heavens Mandate experts not leaving one behind, did they really think that the profound sky world was easy to bully? Xianxing Shenhuang was the first to leave, and he could not care about the other two Heaven's Mandate experts. He was cursing in his heart, how can this profound sky divine dynasty have such strength? They used the power of Heaven's Mandate without restraint, there is no justice in this world. Bu Neng Divine Emperor was the second to leave, and he was not in the mood to fight. This was too much of a bully. The invincible God Emperors also followed, and the pressure was even greater. The most unlucky Leng Outyin Divine Emperor was surrounded by 3 Heaven's Mandate experts, and there were 6 invincible God Emperors attacking without any regard for their lives. Xian Sheng Bu Neng, you can't leave. Leng Outyin Divine Emperor, who was pinned down, finally revealed a trace of fear. Even if he was a Heaven's Mandate expert, he could not withstand the attacks of 3 Heaven's Mandate experts. After Xian Sheng Shenhuang and Bu Neng Divine Emperor heard this, they ran even faster, not in the mood to return. How could Leng Outyin Divine Emperor withstand the attacks of 3 Heaven's Mandate experts? In less than a moment, Leng Outyin Divine Emperor was killed. Originally, Leng Outyin Divine Emperor was prepared to break out of the encirclement, but the invincible God Emperors and the others came over in waves, and he could not retreat at all. It was completely over. Those experts watching from the outside all sucked in a cold breath. What kind of background does this profound sky divine dynasty have? Separated by space, they could see everything clearly. Chapter 2036. This time, everyone was dumbfounded one after another. The Tianxia dynasty was not a small force. 3 Heaven's Mandate experts working together was enough to wipe out all existences, let alone a mysterious sky world. In the end, everyone could not believe it was true. 3 Heaven's Mandate experts were actually defeated, and 1 Divine Emperor Leng Outyin was left behind, while the other 2 Heaven's Mandate experts fled in panic. This was too unbelievable. The forces that were originally watching were all dumbfounded. Originally, when Old Ancestor Bai, an invincible Divine Emperor Old Ancestor, was killed, no one dared to take it lightly. Who would have thought that the mysterious sky world would be taken over by a force? Tianxia dynasty? They had never heard of it. This did not prevent them from paying attention to the Tianxia dynasty. To be able to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert, the Tianxia dynasty's strength was far from what they had imagined. While they were still in shock, the Heaven's Mandate expert spoke. Any force that spies on the mysterious sky world, as long as they step within 1 billion miles of the mysterious sky world, will be targeted by the Tianxia dynasty. The Heaven's Mandate expert's voice rumbled. The voice of the Heaven's Mandate expert echoed in the starry sky. 5 of the 6 subworlds also heard the Heaven's Mandate expert's voice. Especially the last few words, everyone felt threatened. The Tianxia dynasty was serious. Go. We can't stay here. Who knows if the Heaven's Mandate expert of the Tianxia dynasty will come out? Once the warning was given, the onlookers began to retreat. If they came out, they would definitely die. So, a large group of people fled out. This works too? The Divine Emperors were dumbfounded. A Heaven's Mandate expert. The mysterious sky world actually had a Heaven's Mandate expert. They could not believe it was true. It was too shocking. When they came, they had guessed that the 3 invincible Divine Emperors in their little junior brother's hands should be the strongest deterrent. They did not expect that they not only had invincible Divine Emperors but also a Heaven's Mandate expert. Dynasty? Tianxia dynasty? Say it. Did little junior brother really join the Tianxia dynasty? The 3 Divine Emperors looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They did not believe that their little junior brother could have a Heaven's Mandate expert as well. As long as one dared to establish a divine dynasty, there would definitely be Heavenly Mandate realm experts in the dynasty. At most, it was just a matter of how many there were. Sending out 3 Heaven's Mandate realm experts at once was truly a big move. Originally, he was worried about those fellows outside eyeing him covetously like tigers watching their prey. He was completely relieved. What should we do now? Divine Emperor Xian Sheng and Divine Emperor Bo Neng, who had escaped, had fled far away. When they were sure that no one was chasing them, they stopped. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. The one who spoke was God Emperor Bu Neng. He was completely frightened. A Heaven's Mandate expert had died. When he came, he was full of mettle, thinking about how to take down the profound sky world in the blink of an eye. He had fallen in the profound sky world. Emperor Xian Sheng suffered a heavy blow, and his eyes were filled with resentment. It's all because of that bastard Dtian. Divine Emperor Xian Sheng scolded, if it wasn't for him, why would we have barged in and offended the heavenly fate realm experts of the profound sky god dynasty? God Emperor Bu Neng rolled his eyes. Back then, You were the one who requested to enter. We can't go to the profound sky world anymore. We have to return to the Under Heaven God dynasty and report the situation to them. Divine Emperor Xian Sheng was completely frightened. A Heaven's Mandate expert had been killed. This was simply an incredible matter. The two of them were actually afraid. To be able to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. Those 3 Heaven's Mandate experts were enough to kill them. What they could not accept the most was that the other party had invincible God Emperors, who were exceptionally powerful. The two of them returned to the Under Heaven God dynasty and told everyone about the power of the Profound Sky God dynasty. They couldn't possibly say that they were afraid. A Heaven's Mandate expert had died. That was quite sensational. As those who had left sent the news back to their respective factions, the entire world was in an uproar. When everyone heard the news, they expressed their disbelief. Profound Sky World. The strongest were 3 invincible God Emperors. How could they kill a Heaven's Mandate expert? Furthermore, it was under the attack of 3 Heaven's Mandate experts. Investigate. They had to investigate. Spies from all over investigated the news. The news was quickly reported. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. When they heard the news, they couldn't believe it was true. That arrogant Di Tian had actually joined the Under Heaven God dynasty. Profound Sky God dynasty? This made the faces of those who had been staring at the Profound Sky world burn, as if they had been slapped in the face. It was too surprising. The 8 great God Emperors secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not set their eyes on the Profound Sky world. Who asked them to suffer at the hands of Di Tian? Previously, Di Tian was alone, and it was already too much for them to handle. Now that he had joined the Under Heaven God dynasty, the 8 great God Emperors had no more thoughts. Fight with Di Tian? They would be the ones suffering. Until now, they were still afraid of Di Tian. When they heard that Di Tian had a backer, the 8 great God Emperors had even less thoughts. A Heaven's Mandate expert had been killed. That was not all. The whole divine world was in an uproar. All the Heaven's Mandate experts who had established Under Heaven God dynasty turned their attention to the Profound Sky world's Profound Sky God dynasty. What a joke. To be able to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert, even if it was the weakest Heaven's Mandate expert, was already shocking. They did not expect Di Tian to join the Under Heaven God dynasty, and it seemed that he was very popular. Many people regretted not recruiting Di Tian earlier. Just the 3 invincible God Emperors by Di Tian's side, in addition to the Profound Sky world, was quite worth it. At that time, no one thought about whether Di Tian would join the Under Heaven God dynasty or not. What everyone paid more attention to was that the Profound Sky God dynasty was founded by a Heaven's Mandate expert. To be able to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert was something that no Under Heaven God dynasty dared to ignore. This also made the Profound Sky God dynasty famous, and the whole world knew about it. The forces that originally had designs on the Profound Sky world completely gave up this time. If even a Heaven's Mandate expert could be killed, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Now, the only thing everyone wanted to know was who the Divine Emperor of the Profound Sky God dynasty was. He could swallow up the Profound Sky world without anyone noticing and even make Di Tian willing to join. In their opinion, an unknown enemy was the scariest. The sudden appearance of the Profound Sky God dynasty was even more worthy of attention. As the other 5 sub-worlds of the 6 sub-worlds under the Divine Realm, they instantly felt a formless pressure. With such a mysterious neighbor of the Profound Sky God dynasty, no one could be at ease. If it was an ordinary Under Heaven God dynasty, no one would feel any pressure. Now that the Profound Sky God dynasty had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, the neighbors, were frightened. After Lin Fei returned, the Tianxi Divine Emperor and the others came looking for him. If the Profound Sky world was really controlled by the Profound Sky God dynasty, they would have to consider whether it was appropriate to stay here. Little junior brother, you are so fierce. Even a Heaven's Mandate expert died outside the Profound Sky world. I think from now on, no one will come looking for trouble. The Tianxi Divine Emperor congratulated him. The Profound Sky God dynasty was naturally thought of by Lin Fei in a flash of inspiration. Chapter 2037. Lin Fei's explanation to the Tianxi Divine Emperor was very simple. The mysterious sky world had indeed become the land of the God dynasty. Lin Fei had also told everyone that they did not need to worry about the people of the God dynasty, and that everything would be peaceful. In the meantime, Lin Fei had leaked a little information, saying that they would not appear in public for the time being, and that the management of the Profound Sky world would still be in his hands. The Tianxi Divine Emperor and the others were taken aback once again. They realized that their little junior brother had a deep connection with the people of the Divine Dynasty. Lin Fei's words made them heave a sigh of relief. If the Celestial Dynasty had given them a choice, they would not have been able to make a decision at the moment. If they left the mysterious sky world now, the people from the hell world would definitely not let them off. They would definitely eliminate them. Fortunately, little junior brother's words made them continue to stay. Due to the matters of the infernal realm, the three of them focused on cultivation. Meanwhile, the other 5 sub-realms started to discuss the profound Sky God dynasty. It was not a good thing to have such a neighbor. Especially the ruler of the infernal realm, the Mu family. Ever since the Mu family entered the infernal world, they had relied on their own strength to crush the God King of Massacre of the infernal world, killing most of the people who resisted. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that the Massacre Deity Emperor and the others had seized the opportunity to escape from the infernal world. Everyone, the profound Sky God dynasty has a mysterious origin. Does anyone have any good suggestions? The Mu family had established the Divine Dynasty. To be able to conquer the infernal realm and deter the other forces, the Mu family's overall strength was still very strong. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Divine Dynasty were all gathered together. These upper echelons were formed by people from various powers. They were working together to become Heaven's Mandate experts. The Heavenly Mandate ascendant of the Mu clan was named Mu Rendi. It was an extremely tyrannical name. Mu Rendi, the God Emperor, truly had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was ranked within the top 20 of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Mu Rendi was not in a good mood. In the neighboring Profound Sky world, a Profound Sky God dynasty had appeared. He had even killed a Heavenly Mandate realm expert. He was extremely domineering. Up until now, Mu Rendi had not been able to guess which Heavenly Mandate expert was in control of the Profound Sky God dynasty. This made Mu Rendi very uncomfortable. Thus, he gathered the higher-ups to discuss how to deal with this Profound Sky world. Besides that, there was another matter, and that was that the Chintzy Divine Emperor and the others had entered the mysterious sky world and were together with Dtion. Dtion was famous for being difficult to deal with. At first, Mu Rendi was just sitting back and watching Dtion being chased out. But in the blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. Dtion actually has a backer now. What the hell is going on? Mu Rendi was very worried that Dtion would send the experts of the God Dynasty to attack the Hell Realm. Your Highness, there's no need to fear Dtion. On the other hand, the Tianxian Divine Dynasty has always been shrouded in a veil. At the very least, we cannot offend the Tianxian Divine Dynasty for the time being. They belong to the Peace faction. With the precedent of a Heavenly Fate realm expert being killed, no one dared to look for trouble with the Heavenly Profound God Dynasty. On the other hand, the pro-war faction also remained silent. The reason was simple. The death of a Heaven's Mandate expert in the Profound Sky world. Everyone had to consider it carefully. Mu Rendi knew very well what everyone meant. At the very least, it was not appropriate to offend the Profound Sky God Dynasty for the time being. Your Highness, they're here. After the noisy end, someone immediately came to report. Who? Mu Rendi asked. The Night Luo God Dynasty of the Heaven Opening World, the Shui Clan God Dynasty of the Moan World, the Netherworld River God Dynasty of the Blood Evil World, and finally the Stone Emperor Clan of the Tianhe World. Mu Rendi immediately became serious and revealed a trace of seriousness. I'll go and welcome them personally. These 4 people. They all had great backgrounds. The God Dynasties were all very powerful. Especially in the era where there were many God Dynasties, Mu Rendi needed allies, powerful allies. The big shots of 4 worlds coming together was indeed not a small matter. Everyone, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Mu Rendi was very imposing and at the same time, his aura contained an invincible overbearing aura. For Mu Rendi to personally come out to welcome them, it was indeed very important. Haha, for Emperor Mu to come out to welcome us. We're really flattered. Soon, the 4 of them entered one after another. Mu Rendi ordered his subordinates to send over delicacies and wine. After everyone exchanged greetings, they immediately entered the main topic. They were not here to play. Emperor Mu, what do you think of the Tianxian God Dynasty? The first to speak was the ruler of the Netherworld River God Dynasty, the Netherworld River Divine Emperor. The strongest of each generation was called the Netherworld River Divine Emperor. The Netherworld River clan was not the human race, but a special race. They were born in the Netherworld River clan and were innately immortal. They were very powerful. Their background was not small. The Netherworld River Divine Emperor in this area was very cold, especially his eyes, which always shot out a cold gaze. If one was not familiar with him, they would not be able to hide this gaze. Mu Rendi did not like the Netherworld River Divine Emperor. This guy was too cold, like a poisonous snake, making him uncomfortable. It's very mysterious. We only know about the Tianxian God dynasty, but we don't know anything about the specific situation. If we really want to know, maybe we can get some information from Di Tian. However, Di Tian is not easy to get along with. It's not easy to get information from him. Mu Rendi said very directly. According to what Emperor Mu said, you don't know much about the situation of the Tianxian God dynasty? This time, the person who spoke was the ruler of the Night Luo God dynasty, Divine Emperor Yileng, who was born with purple pupils. There's no choice. After the Tianxian God dynasty killed the Destiny Realm expert, no one dared to stay outside. It's very difficult to know the specific situation. Could it be that Taoist Yileng knows? Divine Emperor Yileng shook his head. Emperor Su thinks too highly of me. Mu Rendi did not believe that they could get any useful information. Now, everyone knew that the Tianxian world was not to be trifled with. They had a god dynasty overseeing it. Within 100 million miles, they would kill anyone with hostility. Just because of this, no one dared to go. If they went, they would definitely lose their lives. There were even rumors that within 100 million miles, there were invincible divine emperors overseeing it. Anyone who went in would definitely be killed. Mu Rendi guessed some of the situation. The four great figures should be trying to understand the Tianxian world. The main point was whether the Tianxian God dynasty was worth it to form an alliance with. From killing the Destiny Realm expert, the valiant side they displayed was enough to make everyone pay attention to them. As 5 out of 6 subworlds, they also had their own thoughts. We are not sure now. Why don't we directly make a trip to the Tianxian world? Divine Emperor Xueting said. Won't we know when the time comes? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Tianxian God dynasty's Destiny Realm experts? Stone Emperor sneered. The Tianxian God dynasty shouldn't be so rude. Divine Emperor Styx River said sinisterly. Unless they offend 5 of our god dynasties at once. In reality, Mu Rendi also had his own thoughts. For example, he could personally make a trip to the Tianxian God dynasty and settle the matter with Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others. If he didn't settle it, there would always be a trace of worry. This trace of worry could very possibly lead to big trouble. Chapter 2039. Outside, dynasties were being built continuously. The mysterious sky world was extremely peaceful. Ever since the news of the mysterious sky god dynasty spread, everyone in the mysterious sky world was at ease. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, as long as Di Tian was there, they did not need to worry. They worshipped Di Tian blindly. As long as Di Tian was there, the mysterious sky world was the safest place. Every time they faced danger, every time they averted danger, everyone was full of confidence in Di Tian. Invincible divine emperors and Destiny Realm experts had fallen in the mysterious sky world. What else was more worthy of pride? Perhaps many people had never seen it in their entire lives. But in the mysterious sky world, this was not a rare thing. Every time an enemy came to invade, everyone's favorite thing to do was to sit in a restaurant, order a table of delicacies, drink immortal wine and watch a good show. It was one of life's greatest joys. It had been a month since the Destiny Realm experts had fallen. The outside world was in chaos. The people of the mysterious sky world were talking about what had happened. Especially after the news of the invincible divine emperors and Destiny Realm experts had spread, no one dared to underestimate the mysterious sky world. And the appearance of the mysterious sky god dynasty had attracted many forces. They had all come to join the mysterious sky god dynasty. To be able to kill Destiny Realm experts, the mysterious sky god dynasty had a strong foundation. This naturally attracted many people to join the mysterious sky god dynasty. To those who wanted to join the mysterious sky god dynasty, they were disappointed. After coming to the mysterious sky world, they did not see the person in charge and did not know anything about the mysterious sky god dynasty. Even so, everyone's interest in joining the mysterious sky god dynasty did not diminish. They stayed in a city near the Invincible Palace. Compared to the constant wars outside, the mysterious sky world was much safer. At least, they did not have to worry about being caught in a war one day. As time passed, the mysterious sky world became more and more lively. A large number of people entered the mysterious sky world. As locals of the mysterious sky world, one of the things they liked to do the most was to advertise. They would nag at anyone they met, and it was not hard not to listen. And as many people entered the mysterious sky world, 5 important people from the subworlds. They quietly arrived outside the mysterious sky world. What a good Di Tian. He actually set up such a spatial formation. Once the spatial formation is activated, even a divine emperor cannot attack the mysterious sky world. before entering the mysterious sky world. The Netherworld River Divine Emperor's eyes narrowed as he looked at the profound sky world, full of praises. It's indeed very mysterious. I can't tell if it's real or fake. Divine Emperor Xueteng said, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If we can set up such a spatial array outside the Divine Dynasty, we'll be able to resist some of the power. The other three had similar thoughts. Spatial arrays could only be set up by spatial controllers. If one wanted to set it up perfectly, only an expert who had mastered the power of space could set it up. Tian was one of them. No one could deny this fact. Other than that, they also saw many immortals entering the mysterious sky world. They were not surprised at all. The current profound sky world was famous, and there were definitely many people who wanted to join the profound sky god dynasty. The only thing that surprised them was that after that day, there was no more news from the profound sky god dynasty. As for those who joined, there was no movement at all. They couldn't figure out what the Tianxian divine dynasty was trying to do. Let's go in and meet Tian. Mu Rendi retracted his gaze. This time, they came here quietly because they didn't want to be noticed by too many people. They set off again. All of a sudden, a terrifying divine sense swept past them, causing the 5 heavenly fate realm cultivators to wear solemn expressions. This divine consciousness was very strong. It was so strong that they felt their hearts palpitate. It was far stronger than them. The 5 heavenly mandate experts didn't act rashly. There were heavenly mandate experts who had fallen in this place. Now in the outside world. They only knew that the profound sky god dynasty had sent 3 heavenly mandate experts and a few invincible divine emperors, but they didn't know the specific details of the profound sky god dynasty. They wisely chose to wait and see. Esteemed guests, I wonder what brings you to my profound sky world. An emotionless voice rang in their hearts. It's not bad to use this divine consciousness to scare people. Ever since they killed the heavenly mandate experts, Lin Fei's system had been monitoring them. No matter what realm they were at, as long as they entered the scanning range, they would have nowhere to hide. Before the 5 Destiny Realm experts even got close, the system had already scanned them. Lin Fei had also known about their identities at the first moment. They were the leaders of the 5 subworlds. They were also the masters of the 5 god dynasties. When they were about to enter, Lin Fei wanted to play and used his divine consciousness to give them a show of strength. He had consumed a lot of heavenly mandate points. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. We are here to pay a visit to the profound sky god dynasty lord, Mu Rendi said. On the other side, Lin Fei was still a little shocked. It seemed that he was quite famous. 5 giants actually came to pay a visit to him. In this month, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He learned about the details of these 5 giants and it was very surprising. The 5 giants had a very powerful background. Among the god dynasties that were constantly being established, those who could be ranked at the top were very powerful. Each god dynasty had 3 or 4 heavenly mandate experts. Compared to those god dynasties that only had 1 heavenly mandate expert, the god dynasty established by the 5 giants was still relatively large. Lin Fei wasn't worried that they were here to cause trouble. The death of the heavenly mandate expert was enough to remind them that even if the giants came here, they would have to bow to him. Whoosh, whoosh. While the 5 giants were waiting, a vast power appeared not far away from them. It immediately turned into a human shadow and then appeared in front of the 5 giants. You want to pay a visit to this emperor? The majestic voice was extremely domineering, looking down at the 5 giants from above. The moment the shadow appeared, they were all separated by a force. At the same time, the most terrifying thing was that the shadow in front of them was actually formed by the power of heavenly mandate. The 5 giants felt a chill in their hearts. The power of heavenly mandate. As giants, they were very clear that it was not easy to obtain the power of heavenly mandate. Usually they would not use it. The giant of the profound sky god dynasty actually used the power of heavenly mandate to form a shadow and appear in the air. This method was really extraordinary, far beyond their imagination. Extravagant, too extravagant. The first time they met, they already had a conclusion in their hearts. This giant of the profound sky god dynasty was very terrifying, and his origin was also very mysterious. They had never seen anyone appear in front of them with the power of heavenly mandate. I am Mu Rendi and this is the Hell World. Before Mu Rendi could introduce himself, he was interrupted. The shadow said coldly, this emperor knows that you have occupied the Hell World controlled by Tian and the other senior brothers. Chapter 2040. The only thing Mu Rendi and the other 4 big shots didn't expect was that the Tianxian God dynasty's foundation was more terrifying than they imagined. Although the person who appeared in front of them was just a phantom image, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Mu Rendi didn't expect to be the first to bear the brunt. If someone else said this, Mu Rendi definitely wouldn't care. He was a big shot who established a god dynasty and had a great reputation in the divine world. Right now, in front of the Tianxian god dynasty, especially in front of this mysterious person, there was a trace of innate fear. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Mu Rendi laughed dryly. This was the only way to explain it. The other four also heard the news and couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that Di Tian was very popular, and all the experts of the divine dynasty would talk about him all the time. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei said in a low voice. Lin Fei had nothing to say about his senior brothers losing the underworld. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was normal that his senior brothers couldn't defend the underworld, and they couldn't blame it on others. Lin Fei was just unhappy, so he took the opportunity to talk about it. It's better to use destiny points to condense a phantom image. It can be pretentious and won't expose the Tianxian god dynasty's background. Lin Fei was proud of himself. Ever since the Heavens Mandate expert was killed in the profound sky world, many forces had been secretly investigating. For example, the 5 big shots in front of Lin Fei. They had all arranged for people to do so. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Mu Rendi already realized that this expert from the Tianxian god dynasty definitely had a close relationship with Di Tian. Otherwise he wouldn't have said it here. Just as Mu Rendi was thinking about how to answer and not offend the Tianxian god dynasty, the other big shots were also thinking about what the Tianxian god dynasty was planning to do. If they vented their anger on the divine emperor, then the Tianxian god dynasty wouldn't be easy to get along with. This was different from what they imagined. At this time they didn't dare to interrupt, lest they offend this Heaven's Mandate expert. At least, he could condense a phantom image with destiny power, so his strength was definitely much stronger than theirs. Ha ha ha, dear friend Mu, you don't need to take it to heart. I was just joking a moment ago. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and said, the infernal realm doesn't have any experts guarding it. It's only a matter of time before it gets occupied. You can't be blamed for it. Mu Rendi was indeed taken aback. He increasingly felt that this Heaven's Mandate expert in front of him was not easy to deal with. Lin Fei liked the feeling of making the faces of the 5 giants turn solemn. He wanted to give them a show of strength. Unknowingly, the mysteriousness of the Tianxian divine dynasty was raised, causing them to have all sorts of guesses. I know a little about why you're here. However, the divine dynasty doesn't belong to me alone, and I'm just a subject of the divine dynasty. If you want to talk about cooperation with the divine dynasty, you can go to Di Tian. His position in the court is not low, and he's temporarily handling matters on behalf of the divine dynasty. This emperor still has matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you all. The heavens will projection dissipated and disappeared without a trace. How extravagant. The 5 leaders sucked in a breath of cold air. Once the heavens' will's power dissipated, it would disappear from the world. Such a waste was not something they could bear to do. However, the new information made them feel a wave of shock. We still underestimated the Tianxian divine dynasty's strength. Divine Emperor Styx River said solemnly. Yes, there's also this Di Tian. I didn't expect him to have such a high position in the court. He can be in charge of such matters. Divine Emperor Xueting's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the end they still entered. Even though they had yet to enter the mysterious sky world, they had already met with a Heaven's Mandate expert, which gave them quite a bit of pressure. After all, as giants, they weren't afraid of such a small storm. On the other side, Lin Fei felt refreshed. Even though he couldn't make Mu Rendi hand over the underworld, he could still gain some benefits with his words. The 5 giants entered the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei came out personally to welcome them. Even though he was unhappy with Mu Rendi, Lin Fei was very interested in getting to know the others. I heard that you were looking for me. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei said lazily the moment he arrived. They had heard that Di Tian was very arrogant, and it seemed to be true now. I've already asked someone to prepare wine. This way please. Lin Fei said again, leading the way. Mu Rendi said through voice transmission, what do you think? To be honest, the 5 giants didn't look too good. Even though Di Tian's reputation had always been fierce in their eyes, he was only relatively strong. If they wanted to deal with him, they had plenty of means. But now it was different. Di Tian had the divine dynasty behind him, so they didn't dare to do anything. Moreover, they were here today to cooperate with the divine dynasty. Even though they felt uncomfortable, they still endured it. Lin Fei had indeed prepared wine. He still had to give them some face. It was impossible for him to be polite. The important thing was to show off his arrogance. His previous foreshadowing was to link his status with the divine dynasty. When they were seated, Lin Fei personally proposed a toast. On behalf of the divine dynasty, I welcome you. Lin Fei picked up his wine cup. I'll drink this cup first. In the face of the five giants, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. The five giants had an impression of Di Tian. He was a rather arrogant guy, and at the same time he was very popular in the divine dynasty. Most importantly, he had a good relationship with the Heaven's Mandate experts. After some simple greetings, Lin Fei took the initiative to say, I heard that you have something to discuss with the divine dynasty. My superiors informed me that I'll be in charge of the matters below. You can tell me if you have anything to say. Are you sure you can decide everything? Mu Rendi asked. Lin Fei looked at Mu Rendi. This must be Taoist Mu. I've heard senior brother mention you. You're a very powerful person, but now it seems that you're not very smart. I've already said that I can take charge of everything here. Are you doubting the divine dynasty's ability to handle matters? Mu Rendi's face darkened when he heard this. Divine Emperor Xueting explained on Mu Rendi's behalf. Taoist Di Tian, you're mistaken. We're not doubting you. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Since the superiors have entrusted this matter to me, I can take responsibility as long as it's beneficial to the divine dynasty. If you look down on me, you can leave. The divine dynasty doesn't care. The five giants originally wanted to talk to Di Tian, so they were a little dissatisfied. Now Di Tian's words made them even more displeased. However, being displeased was one thing. The five giants didn't want to leave just like that. It wouldn't do them any good. The 6 subworlds were originally one. If they formed an alliance, it would be the best barrier. In the future war of the divine dynasty, it would become a great force. In fact, there was nothing shocking about Di Tian. It was normal for young people to be angry. Chapter 2041. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. It was fortunate that he did not go out swaggeringly, otherwise the 5 bigwigs would be targeting him. Tianshan God Dynasty? It was just something that Lin Fei used to do people. At the very least, it could make some people feel pressured. In fact, the Tianshan God Dynasty was very useful, causing countless people to give up on the idea of targeting the Tianshan world. With the precedent, whoever dared to attack the Tianshan world had to first consider whether they could survive. This was the best proof. That's for the best. Lin Fei wanted to put on airs now. Cooperation? It had to be fair. Even though the 5 bigwigs were not satisfied with Di Tian, they would not make a move, at most feeling uncomfortable. Cooperation still had to be discussed. Lin Fei and Mu Rendi were at loggerheads. The other bigwigs realized that this young Di Tian had a good relationship with the senior brothers in Hell World. Daring to go against Mu Rendi, the 4 bigwigs shook their heads. Young people were impatient. It was not easy to change the topic. Taoist Di Tian, what do you think of the current situation? God Emperor Xueting asked. Back to the main topic. Actually, from the moment they appeared, Lin Fei knew what they wanted to do. Everything stemmed from the current situation. Very good. Lin Fei said vaguely. God Emperor Xueting was stunned. What kind of answer was that? The first time they were talking about cooperation. Lin Fei did not intend to let them get what they wanted. One was anxious, the other was not. The 5 bigwigs were anxious. The one who was not anxious was naturally Lin Fei. No matter what they said, Lin Fei did not agree immediately, which angered Mu Rendi. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not speak to Mu Rendi at all. Everyone, if there is nothing else, please stay in the Invincible Palace for a few days. I need to think about this. Half a day later. Lin Fei was still vague and did not give a clear answer. The 5 bigwigs stayed in the Invincible Palace. After Lin Fei left, Mu Rendi's face darkened. Why don't we all go back? Di Tian is too unbecoming. Who does he think he is to deliberately not answer? Today Mu Rendi was truly infuriated. He didn't expect Di Tian to directly target him. Wasn't it just because Di Tian chased out a few of his senior brothers? This was very normal. Mu Rendi had no place to vent his frustration. Therefore Mu Rendi urged everyone to leave. God Emperor Styx River said sinisterly, Dao friend Mu, I don't mind if you want to leave, but don't drag me into it. The 5 magnates all had their own thoughts. Mingi Shenhuang did not mind Di Tian's arrogance. Di Tian had the support of the divine dynasty, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. Anyway, Di Tian did not do anything to him. Naturally, he had no objections to Di Tian. Mu Rendi snorted coldly, Humph, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Don't you see that Di Tian is only backed by the divine imperial court? Who does he think he is? Since you want to cooperate, you can cooperate. Waving his hand, Mu Rendi turned around and left. Mu Rendi did not want to stay in Invincible Palace any longer. Mu Rendi felt uncomfortable all over whenever he thought of Di Tian. It was as disgusting as eating a fly. Dao friend Mu, you don't have to leave. We can talk things out. God Emperor Shuiting said to Mu Rendi's back. Mu Rendi was determined to leave. He did not stop at all as he left the profound sky world. It's better that he's gone. Celestial Emperor Yi Lung's eyes shone brightly. God Emperor Shuiting shook his head. Do you guys think that Di Tian will agree to cooperate with us? The Stone Emperor asked. With regards to Mu Rendi's departure, he merely laughed coldly. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Aha, junior brother is still the best. On the other hand, Divine Emperor Qianxi applauded. In a side hall of the Invincible Palace. It's for the best that Mu Rendi has left. Otherwise even I would want to make a move. Divine Emperor Qianxi and the other two. They all knew that the 5 giants were coming, and at the same time, they also saw their junior brother picking on Mu Rendi, so they vented a lot of their pent-up anger in their hearts. After all, the infernal realm had always been under their control. Now that it had fallen into Mu Rendi's hands, they were furious. If they weren't in the profound sky world, they had no doubt that Mu Rendi would attack them. Now they were very grateful to their junior brother. Especially after Mu Rendi left. They all understood that Mu Rendi left out of anger. If Mu Rendi could swallow this, they would have to take Mu Rendi seriously. This kind of person was definitely not easy to deal with. You guys are my senior brothers. Mu Rendi is my enemy. Lin Fei was indeed deliberately picking on Mu Rendi. So what if I don't give you face? Lin Fei was just that confident. I have the profound Sky God dynasty backing me up. Won't I scare you guys to death? The massacred Divine Emperor also revealed a rare smile. Vent their anger. They hated Mu Rendi very much. If they wanted to do anything to Mu Rendi, they would be helpless. Even if 100 of them went up against a Heaven's Mandate expert, it would be useless. Now, their junior brother had helped them vent their anger. Little junior brother, is it alright for you guys to do this? The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor asked worriedly. After all, the 5 giants had come today. Each of them had established their own god dynasty and were overlords of a region. Lin Fei felt a warmth in his heart. It's all right. I have a good relationship with the few lords. They won't mind. Be it the Qianxi Divine Emperor or the Massacre Divine Emperor, they both valued their junior brother more and more. If not for him, they might have been hunted down by Mu Rendi's god dynasty. They didn't want this matter to affect their junior brother. Now that they heard it, everyone was relieved. Lin Fei had long wanted to seek revenge for his 3 senior brothers, but he hadn't found the opportunity. After knowing that the 5 giants had come, he immediately knew that the opportunity had come. Even if he couldn't kill Mu Rendi, it shouldn't be a problem to confront him and put on airs. It's just that Mu Rendi, that old thing, ran too fast. He got lucky this time. Lin Fei said regretfully. I will definitely teach him a lesson next time. This trip wasn't just to celebrate for his senior brothers and senior sisters. Lin Fei also had another matter. Senior brothers and senior sisters, do you guys want revenge? Lin Fei suddenly asked them with a mischievous smile. Of course. The Qianxi Divine Emperor said helplessly. However, Mu Rendi is too strong. He is a Heaven's Mandate expert and has established a god dynasty. It will be difficult to seek revenge. If he sends a heaven-creating Divine Emperor, we will have to flee. Little junior brother, do you have a way? The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor's eyes lit up. Even the massacred Divine Emperor was moved at this moment. Who wouldn't want revenge? It was a pity that they were powerless. If nothing went wrong, they would never be able to seek revenge in this lifetime. After all, they weren't facing Mu Rendi but a god dynasty. Chapter 2042. Lin Fei really wanted to help his senior brothers and sisters. The infernal realm was sealed in the lower realm, separated from the divine realm, and belonged to the people of the infernal realm since ancient times. Now that it was occupied by Mu Rendi and built a divine dynasty, Lin Fei was very unhappy. Today he targeted Mu Rendi to avenge his senior brothers and sisters. Avenging didn't mean it was over. That was why Lin Fei asked his senior brothers and sisters if they were willing to take revenge. They didn't disappoint Lin Fei. Both the Qianxi Divine Emperor and the 100 Flowers Divine Emperor wanted to improve their strength for revenge. Even if they couldn't do anything to them for the time being, a large-scale riot against the Divine Dynasty was enough to annoy the Divine Dynasty. When Lin Fei came out, the massacred Divine Emperor and the others all agreed to take revenge. Lin Fei told them that after a few more days, they could go cultivate and improve their strength to the apatheosized Divine Emperor level. As for entering the invincible Divine Emperor level, Lin Fei had a way. Now Lin Fei had something important to do. He returned to his secret room. Lin Fei opened the 3D map. Invincible number 1, number 2, number 3, where are you? The 3D map immediately appeared under a starry sky, far away from the mysterious sky realm. Under the starry sky, a person was hurrying. This person was Mu Rendi. We are on the way to the infernal realm. Mu Rendi is in front of us, we can attack at any time. Invincible One replied. Lin Fei heard it clearly. That's right, Lin Fei wanted to deal with Mu Rendi. Although he couldn't do it openly, he could still teach Mu Rendi a lesson. Then let's do it. Lin Fei didn't go in person. Instead, he moved a chair and took out a bottle of immortal wine to watch the show. Mu Rendi was very angry today. A junior D Tian dared to be arrogant in front of him, which was very unacceptable to Mu Rendi. More importantly, he was a magnate who established the divine dynasty. D Tian, don't be too proud. Sooner or later, I will personally behead you. Mu Rendi couldn't do anything to D Tian now, but with the magnate of the divine dynasty, he would have a chance to deal with D Tian sooner or later. Boom. Mu Rendi was in a hurry. His mind was focused on today's events, and he lowered his guard to the minimum. Invincible number 1 slapped down from the sky, and Mu Rendi was sent flying. Before he could react, a man in black appeared behind him. Another punch landed on Mu Rendi's back, causing Mu Rendi to vomit blood on the spot. Heaven's Mandate Realm. Mu Rendi was stunned after being attacked by 2 Heaven's Mandate experts in a row. Invincible number 3 immediately attacked. His palm landed on Mu Rendi's back, and Mu Rendi's body exploded on the spot. The terrifying power of heavens will crush his physical body. The joint attack of 3 Heaven's Mandate Realm experts is truly terrifying. Even an invincible God King couldn't easily shatter their body. But to Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, it's like cutting melons and vegetables. Mu Rendi was once again stunned. Damn it. Why are there 3 Heaven's Mandate experts against me? Mu Rendi, who had once again reformed his body, instantly consumed a large amount of divine power. The 3 Destiny Realm experts charged at him. Mu Rendi, someone is willing to pay for your life. Invincible number 1 threw out a sentence, and his attack containing the power of Heaven's Mandate turned into a long rainbow. Mu Rendi didn't dare to imagine who would be so generous to kill him. These were 3 Heaven's Mandate experts, and the price to hire 3 Heaven's Mandate experts wasn't just a small amount. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the 3 Heaven's Mandate experts were very domineering. Mu Rendi wanted to escape. He fell into a triangle formation at the start, and had no time to escape at all. He was directly in the middle of a frontal attack. At this moment, Mu Rendi was in a sorry state. The 3 Heaven's Mandate experts were more terrifying than he had imagined. Although he didn't have a Heaven's Mandate cultivation technique, each attack contained the power of Heaven's Mandate. This was ferocious and domineering. 3 against 1, Mu Rendi was completely defeated. Boom. Mu Rendi's body was once again destroyed by the power of Heaven's Mandate. After reforming, his face was slightly pale, and the damage was far more serious than expected. If I can kill Mu Rendi, it's also a good thing. Lin Fei now had a huge advantage. With the system's support, he could use the power of Heaven's Mandate to his heart's content. It wasn't something that the current Heaven's Mandate experts could compare to. Most importantly, no one would know that he was the one who arranged this. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of celestial brew and was proud of himself for thinking of a non-existent mystic sky god dynasty. In an instant he had a huge backer and everything became justifiable. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but thank Divine Emperor Meng I for contributing the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The system had the opportunity to analyze the power of Heaven's Mandate. Seeing Mu Rendi being surrounded by the 3 Heaven's Mandate experts and in a sorry state, Lin Fei's smile became even more radiant. If he could kill Mu Rendi, that would be the best. Ever since he started researching Heaven's Mandate Emperors, Lin Fei had some research insights. How to create an Heaven's Mandate Emperor. The most important thing was to have a strong physical body, and only in Heaven's Mandate Emperor's physical body was perfect. Mu Rendi's physical body was also very perfect. If he could kill Mu Rendi and get his hands on him, he would become an Heaven's Mandate Emperor expert. There were many god dynasties now, and the strength of a god dynasty depended on the number of Heaven's Mandate experts and the number of Heaven's Mandate experts. Of which, the most important was still the Heaven's Mandate Emperor. Lin Fei had 19 Heaven's Mandate Emperors. Could be said that his power was very strong. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with this. If possible, Lin Fei was prepared to create a batch of Heaven's Mandate Emperors. Unfortunately, the system couldn't exchange for them. Originally he could have started from the Forbidden Zone. After obtaining more than 10 Heaven's Mandate Emperor corpses, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had become smart. He guarded the Forbidden Zone strictly and personally oversaw it. The people that Lin Fei arranged could not enter the Forbidden Zone at all. This method temporarily failed. Mu Rendi was getting more and more shocked. After his physical body was destroyed again, his mind went through all the enemies, but he didn't expect that the God Dynasty would be so powerful. Most importantly, it was simply an extravagant act to exhaust Heaven's Mandate power. Mu Rendi originally suspected the Tianxian God Dynasty, but after thinking about it, they wouldn't come to find trouble with him for a few minor Heaven's Mandate Emperors. This must be the work of a certain faction. They are too strong. I'm not a match for them at all. I only have about 30% of my divine power left. If I continue, I will definitely die. A trace of hesitation flashed in Mu Rendi's eyes. He gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. No matter who you are, I will find out who you are. In order to escape, Mu Rendi could not wait any longer. He took out a clan protection treasure of his clan. Heaven's Mandate Suppression. This item was a triangular cauldron. It was pitch black and there was a certain degree of damage on its surface. Once the black cauldron appeared, it expanded with the wind and became bigger and bigger. Mu Rendi's face turned pale again. He seemed to have exhausted a large amount of energy. He burrowed into the void and escaped. Then the black cauldron flew away too. Invincible One and the others recovered. Chapter 2043. He ran away? Lin Fei was taken aback in the Invincible Palace. Ambushing Mu Rendi with 3 Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, they actually died and ran away? Lin Fei was indeed shocked and surprised. It must be the last thing he took out. Lin Fei's 3D image retreated and soon Mu Rendi took out a treasure, suppressing the 3 Heaven's Mandate Realm experts. Analyze it immediately. What treasure is it? Lin Fei was really unwilling. Lin Fei was about to kill Mu Rendi. From the moment Mu Rendi attacked to the moment Lin Fei left, only a very short period of time had passed. Lin Fei naturally hoped to kill Mu Rendi so that he could obtain the corpse of an invincible God Emperor, which would also increase his strength. Any Heaven's Mandate Realm expert who failed in the fight for the Heaven's Mandate would drop a level, but their strength would still remain in the invincible God Emperor realm. Lin Fei really hoped to get more corpses of invincible God Emperors. Mu Rendi was originally a spoil of war, but he didn't expect to run away under his nose. Master, this is a Heaven's Mandate treasure, a treasure that can only be activated with the Heaven's Mandate. Not long after, the system came to a conclusion. Heaven's Mandate treasure? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. Didn't you say that there are only Heaven's Mandate weapons? The system analyzed again. According to the analysis, the following conclusions are drawn. First, this Heaven's Mandate treasure is an inheritance from the Mu clan's ancestor. After analysis, the Heaven's Mandate treasure in Mu Rendi's hand is a defective one, unable to exert its true power, but it can activate the Heaven's Mandate power and suppress a Heaven's Mandate realm expert for 5 breaths of time. Ancestor's inheritance, defective. Lin Fei was deep in thought. This Mu clan is really not simple, they even have a defective Heaven's Mandate treasure. Although it was a disappointing result, Lin Fei finally saw some clues, and he was already on his guard. Although he couldn't kill Mu Rendi, this ambush was enough to make Mu Rendi a coward for a long time. Lin Fei didn't believe that Mu Rendi could have much Heaven's Will energy left after activating the Heaven's Will treasure. Perhaps it was completely used up. Lin Fei asked Invincible One and the others to return. The ambush on Mu Rendi came to an end. You're able to analyze the production process of this treasure? Can you replicate it? Lin Fei could pick it up and let it go. Although Mu Rendi had only taken out a defective item, Lin Fei made a new discovery. These powers that had been passed down for generations. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. The treasure of destiny, the weapon of destiny, was a temporary weakness. The profound sky world was currently lacking a destiny treasure. Mu Rendi accidentally used it, but Lin Fei didn't mind copying it. If it wasn't for the fear of the secret being leaked, the 3 invincible deity emperors would have used their monarch weapons long ago. If he could create a Heaven's Mandate treasure this time, it would be even easier to kill Heaven's Mandate experts in the future. It is estimated that the analysis will take 5 days. Temporary consumption of destiny points will be fixed. This result made Lin Fei very happy. Analyze it for me immediately. Mu Rendi had escaped back. Lin Fei didn't intend to let Mu Rendi go so easily. According to the system's analysis, Mu Rendi's injuries weren't light. Most importantly, he had used up all his heaven's will energy, so he was in a weakened state. A day later, an explosive news quietly spread. Mu Rendi of the Mu family dynasty was ambushed by an organization called Kill on his way back. When he was almost killed, he used a defective treasure of destiny and luckily escaped. Then, Kill made a strong appearance and announced to the world that anyone who dared to protect Mu Rendi would be an enemy of Kill. There was a possibility of a beheading operation. The world was in an uproar. How could they not be shocked? Especially to those who established the god dynasties. Everyone knew which god dynasties were powerful and which god dynasties were declining. The Mu family dynasty in the world of death had an ancestral heritage and a solid foundation. It was a very powerful force, and Mu Rendi was one of the best Heaven's Mandate experts. However, such a powerful figure was ambushed by a mysterious organization called Kill, and almost killed on the spot. Just thinking about it made people's scalps tingle. Just how strong was this counter-Kill organization that it forced Mu Rendi to use his destiny treasure? Wasn't the other party just too strong? Of course, what was even more shocking was that the Mu family dynasty in the world of hell had a treasure of destiny. Although it was a level lower than a weapon of destiny, it was still a treasure to be feared. While everyone was wary of Mu Rendi, another mysterious organization called Kill couldn't be ignored. To be able to target Heaven's Mandate experts, their strength was probably more terrifying than expected. Reverse Kill could target Mu Rendi, a tycoon, as well as other tycoons of the Divine Dynasty. While everyone was still digesting the news, Kill announced arrogantly from afar, which displeased many god dynasties. They had never seen a mysterious organization that dared to warn everyone from afar. They clearly didn't take them seriously. In addition to the warning, they also threatened everyone not to help Mu Rendi. This was a fight to the death with Mu Rendi. Everyone cursed Reverse Killer as a piece of sh*t, but they didn't dare to accuse him openly. Now that he was in the dark, they were in the light. Since he could kill Mu Rendi and force him to use his treasure of destiny, even the Divine Imperial Court wouldn't be able to withstand the torment if they really carried out a beheading operation. Apart from a limited number of god dynasties who came out to criticize Kill, the rest remained silent. In fact, they were just watching. Mu Rendi, who had fled back, heard the news while he was recuperating and coughed up 3 liters of blood on the spot. Kill. 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 I'll fight you to the death. Mu Rendi, who was coughing out blood, roared in fury after realizing who had attacked him. Then, the Mu family Divine Dynasty announced to the world that the Defiant Kill organization was listed as the #1 enemy of the Divine Dynasty. They even offered a bounty. Anyone who provided any clues about the Defiant Kill organization would be rewarded handsomely by the Mu family Divine Dynasty. They could also join the Mu family Divine Dynasty. The world was in an uproar again when the news came out. In particular, the bounty offered by the Mu family dynasty was so generous that people couldn't wait to find Kill. Many itinerant immortals who were not afraid of death began to search in secret. When the Mu family announced the news to the world, Kill shouted again from afar. Their meaning was simple. In 3 days, Kill will launch a series of attacks on the Mu family dynasty. Those who don't want to die can leave now. At the same time, we, Kill, will accept all beheading operations, assassinations, and other services. You are welcome to inquire. Everyone was shocked once again when they heard Reverse Kill's words. Chapter 2044. The organization Counter Kill was naturally created by Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't want to be suspected by Mu Rendi. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Ever since the candidates on the Destiny list established divine dynasties one by one, forming a scene of hundreds of dynasties, Lin Fei knew how to keep a low profile. This was also why he created the Tianxian Divine Dynasty in the first place. The rise of a divine dynasty was unstoppable, and no one could stop it. Everyone knew this, including Lin Fei himself. The rise of a divine dynasty was inevitable. Anyone with strength and background would almost always take the path of establishing a divine dynasty. This was something that was repeated from one era to the next. Now, the giants who established divine dynasties were recruiting troops and accumulating strength. For the time being, it was peaceful. When the internal digestion was complete, there would be a great war. In dealing with Mu Rendi, Lin Fei used another trick, creating another force out of thin air. That was how Counter Kill was born. Lin Fei understood that by showing off the strength of the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, it had become a target that everyone feared. Sooner or later, it would be the first to bear the brunt. It would be completely different if he created another force. Lin Fei formed a Counter Kill that had an undeserved reputation and appeared on the stage openly. The next day, the news about Mu Rendi spread like wildfire. It was the first time the giants of the Divine Dynasty heard of the mysterious organization Counterkill, and they were all extremely shocked. There was nothing more sensational than ambushing a giant of the Divine Dynasty. The most incredible thing was that Mu Rendi, a giant of the Divine Dynasty, was almost killed. He was lucky to escape. This time no one could remain calm. The silence of the Mu family also made everyone realize that it was true. The powerful giant of the Mu family, Mu Rendi, was really ambushed and almost died. The appearance of Counterkill. No one dared to underestimate it. This mysterious force had the spirit of a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. At the same time, it showed its powerful side. The giant of the Divine Dynasty ambushed Mu Rendi without hesitation. He was so close to killing the other party. Because of this, everyone had to be wary. In a courtyard of the Invincible Palace. When the four magnates of the Divine Dynasties received the news, their faces were filled with shock. How can that be? God Emperor Xueting stood up. He paced back and forth. With fellow Taoist Mu's strength, he shouldn't be this weak. Netherworld River Shenhuang's face was cold. He's really lucky to have used a destiny treasure. I'm afraid he'll be in pain for a long time. The appearance of this reverse kill is really mysterious. God Emperor Yileng frowned. I've actually never heard of this organization, but they just happen to have the strength to kill Mu Rendi. The news outside was all about Mu Rendi. The specific process was not disclosed. He only knew that Counterkill had ambushed him, and that Mu Ren was no match for them and was almost killed. There was a lot of information in this. Even the four magnates of the Divine Dynasty present had to take it seriously. Do you guys think that Mu Rendi's ambush has something to do with Di Tian? The Stone Emperor asked in a low voice. It was not a good thing to criticize others in their territory. The Stone Emperor had no choice but to be careful. That's impossible. Netherworld River Shenhuang was the first to shake his head. Di Tian doesn't have the ability to let a Destiny Realm expert deal with Mu Rendi. This is not the era of the younger generation, but the era of the Divine Dynasty. The Stone Emperor was indeed a little suspicious of Di Tian. According to the information, Mu Rendi is on the way back to the Hell Realm. How do you explain this? In any case, it can't be Di Tian, much less the mystic Tianxian Divine Dynasty. Netherworld River Shenhuang still shook his head. Didn't you guys notice that the mystic Tianxian Divine Dynasty has been very low-key? Everyone thought about it carefully and felt that this was very reasonable. Ever since the mystic Tianxian Divine Dynasty appeared, it had been very low-key. Other Divine Dynasties were all recruiting troops. They wished that all forces, big and small, could join them. But in the mystic Tianxian world, those who wanted to join the Divine Dynasty were not able to do so and kept wandering in the mystic Tianxian world. How many Divine Dynasties could do such a thing? If it wasn't Di Tian, then this Counterkill organization is a little scary. Perhaps fellow Taoist Mu offended too many forces back then, which is why today's incident happened. As for why they ambushed him on the way, fellow Taoist Mu might have been targeted long ago. Everyone spoke one after another, and the more they said, the more reasonable it became. The four Divine Dynasty powerhouses could not help but shiver. They were wondering if they should leave now. After the mysterious appearance of the Counterkill organization, everyone was attracted by the Counterkill and the Mu family Divine Dynasty. Especially after the Counterkill organization made a statement, everyone's eyes were attracted. Everyone wanted to know the true strength of the Counterkill organization so that they could make an evaluation of the organization. The more mysterious and powerful a force was, the more attention the Divine Dynasty had to pay. In response to the Counterkill's words, the representative of the Mu family Divine Dynasty expressed strong dissatisfaction and said that the Mu family Divine Dynasty was ready to fight. If anyone dared to target the Hell Realm, the Mu family Divine Dynasty would make them pay a heavy price and so on. This time the entire Mu family Divine Dynasty was furious. It was absolutely unforgivable for a mysterious force to use the Mu Divine Dynasty as a stepping stone. If the Mu family Divine Dynasty did not teach the Counterkill a profound lesson, it would not be able to raise its head in the Divine Dynasty. From then on, no one would take the Mu family Divine Dynasty seriously. After the Mu family Divine Dynasty expressed strong dissatisfaction, the spies arranged in the Mu family Divine Dynasty kept sending back news. The entire Mu family Divine Dynasty was mobilized. The power of the Mu family Divine Dynasty began to be mobilized, and the entire Hell Realm fell into a tense atmosphere. Haha, strong dissatisfaction? Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe, revealing only his eyes. Not far away was the Hell Realm. Now it was where the Mu family divine dynasty was located. Tonight I'll let you know that your words are bullshit. This was the first night after the Mu family divine dynasty expressed its dissatisfaction. Lin Fei easily arrived at the teleportation point set up by Invincible Number 1. This was a temporary teleportation point. After this trip, it would be completely destroyed and cease to exist. Lin Fei planned to give the Mu family divine dynasty a taste of his power tonight. Of course, this was also a good way to divert attention. According to the system's scan and analysis, many divine dynasties were now eyeing the Tianxian divine dynasty. After all, the Tianxian divine dynasty was mysterious, and the big shots behind it had never shown themselves. However, their glorious record of killing heavenly mandate experts made them a key target of surveillance. Since Mu Rendi had left, Lin Fei took the opportunity to create the counter-kill organization to attract everyone's attention. Now this move seemed to be very effective. Chapter 2045. Hell World, Mu Family Divine Dynasty. Ever since the news of the damned kill organization spread, the people of the Mu Family Divine Dynasty could not remain calm. If it weren't for the news that Mu Rendi almost died, the officials of the Mu Family Divine Dynasty would hardly care about this little threat. There were several heavenly mandate realm experts in the Mu Divine Dynasty. Mu Rendi, the lord of the Divine Dynasty, even had a treasure of destiny. Although it was not a complete one, it was still a great deterrent. Many divine dynasties did not necessarily have a treasure of destiny. Today was the first night. The people of the Mu Family Divine Dynasty were very relaxed, since they had said that they would deal with the Mu Family Divine Dynasty in 3 days' time. Unfortunately, they never thought that the kill organization was not a large-scale organization. It was just created by Lin Fei. Abide by the agreement? Lin Fei snorted. As long as the main forces of the Mu Family Divine Dynasty were destroyed, such as the invincible divine emperors, the goal of this trip would be achieved. Lin Fei sneaked in with his men. There was no complete array in the Hell World. Just like that, Lin Fei came in. The system also entered advanced mode and scanned the entire Mu Family Divine Dynasty. In the three-dimensional image, it was all green. These green colors didn't pose any threat to him. Don't let me down. Lin Fei looked at the system. Tonight, Lin Fei came to deal with the invincible divine emperors, and at the same time to show the power of the kill organization. From then on, it would become a sharp sword over everyone's head. With the help of the kill organization, Lin Fei could do many things. For example, strengthening the strength of the profound heaven world. The more invincible divine emperors Lin Fei had, the better. Not all of them had to be transformed into heavenly mandate experts. They could be used as spare tires. According to Master's selection, a total of 5 invincible divine emperors have been found in the Hell World. They are scattered in 5 locations. 5 red dots appeared on the three-dimensional image. 5 invincible divine emperors. Their strength is not bad. However, after tonight, all of you will cry and not be able to laugh anymore. 5 invincible divine emperors were not a lot. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After all, not any divine dynasty could match him. Scan for Destiny Realm experts again. It was still early, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The whole world could dig out all the invincible divine emperors of the Mu Divine Dynasty in a short time. Only Lin Fei could do it so easily. The system did not disappoint Lin Fei. Under the advanced mode, he had stored the Heaven's Mandate aura. Even if it was just a trace, he could still analyze it. No matter how he tried to hide, he was always in Lin Fei's sight. 4 Heaven's Mandate experts, one of which is a 5-star danger warning. No wonder the Mu clan has the confidence to control the Hell Realm. Of the 4 Heaven's Mandate realm experts, one was a 5-star warning, and the other 4 were ordinary danger. Everyone divide the work. 19 invincible god emperors were brought out. There were also 3 Heavenly Mandate realm experts. Lin Fei wanted to capture all 5 invincible god emperors in one fell swoop. Yellow Spring City. A large city outside the Infernal Realm. Ever since the Mu family took over the Infernal World, they had divided the Infernal World into sections, with an invincible deity emperor overseeing each section. The 5 invincible deity emperors were separated. This was also the fate of the 5 invincible deity emperors. Mu Renhai, the ancestor of the Mu clan, was of the same generation as Mu Rendi. He had lived for a long time, but unfortunately he did not have the chance to cultivate the Heaven's Mandate power. Still, he was a veteran invincible deity emperor. Mu Renhai was quite angry about the recent events. An unknown organization called Kill actually dared to challenge the Mu clan. Mu Renhai wished he could capture them one by one and cut off their heads, so that those forces would know that the Mu clan was not a place where any random cat or dog could act violently. Fortunately, 3 days later, the damned kill organization would appear. Mu Renhai rubbed his palms, ready to go on a killing spree. This is the place. In the dark night, Invincible Number 1 came to Mu Renhai's territory, scanned with his divine sense, and determined Mu Renhai's location. Boom. Deep in the secret chamber, Mu Renhai was cultivating. Although he had the strength of an invincible deity emperor, Mu Renhai was not satisfied. He persisted in cultivating, trying to cultivate a trace of Heaven's Mandate power, so that he could become a Heaven's Mandate expert. Invincible Number 1 suddenly charged in, broke through layers of array restrictions and came to the secret chamber. Oh! Mu Renhai was shocked. Someone actually broke into the secret chamber. He had set up layers of arrays outside and there was no time to stop them. Someone who wants your life. Invincible Number 1 pointed a finger at Mu Renhai's forehead, and Heaven's Mandate power burst out. Heaven's Mandate expert. Mu Renhai was shocked. In the face of Heaven's Mandate power, his strength as an invincible God Emperor could not be exerted at all. The finger pierced through his forehead, and the Heaven's Mandate power instantly destroyed everything. Invincible Number 1 kept the body and kicked the wall of the secret chamber. Rumble. The entire city shook violently. Buildings collapsed one by one and dust flew everywhere, turning into ruins. In a moment the city was no longer a city. At a glance, ruins were everywhere. Lin Fei did not take action himself. Listening to the report, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He would soon have the bodies of 5 invincible God Emperors. Although it could not be compared to the primordial avatar, he could still transform them into invincible God Emperor puppets. Even if they only had 30 to 40% of their combat power, it was still 30 to 40% of their combat power. In the system's 3D image, they were divided into 5 positions, and the 3 closest to them were all successful. The invincible God Emperor in charge did not expect to be ambushed, and a Heaven's Mandate expert at that. He could only watch helplessly as he was killed. The 19 invincible God Emperors split into 2 groups and went straight for the other 2 invincible God Emperors. With the system's coordinates, the 9 invincible God Emperors went straight for the nest. A battle broke out in the 2 big cities in an instant. They could not stop the invincible God Emperor's earth element, and the situation was one-sided. They quickly rushed into the nest and surrounded the invincible God Emperor. Under the siege of 9 invincible God Emperors, the unexpected Heaven's Mandate power killed the invincible God Emperor on the spot. Facing the attacks of 9 invincible God Emperors was already frightening enough. Suddenly, one of them used Heaven's Mandate power, and it would definitely catch anyone off guard. Central Dynasty Capital. 2 Heaven's Mandate experts noticed the movement in the city immediately. They hurried to the scene to check, each in one direction. Invincible Number 1 had been waiting on the way. When one of the Heaven's Mandate experts appeared, he secretly attacked and caught him off guard. We are from the Defiant Organization. Invincible Number 1 used Heaven's Mandate power, and his attacks were extremely overbearing, suppressing the opponent on the spot. Defiant Organization? The Heaven's Mandate expert was stunned. Didn't they say that they would only come on the 3rd day? This is only the 1st day and you guys are too shameless. Can't you have some principles? Chapter 2046. What's going on? Mu Rendi came out of the secret chamber, his face burning with anger. Since his return, Mu Rendi had basically been in the secret chamber. He hadn't gotten rid of the Heaven's Mandate energy in his body, which was constantly affecting his strength. No matter how the counterkill organization targeted the dynasty, Mu Rendi didn't care. This was his territory. As for the attack on the dynasty in 3 days, Mu Rendi didn't care. As long as they dared to come, he had the confidence to keep them here. Lord, it's bad. The counterkill people ambushed us. Mu Rendian came back in a sorry state. Hearing this, Mu Rendi felt like he was hit in the head. He roared at Mu Rentian, "They're here. Why are you still standing there? Can't you bring people to kill them?" Clearly, Mu Rendi hadn't noticed Mu Rentian's appearance. Mu Rentian had injuries all over his body and was in a sorry state. They left. We can't keep them here. They're too strong. Ever since Mu Rentian became a Heaven's Mandate expert, although he wasn't as strong as Mu Rendi, he was still an expert. But tonight he suffered a merciless blow. In a one-on-one situation, Mu Rentian wasn't a match for them. He was suppressed all the time and had no time to counterattack. He could only let them leave. Only then did Mu Rendi notice Mu Rentian's injuries. Lord, it's bad. The 5 invincible God Emperors of our dynasty have all been killed. At this time, another Heaven's Mandate expert rushed in. He was also covered in blood and looked flustered. Mu Rendi shuddered. What did you say? Say it again. Rentong, you've also encountered Heaven's Mandate experts. Mu Rentian looked at Mu Rentong and gasped. Because Mu Rentong's sorry state was no different from his own. They're too strong. I almost couldn't make it back. Mu Rentong was hurt and said to Mu Rendi, they're all killed. Our dynasty has no invincible god emperors anymore. Imperial Lord, you must take revenge for them. All dead? Mu Rendi's enemy clansmen believed it. Now that he said so, they were definitely dead. 5 invincible god emperors were killed. Mu Rendi's body shook again. He couldn't imagine it. How long had it been? 5 invincible god emperors had already been killed. Those were 5 invincible god emperors who played an important role in the Mu divine dynasty. No matter how calm Mu Rendi was, he couldn't withstand such a huge blow. His body was on the verge of collapsing. The 2 Heaven's Mandate experts hurriedly supported Mu Rendi. Reverse kill, I will not let you off. Mu Rendi's enraged voice echoed throughout the infernal realm. Invincible palace. 5 corpses were laid side by side. What a great harvest. Although they were 5 invincible deity emperors' corpses, Lin Fei was satisfied. This time Lin Fei wanted to weaken the strength of the Mu divine dynasty. 5 invincible god emperors were enough to severely damage the dynasty's vitality. Of course, the Mu divine dynasty would not collapse so quickly. With 4 Heaven's Mandate realm experts overseeing them, they could still deter the other forces. When my system creates a Heaven's Mandate treasure, I will be more confident in killing Heaven's Mandate realm experts. This time they were fighting in a foreign land. Lin Fei didn't want to suffer any losses. After killing the 5 invincible god emperors, he would return to the invincible palace, not giving the dangerous 5-star Heaven's Mandate realm expert a chance to attack. In the entire Mu divine dynasty, Lin Fei cared about the dangerous 5-star Heaven's Mandate realm expert who hadn't shown up yet. Spread the news later. I believe many people will be interested in the Mu divine dynasty. Lin Fei left his clone to guard the place while he refined the invincible god emperors. By making 5 invincible deity emperor puppets, he would be able to increase his overall strength by quite a bit. While everyone was paying attention to the Mu divine dynasty, shocking news came out. The organization Reverse Kill announced that they had launched an attack on the Mu divine dynasty. They had successfully killed 5 invincible god emperors. As soon as this news came out, everyone was quite shocked. This was too much of a scam. They were still waiting to watch a good show, and they had already taken action. Did they have any principles at all? No matter how they cursed, the news of the 5 invincible god emperors being killed was enough to make everyone lose their composure. If it was the previous attack on Reverse Kill, there was still a certain degree of doubt. But after this battle, no one would doubt it anymore. Instead, they would regard Reverse Kill as an extremely powerful force. At the same time, everyone's view of Reverse Kill was changing. It was an organization without principles. Although they said they would attack the Mu divine dynasty 3 days later, they did kill 5 invincible god emperors on the first day. No one liked this method. But some people thought it was normal. Why did they say it would happen 3 days later? Many people observed a moment of silence for the Mu divine dynasty. It was their fault for offending Reverse Kill. The organization was so domineering that they launched an attack when no one expected it. This time, Reverse Kill showed its true extraordinary strength, which made all the divine dynasties take it seriously. They would not think that Reverse Kill was just a bluff. There were also some who had other ideas. However, at this time, everyone was wondering what the Mu divine dynasty would do. After all, it had suffered a great loss this time. The loss of 5 invincible god emperors made the other divine dynasties secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, when the news of Reverse Kill shocked everyone, the Mu divine dynasty did make a move, and it was a big move, a really big move. The Mu Rendi dynasty, lord of the Mu divine dynasty, launched a surprise attack on a divine dynasty in the god realm, claiming that they were from Reverse Kill. He slaughtered the divine dynasty and found a lot of evidence. This news caused a huge sensation once again. Many divine dynasties laughed, admiring the Mu divine dynasty for launching an attack on a rival divine dynasty after losing 5 invincible god emperors, wiping them out in one fell swoop. At the same time, they captured their experts, including an invincible god emperor and a heavenly mandate overlord. Everyone could not help but admire this method. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was distracted, they attacked the enemy divine dynasty. This was a method that ordinary people could not do. but the Mu divine dynasty succeeded. Although they lost 5 invincible god emperors and captured 1 invincible god emperor and a heavenly mandate overlord, they finally made up for some of the losses and did not really suffer a great loss. After wiping out the Mu divine dynasty, the Mu divine dynasty once again released news that they had a list of the forces that had colluded with the Defiant Slayer. They also announced that anyone who had colluded with the Defiant Slayer had better come forward, or else the Mu divine dynasty would launch a crazy attack. For a moment, many people in the divine dynasties were in a panic, fearing that they would be attacked by the Mu divine dynasty. Chapter 2047. The war between the divine dynasties had begun. After the Mu divine dynasty cleverly took the opportunity to defeat several divine dynasties to strengthen itself, a grand war between the divine dynasties began. The war between the divine dynasties had completely broken out. This was especially true for the divine dynasties within a certain range. They would either surrender or be attacked. These were the only 2 choices. Every divine dynasty started from its surroundings and gradually annexed all the nearby forces. Whether it was a family or a sect, as long as they did not make a choice, they were all targets of attack. For a time, the families and sects were slaughtered by the divine dynasty's armies. There was no place in the divine realm that was peaceful. The powerful families and sects gradually began to surface and support a certain divine dynasty. At this point, no force could be left alone. They had to make a choice. Except for the top sects and families, they did not need to make a choice, because they had their own agents to support them and build divine dynasties. The divine dynasties were wiped out one by one, and at the same time, powerful divine dynasties expanded their forces. The destiny list. Things had changed. It was no longer a list of names. Instead, it was a list of divine dynasties. The destiny list was such a magical existence. The huge destiny list hung in the starry sky and everyone could see it. The divine dynasties on the list were all on it. As each divine dynasty changed, the destiny list actually released the power of destiny to strengthen the divine dynasty. As soon as the news spread, many people suddenly understood. No wonder wars broke out between the divine dynasties. It turned out to be for the power of destiny. The Dream God dynasty is so powerful. It has rushed to the top. Not everyone can sit on the top divine dynasty. I can guarantee that the Dream God dynasty will soon be driven out. I think the Heaven Dragon God dynasty will rush in. I think the Mu divine dynasty is the most powerful. It is said that they have annexed more than a dozen divine dynasties. Every day people rush to the divine dynasties. As long as they followed the right divine dynasty, their future would be unimaginable. Forces big and small also began to bet. The war of the divine dynasties began a year later. It was a full-scale war and there were wars everywhere. The 6 subworlds under the divine realm were relatively calm. Among them, the mysterious heavenly world was the quietest. Everyone was guessing whether the mysterious heavenly dynasty would make a move. The mysterious heavenly dynasty was even calmer and did not mobilize any troops. However, the mysterious heavenly world had become a place that many divine realm families yearned for. Now that there were wars everywhere, the small families were the most unlucky, so they looked for a quiet place. The profound sky world's reputation had been resounding recently. While the other divine dynasties were at war, the Tianxian divine dynasty still did not make any moves. They were not like the other divine dynasties that were recruiting soldiers without restraint. No one knew what the Tianxian divine dynasty was trying to do. The Dream God dynasty is ranked first. In the secret chamber of Invincible Palace, Lin Fei stared at the heavenly fate rankings outside. He wasn't surprised at all that God King Meng Yi had become the #1 divine dynasty. From the very beginning, God King Meng Yi had already displayed his overwhelming strength and influence. Ever since the establishment of the Dream One God dynasty. At the same time, more sects and factions placed their bets on the Dream God dynasty. In a short time, the Dream God dynasty had risen to the position of the #1 God dynasty. At the same time, it also had great influence. Although the Meng God dynasty was the top dynasty, its position was not very stable. The strength of the sects ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th was not inferior to the Meng God dynasty at all. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. The melee in the divine dynasty was developing too fast. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the divine dynasty, which was ranked 5th. It was the Heaven Dragon God dynasty, which had risen very fast. One of the top 5 divine dynasties on the Heavenly Fate rankings was the Heaven Dragon God dynasty. The Heaven Dragon God dynasty was developing very fast, and the Divine Sun Sky Dragon had risen to the top. The Heaven Dragon God dynasty had become a big shot in the divine world, and he also controlled a divine dynasty that was ranked 5th. Lin Fei was no stranger to the divine dynasties that were ranked 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. Lin Fei didn't care much. The war of the divine dynasties had just begun. If he wanted to rank them now, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for them to really stabilize. It was just the beginning. Whoever became the number 1 would be the one to stand out. In particular, Lin Fei knew that the battle for the mandate of heaven this time was not as simple as he had imagined. Until now, Lin Fei still remembered that one of the 3 super experts who had appeared in the starry sky was going to fight for the mandate of heaven. Stand out? Lin Fei wasn't that interested. He might as well watch the show quietly. Lin Fei wanted to watch the show quietly. The 4 nearby neighbors came again. Once again, Lin Fei, the person in charge, came to greet them and arranged for people to prepare drinks. Fellow Taoist Ditian, you are really relaxed. Divine Emperor Xueteng said in a seemingly relaxed tone, but in fact, there was a hint of pressure on his face. It's rare for me to have some free time recently. What brings you here instead of studying how to attack the divine dynasties? Lin Fei said casually. Since the 4 neighbors came often, the relationship between Lin Fei and them had become a lot closer. But it was very difficult to go further as everyone was wary of each other. Since the war of the divine dynasties broke out, although the 4 divine dynasties hadn't attacked directly, they had felt the pressure. For example, the nearby old neighbor, the Mu divine dynasty, had now entered the top 50 of the heavenly fate rankings, leaving them far behind. With such a powerful divine dynasty, they all felt a certain amount of pressure and often cursed the defiant kill organization behind their backs. If it weren't for them, the Mu divine dynasty wouldn't have developed so fast. Divine Emperor Mingyi said sinisterly, "Don't mention this. Makes me angry. I'm now envious of fellow Taoist Ditian's leisurely life. You don't have to worry about things and you have someone to support you." Lin Fei chuckled. "You're right. I admire myself for being ruthless enough to hand over the mysterious sky world. Otherwise, it would be my turn to have a headache now." After the 4 divine emperors complained, Divine Emperor Xueteng, who was better at talking, said, "I wonder what fellow Taoist Ditian thinks of the current situation." Situation? Of course I'm going to watch the show, Lin Fei thought. They weren't here to complain today. What else can they do? They can fight. Lin Fei said. The 4 divine emperors almost rolled their eyes. Who didn't know that? Anyway, the mysterious Sky Divine Dynasty won't do anything. How they fight is none of my business. I don't have to worry about it. Lin Fei said lazily as he took a sip of the immortal wine. It's such a good opportunity. Your divine dynasty doesn't plan to make a move? Divine Emperor Yi Lung was very puzzled. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. I'm not too sure about this. I'm just a subject of the divine dynasty now. Who knows what's going on up there? Everyone could see it now. It was definitely impossible to get some directions from Ditian. I wonder what fellow Taoist Ditian thinks of the Mu divine dynasty? Chapter 2049. Lin Fei knew their purpose very well. Wasn't it just an alliance? Ever since the Mu divine dynasty's strength had soared, the 4 neighboring divine dynasties had regarded it as their number 1 rival. They had come again and again just to form an alliance. Lin Fei knew it very well. Lin Fei simply said that he would support them in dealing with the Mu divine dynasty. It was good to be disgusted. No, you've wronged us. The Stone Dynasty Lord immediately shook his head. That's not what we meant. A bunch of cowards. Lin Fei despised them in his heart. Everyone could tell that they wanted to deal with the Mu divine dynasty. However, the Mu divine dynasty was so powerful that they were no match for it one-on-one. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for the Mu divine dynasty. It was said that the Mu divine dynasty had formed an alliance with some powerful divine dynasties based on its connections. This alliance was a deterrent. The divine dynasties that could form an alliance with the Mu divine dynasty were at least in the top 30. On the other hand, they were at the starting line. Later, the Mu divine dynasty took advantage of an opportunity and, although they lost 5 invincible god emperors, they managed to get back an invincible god emperor and a heavenly mandate realm expert, making up for the loss. Since then, the Mu divine dynasty soared into the sky and became more and more arrogant. Even they had to suppress their anger and did not dare to offend the Mu divine dynasty. What does that mean? Lin Fei asked. God Emperor Xueteng shook his head slightly. When he came, he already knew that Ditian was not so easy to fool. Actually, it's Mu Rendi. He invited us over as guests to discuss our future development. God Emperor Xueteng said on behalf of the Stone Dynasty Lord. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He had been wondering why the 4 of them had come again. It turned out that Mu Rendi had started to make things difficult for them. Discuss. Nothing good would come out of it. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. If he listened to Mu Rendi, he would not even know that his underwear had been sold, and he might even help him count the money. Now he could understand why they were in such a hurry. What does this have to do with me? Lin Fei said unhappily. Mu Rendi sent me an invitation too. God Emperor Xueting took out an invitation and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had expected that since Mu Rendi had invited the four of them, the Tianxian divine dynasty would definitely have a part. Back then, Mu Rendi had suffered a setback in the Tianxian world and left in anger. It would be a lie if Mu Rendi said that he didn't have any thoughts about the ambush. Now, the Mu family divine dynasty had entered the top 30 divine dynasties. In terms and in strength he was above them. Deity Emperor Xueting really didn't want to interact with Di Tian. This fellow was not easy to talk to. Is he trying to take revenge on me? Lin Fei didn't even bother to look. Tian. The four of them were slightly taken aback. Only you can say something like this. Fortunately Mu Rendi isn't here. Otherwise he would really be furious. DT1. We hope that Di Tian will represent the Tianxian divine dynasty and come with us. As long as the four of us work together, Mu Rendi will not dare to act recklessly. We hope that this can be conveyed to the higher-ups. Lin Fei had a look of realization. So you want to form an alliance? Actually, the higher-ups already had this idea. After all, Mu Rendi controls a powerful great divine dynasty. It is hard to guarantee that he will swallow us one day. Forming an alliance will only bring benefits. There are no disadvantages. This time, the four dynasty lords were stunned again. Did these words come out of Lin Fei's mouth? They had come here several times, all because they wanted Di Tian to agree to the alliance and form a deterrent to the Mu divine dynasty. But it had never happened. Today it had happened? This is too unbelievable. What? You are not willing? Lin Fei frowned, looking displeased. God Emperor Xueting hurriedly said, We are willing. Of course we are. I just want to know if this was really decided by the higher-ups. After all, this is very important to us. That's for sure. Forming an alliance is not a big deal. Why wouldn't we agree? Lin Fei asked. If you are willing to form an alliance, hurry up and do it. Originally, they were going to meet the higher-ups of the Tianxian divine dynasty regardless of whether Di Tian agreed or not. They did not expect Di Tian to agree so quickly. It was really unexpected. Good. They believed Di Tian's words. The Tianxian divine dynasty would not be lazy. Hurry up and form an alliance. If Mu Rendi had a chance to make a move, it would not be a good thing. Hence, an alliance began in the Invincible Palace. The alliance was actually very simple. After everyone discussed it, they decided to advance and retreat together. Their current priority was the Mu divine dynasty, which was their greatest enemy. Mu divine dynasty. In a palace. Mu Rendi was very domineering. One look from him could make one's heart go cold. Entering the top 30 of the destiny list would allow one to obtain the power of destiny. Mu Rendi's strength was much stronger than before. He could kill an early-stage destiny realm expert within 10 moves. Have the invitations been sent out? A subordinate answered immediately. Yes, they have been sent out. Mu Rendi's eyes flickered. Go and prepare to welcome our guests. Soon, the palace quieted down. Do you have any clues about the counterkill organization? In the void, a black-robed man appeared. He was expressionless and kneeled in front of Mu Rendi. Not yet. They seem to have evaporated. Mu Rendi's face darkened. Trash, a bunch of trash. After so long, you still haven't found the whereabouts of the counterkill organization. What use do I have for you? This subordinate knows his mistake. This was not the first time Mu Rendi was angry. 5 invincible god emperors were killed by the counterkill organization. He almost suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had the courage to ask that person to come out and turn things around. This subordinate suspects that the counterkill organization should be related to the Tianxian divine dynasty. The subordinate kneeling on the ground suddenly said, Tianxian divine dynasty? Mu Rendi's sharp gaze landed on the subordinate. Are you sure? Mu Rendi had a lot of resentment towards the Tianxian divine dynasty. If he hadn't left the Tianxian divine dynasty in a hurry, he wouldn't have been ambushed and almost killed. At that time, Mu Rendi suspected the Tianxian divine dynasty. Later, when the counterkill organization appeared, he gave up on the idea. We found some clues. They might be related. The black-robed man on the ground said with uncertainty. Mu Rendi's eyes suddenly flickered. He turned and sat down again. Tell me everything you found. Chapter 2050. When the War of the Divine Dynasty began, the Mu Divine Dynasty held an alliance meeting. As a child world, the 5 divine dynasties all received an invitation from the Mu Divine Dynasty and came to attend in person. On this day, the Mu Divine Dynasty was unusually lively. All the forces that were on good terms with the Mu Divine Dynasty came to attend in person and gave them generous gifts. In addition to them, there were also many who were ready to curry favor with the Mu Divine Dynasty. What a grand show of extravagance! If they don't put on a grand show, how can they deter us? That's right. The Mu Divine Dynasty is clearly trying to take us down a notch. In the starry sky outside the Mu Divine Dynasty, a group of people arrived. Before they arrived at the Mu Divine Dynasty, a row of god emperors lined up on both sides of the starry sky. They looked solemn and murderous. Anyone who came here felt a certain amount of pressure. Leading the group were 6 invincible god emperors. They didn't hide their auras at all, telling everyone that they were invincible god emperors. In terms of status, influence, and strength, the Mu Divine Dynasty now completely surpassed ordinary divine dynasties. If its overall strength improved, it could rush to the top 20. Now, the Mu Divine Dynasty's posture was not surprising at all. They just wanted to show off their strength so that everyone could know the Mu Divine Dynasty's strength. This group of people was none other than Lin Fei and the others. The Mu Divine Dynasty was arrogant, mainly targeting the other divine dynasties. Now that they were putting on airs, everyone knew what it meant. They were putting on airs. Lin Fei smiled. He was not surprised at all. Lin Fei knew very well that the Mu Divine Dynasty was targeting them. Now that he saw them like this, he knew it even better. After all, the Mu Divine Dynasty was now stronger than them. It was inevitable for them to annex the 5 divine dynasties. I think Mu Rendi will be here soon, Lin Fei said with a smile. He won't miss the opportunity to hit us. He can increase their influence. They're coming. Nether River Divine Emperor said gloomily. What a grand show of force. Lin Fei's words came true immediately. A group of people came toward them from not far away, led by Mu Rendi. They're coming at us aggressively. The Stone Emperor said with a gloomy expression. Fellow Taoists, welcome. Mu Rendi was in high spirits. Bringing his officials to welcome him was already giving him a lot of face. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that they were old friends, so they were very friendly. You really know how to act. Lin Fei thought to himself. He was obviously putting on airs, but he still said it in a dignified manner. Amazing, truly amazing. Mu Chao Lord personally came out to welcome us. We are very flattered. Divine Emperor Shuiting replied. Since we're neighbors, I had to come. Mu Rendi said with a smile. Isn't that right, everyone? The people behind him immediately replied in unison, their voices resounding through the starry sky. Fellow Taoist D. Tian. How have you been? I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Mu Rendi looked at D. Tian. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, I really don't want to see you. When I see you, I feel uncomfortable all over. I don't know if it's because your feng shui is bad. Haha, what you said is interesting. Mu Rendi didn't get angry, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, which was concealed by a smile. However, your Tianshan Divine Dynasty is really not giving me face this time. All the Chao Lords are here. This is a sign of respect for me. I wonder what your Tianshan Divine Dynasty intends to do. The officials behind Mu Rendi all revealed angry looks. Many of the ministers had joined from the outside. Anyone who didn't get along with the Chao Lords was their enemy. The Mu clan's upper echelon actually understood that this meeting, in addition to showing their strength, was also aimed at the surrounding 5 subworlds. The 6 subworlds under the divine realm. Sooner or later, there would be a phenomenon of annexation. Now, the Mu clan's power was already established, and it deterred the various divine dynasties. Although it didn't reach a very high position, it was more than enough to deter the 5 subworlds. Among the 5 subworlds, the most unfathomable force was the Tianshan Divine Dynasty. Too low profile. Even if they arranged spies, they still didn't get anything. Apart from knowing about D. Tian, there was no other information. They only knew that there were a few Heaven's Mandate experts in the Tianshan Divine Dynasty, but they didn't know the exact number. This was what they were most afraid of. 3 or 4 also meant a few, 8 or 9 also meant a few. If they really wanted to compare, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing the Chao Lords making things difficult for D. Tian, they weren't surprised at all. Although the Tianshan Divine Dynasty was mysterious, they weren't afraid. If they could get some information from D. Tian, that would be the best. Young people were full of youthful vigor and they might expose some information. When they came, Lin Fei knew that Mu Rendi would definitely target him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that Mu Rendi started to target him outside the starry sky. If Mu Rendi didn't take the opportunity to put on airs, then there was no point in coming this time. Lin Fei laughed and glared at him. Chao Lord Mu, you said that my Tianxian divine dynasty doesn't give you face. You are very wrong. Do you know what position I have in the divine dynasty? I came here personally, and that is giving you face. What can you do if I don't come? If you are capable, come and attack the Tianxian divine dynasty. If you are not capable, then don't speak. Bastard, you are courting death. I dare you to say it again. Chao Lord, this kid doesn't give you face. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson and let him know what kind of place this is? It's not his Tianxian divine dynasty. An invincible divine emperor's subject attacked angrily. He grabbed the air, wanting to crush Lin Fei into a pile of mud. Mu Rendi didn't stop him. Divine Emperor Xueteng and the others were worried. Lin Fei revealed a cold smile. An invincible divine emperor, who do you think you are? How dare you attack me? Seeing that the huge hand was about to grab him with the power to crush anything, Lin Fei waved his hand and smashed the huge hand in front of him. A terrifying power of heavens will swept out and landed on the invincible divine emperor. The invincible divine emperor was sent flying and his body kept on collapsing. Chao Lord Mu, what do you think of my palm? Is it worthy of your attention? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back as if he had just done something insignificant. This palm strike caused the subjects behind Mu Rendi to have a slight change in expression. Their eyes were filled with shock. This is the power of heaven's will. Di Tian actually became a heaven's will expert. This is unbelievable. He is still so young. The subjects exclaimed and were shocked. The number of heaven's will experts was limited. A junior actually became a heaven's will expert. It was really unacceptable. Didn't this mean that their cultivation was inferior to Di Tian's? Chapter 2051. Dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. When Mu Rendi targeted Di Tian, everyone thought that Di Tian was going to be out of luck. No one knew that Di Tian was the junior brother of the Massacre God Emperor in the underworld. Everyone knew that the Massacre God Emperor had been chased out and ended up in the Profound Sky World. Previously, Mu Rendi had suffered a small loss in the Profound Sky World, and there was already a conflict between them. Everyone knew about it and there was no need for anyone to guess. This time, Di Tian had come to the Mu family divine dynasty. If Mu Rendi didn't do something to Di Tian, no one believed that Mu Rendi wouldn't do anything. The only thing they didn't expect was that Di Tian had sent an invincible god emperor of the Mu divine dynasty flying away on the spot and crushed his fleshly body. A heaven's mandate expert. That was the most unacceptable thing to do. Divine Emperor Xueteng and the others didn't take Di Tian seriously at the start. They were only giving face to the mysterious Tianxian god dynasty. Now they all sucked in a cold breath. He was completely dumbfounded. Heaven's mandate realm, able to use the power of heaven's mandate. This was simply illogical. Am I seeing things? Di Tian has actually become a heavenly fate realm expert. God King Xueteng was in a daze. I can't believe it. How did he become a heaven's mandate expert so quickly? It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense. Could it be that the Tianxian God dynasty helped Di Tian advance? Now they were all unnatural. From a junior to a heaven's mandate realm expert on their level, this was something they couldn't digest. At the same time they rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately they didn't give Di Tian a hard time earlier. Otherwise it would absolutely be quite troublesome if Di Tian bore a grudge against them. The news of others reaching the heaven's mandate realm had long since spread out. However, it was nothing compared to Di Tian. If he tried to act fierce in front of Di Tian, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The spirit of a martial arts fanatic. I can understand. Lin Fei nodded. I'll give face to the Imperial Lord this time. If you don't know what's good for you next time, I don't mind killing you on the spot. You should also rejoice that it was me who came this time. If those people came, they definitely wouldn't have such a good ending. Mu Rendi was extremely depressed. He felt disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. What? Di Tian had become a heavenly mandate realm expert. Most importantly, the Mu people were even more wary of the profound sky god dynasty behind Di Tian. After suffering a loss and having his face slapped, Mu Rendi still had to squeeze out a smile. I thank Dao friend Di Tian for showing mercy on his behalf. I believe he won't be so reckless in the future. Everyone please enter. Mu Rendi originally wanted to show off his strength to Di Tian, but he no longer had the intention to do so. Infernal Realm. In today's Mu Divine Dynasty, Mu Rendi failed to intimidate the enemy, so he quickly collected his thoughts. He invited Di Tian and the rest in. Divine Emperor Shueteng and the others became even more enthusiastic towards Di Tian. He was happy to see Mu Rendi suffer a setback. Ever since the Mu clan god dynasty's influence had been expanding, the first to be suppressed were the 4 sub-worlds. Because the Profound Sky Realm was far away and the Profound Sky Realm was filled with mystery, the Profound Sky Realm did not feel much pressure. However, it was different for the 4 sub-worlds. Now that they had suffered a setback, they were in an exceptionally good mood. At the same time, they finally understood why Di Tian was so at ease. Di Tian was a heavenly mandate expert. With confidence, Mu Rendi did not dare to deal with a heavenly mandate expert easily. Not to mention the mysterious Profound Sky God dynasty, which allowed Di Tian to become a heavenly mandate expert in such a short period of time. Who knew how many more heavenly mandate experts the Profound Sky God dynasty had after sending an invincible divine emperor flying? Now they could not wait to form a good relationship with Di Tian. The Mu clan god dynasty specially arranged a great hall. Mu Rendi was originally in high spirits today, but every time he saw Di Tian, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. Heavenly mandate expert? What? Di Tian wanted to become a heavenly mandate expert at this time. If Di Tian did not become a heavenly mandate expert, Mu Rendi had many ways to deal with Di Tian. He wanted to test the mysterious Profound Sky God dynasty. Until now, Mu Rendi still had not figured out the ins and outs of the Profound Sky God dynasty. Apart from a name and the few Heaven's Mandate experts that appeared previously, there was nothing else. The person that he heard the most was still Di Tian. However, it was impossible for Mu Rendi to give up the idea of dealing with Di Tian. Many people knew that Mu Rendi invited the Dynasty Lord to deal with the surrounding 5 subworlds. As long as they annexed the 5 subworlds, the overall strength of the Mu clan god dynasty could rush into the top 15 of the Heavenly Fate list. After everyone arrived, Mu Rendi personally went up to the stage to speak. Mu Rendi went up to the stage with a smile. I am very happy today that everyone can come to the Mu clan god dynasty. This is because everyone thinks highly of me. Soon there was a commotion below. Most of them were subordinates of the Mu clan god dynasty. In the seats below, Lin Fei sat motionlessly and watched with interest. Taoist Di Tian, I dare to guarantee that Mu Rendi is about to be put on the show. Divine Emperor Styx River said sinisterly. This guy was dealt a heavy blow by you just now. He will definitely find another way to regain his face. Taoist Di Tian is still the best. Mu Rendi has been arrogant for a long time. It's really not easy to see him suffer a setback, Divine Emperor Shueting said with a smile. Initially they were worried about Mu Rendi. With Di Tian's fierce performance, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. With such a hot-blooded young man, they naturally didn't have to worry about going up personally. At the beginning, Mu Rendi's high-sounding speech was nothing more than how to strengthen the divine dynasty and how to do his best to show the strength of the dynasty. Another layer of his speech was to make people want to join the divine dynasty. Soon Mu Rendi changed the topic. Everyone knows that under the divine world, the 6 sub-worlds are as close as a family. We went through the seal together and finally got out of it. Now that the war of the divine dynasty has begun, as fellow sufferers, I feel that the 6 sub-worlds must unite and advance and retreat together. Lin Fei smiled. Here it comes. Today's matter was actually targeted at the 5 sub-worlds. If Mu Rendi didn't make a move, then he wouldn't be Mu Rendi. Joining forces was also the most common trick. Dynasty Lord Mu is right. Unity is strength. I very much agree with this method of cooperation. Immediately many people began to jeer. Divine Emperor Shueteng and the others' faces turned slightly unsightly. Join forces? They didn't like it at all. After all, this was not a small matter. Moreover, it was Mu Rendi who proposed it. Clearly he wanted them to join him. Since they wanted to join, they must have a leader or an alliance master.